welcome and bienvenue, aloha, and good morning from Oceanside, California. Absolutely spectacular day on tap for what we like to call Supergirl Super Sunday. That's right, the Nissan Supergirl Pro here at Oceanside, a 14th annual affair. I'm Uncle Lee alongside Mark Fuel. We have Shannon down below, and things are going quite well. Fuel, we just watched the last lady before we cleared the water come in, just snapped it off the top, and that's a sign of good things to come, I think.
Yeah, we've got, once again, perfect conditions here at Oceanside. Maybe a little bit bigger this morning than it was yesterday afternoon, and a very, very exciting final day here. Let's see who takes home the cape, but we've got former Supergirl winners here. We've got a lot of experience, the likes of Coco Ho. And then we've got these new up-and-comers, people that have never competed here before, who are in this final 16. We're going to see battle it out today.
Yeah, it's exciting. We have all sorts of stats and notes to give you, but Miss Simmers, she was not born when this event started in 2008. She earned a cape last year. She's in this top 16. She's got a field with the likes of Coco Ho, Alyssa Spencer, and a lot of veterans out here to see if she can navigate to get a second cape. But Caroline Marks yesterday, you know, we have so much to talk about. We're gonna save some of it here, but I'll tell you what, we got great surfing lined up, great interviews, and great day number 3. And we'll be back with the start of heat number 1. Sawyer Lindblad, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson from Hawaii, a battle of mainland USA versus the islands. Stick around.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
When we founded Paul Mitchell nearly 40 years ago, people would ask, John Paul, why do you want to make hair care products? I tell them, I don't. I want to make super hair care products, but it's more than that. It's hair color that makes you feel like $1,000,000 and passionate people doing what they love. It's giving back, treating the planet kindly, and supporting the professional hairdresser. To me, it's not just about hair care. It's creating something beautiful for all of us.
Well, this Nissan Supergirl Pro is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup of Nissans. And by California Pizza Kitchen. Keep the delicious vibes going. Enjoy your favorite pizzas, pastas, and, of course, butter cake at a California Pizza Kitchen near you. And Coast News. Check out the Coast News for the latest in community news. Find them online at thecoastnews.com. That is not the horn to start it. That's the other horn, but we are gearing up, ready to rock, roll. And as they say, for those about to rock, we salute you. 3, 2, 1. and a safe event for all. That's the way we like to start things off there. There's a good shot for you folks at home. That's the booth. We're right by the sign that has the time, 25-minute heats, mark fuel, along with Shannon and Uncle E here talking all things surfing on a beautiful Sunday, September 19th, one of the last days of summer.
It is, and beautiful day it's going to be. A little bit of morning fog, as often is the case here at this time of the year in Southern California. With the cooler water, we get this temperature inversion. It gives us this morning fog, but that also gives us these pristine conditions that you see in front of you right now. And this is a very exciting heat. Two youngsters, Sawyer Lindblad, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. And for the first time in the last 3 days, we are seeing what is called man-on-man competition. In this case, woman-on-woman competition. And one surfer is eliminated. So only two surfers in the water at any one time. 25-minute heat still, and the winner progresses through. The next round is the quarter-finals. And for both these surfers, Sawyer and Betty Lou, that will be a first here at the Supergirl Pro. For Sawyer, her first Supergirl, and I believe it is also for Betty Lou. And so what we're likely to see during the course of today is some new faces, those that have never made the finals before, and obviously one of these will make it into the quarterfinal. But Sawyer just up the road from San Clemente, and Betty Lou from the North Shore of Hawaii.
Yeah, and ages. These are new faces to relatively new faces to this competition. They were one when this event series started. They were in diapers, yeah, or they're just running around their respective beach areas, naked, frolicking, learning to walk. Getting a feel for what the ocean felt like with their toes, and shortly thereafter, their parents took them maybe on a board and pushed them in. So Sawyer Lindblad, San Clemente, 15. The QS at 14 years of age last year. She won the Pismo Beach event and took second place at the Morro Beach event. And she's got quite a career already this season, a second at the Jax Surfboards Pro and a fifth out in North Carolina at Nags Head for the.
And that puts her number 7 on the North America regional ranking. And so she's actually qualified for the Challenger Series, which is a new qualification series for the World Tour. So she has a shot at qualifying for next year's World Tour.
How's that?
If she can get high enough points over the next 4 events. And Betty Lou, it's also been an amazing year for her. At 15 years of age, she got to compete as a wild card in the Maui Pro World Tour. She finished 9th. She was knocked out by Olympic gold medalist and world champion Carissa. So what an experience for a 15-year-old.
To say the least.
Yeah,
to say the least.
Okay, we're just over 3 minutes through this heat, 25-minute heats. I don't believe that we have any restarts, but we might seek confirmation of that from
what is the updated
experts.
time? What's the updated time for a restart again?
It's usually on a 30-minute heat. It's usually 10 minutes, but we're not coming up to a 4-minute mark here, and we do still have a rising tide and a slightly declining swell. We should see similar size to yesterday.
Yeah, tide chart looks like this. It's a high of 4.9 at 9:19, pushing out to 2:54. 1.3 low, sunset 6:52. Each day it's starting to get a little darker as fall is upon us in a couple days. Had the chance to walk the pier this morning, take a look at some of the camera guys that are setting up, getting the images from the pier. Our Aussie up there from Perth, keeping it in focus. 4 different cameras for you folks at home, different angles. We do the best we can with a editing system right behind where we are speaking. The Echo Entertainment crew, very well versed in all things lifestyle action sports. Surfing, an exceptional part of their lineup of what they do. And we're pleased to have our director, Spence Vola, here, on our spiritual advisor, Phil Smith, and our chief executive guru, Hugh Arian, some of the back-end providers there. Also, our service members of our military, our armed forces. We're in the land of the Marines. Camp Pendleton is all of a few miles north of where we are sitting and talking here in Oceanside, California. Heavy presence for where our military trains and gets ready for deployment, and where they get to come back to their families as well. So the Marines, as well as the Air Force, they have a great force here on site. We want to thank every single member of the past, the current, and the present in the military for affording us this opportunity to enjoy the freedom of surf and all that we have in this wonderful country. Okay, I'm seeing a little something blue. Betty Lou, what you got for us? Clean as can be, one off the top, and it's just a little heavy on the heels off the back.
Yeah, it's a good solid start though. A nice size wave, very clean, but she was further north to the pier, and it just ran away in front of her. So, but that gets a start, and just get it loosened up here. And now priority is with Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer from San Clemente, just 15 miles up the road. Her brother Taj also rips, doing really well in the North America Regional Series also. And so that's her older brother, 3 years older than her, and both of them performing really well. In this year's, the new regional series is again a feeder system into the Challenger series, where you can qualify for the World Tour. It really gives an opportunity for people to qualify for the Challenger series in their region. It becomes less about a money game. With the World Qualifying Series, one of the challenges was you had to fly all around the world to get the points. So now with this new regional system, it's going to give an opportunity for homegrown people to compete in your region, and that's how we may discover talent that we've never heard of and that couldn't afford to do the dance all around the world. So it's a great new system, and it's going to give us some new faces on the World Tour this year, I believe.
That's what's known as the progression of sport and learning from other sports as to how regional events come together. And we'll talk about that more in a minute. Right now, blue, one off the top, putting it down to reality and just getting kicked right off. That was the blue of Betty Lou. Sawyer with priority there. She keeps on going towards the pier. Sawyer Lindblad, the 15-year-old from San Clemente, used to the reform. Very common thing next to the piers in Huntington and San Clemente as well. And she's put together a beauty. Why don't you wake up your hands and your vocal cords and give Sawyer a little love?
Yeah, handled that really well, and getting a solid score on the board. She'll now paddle out right beside the pier. You can see a slight current there with this high tide, but just give us some open space. But great first surfing. Betty Lou, your first wave was a 2.27. And we'll wait for Sawyer's score to come in. Actually, that's two waves, 1.27 and a 2. So I imagine that Betty Lou will throw both of those away. And same length of heats as we've seen the last 2 days. The difference is there's only one other surfer in the water, not two, so more opportunities for our surfers today. A 5.17 for Sawyer on her first ride. So that's a solid start.
Well, that shows what we had going on yesterday. If you take it outside to the inside, there's more of a wave to work with. And if you finish it off, you're increasing your opportunity to show the judges your complete skill set on a full ride. So yesterday, anyone that came on the inside and finished was getting something greater than a 5. Here's another peek. You see Betty Lou disappearing?
Yeah, so you saw Betty Lou over on the right of the screen there. Now, a good, solid first turn by Sawyer, but then she maintained her composure, just pushing through with this higher tide here. The waves do tend to push onto the inside. And here she's weaving backwards and forwards, just making sure she keeps her board moving, looking for a completing maneuver. Now she'll go to her backhand, taking the right, and up here. Great turn. Really critical there. We saw the lip coming down and her board slightly above the lip. And getting a 5.17, so a good start here. Priority now switching to Betty Lou. And some of the surfers that you're going to see coming up today, next heat in the water, it's the battle of the Aussies, the World Tour Aussies, Macy Callahan and Keely Andrew. That will be followed up by Heat 3, and this is a great matchup of a young up-and-comer and the most experienced surfer in the field, Coco Ho and Vahiti Inso. Heat 4, wow, talk about some hot young juniors here. Actually, Vahine Fierro now in the open category surfing for France, but Katie Simmers, who put on an incredible show here last year to take home a cape. And then the bottom half of the draw, the first of that one, we will see Sarah Bourne from South Africa come up against Chelsea Tuok. And again, lots of experience between those two. Heat 6, Alyssa Spencer and Tatiana Weston Webb. They're kind of almost like cloned people. Just Alyssa is younger, but both goofy footers, both very, very powerful. Heat 7, Mia Collins up against Molly Picklum. Sure to be fireworks there. And then Tia Blanco up against Caroline Marks in Heat 8.
Oh, boy.
Again, two incredible goofy foot surfers, and looking forward to that one. Caroline Marks, the standout performer from yesterday in terms of the 2 heat score. Finished off with an 8.5 and a 7.17 in that final heat.
7.17. Yeah.
So definitely the form surfer of yesterday. 13 minutes and a half to go here. Sawyer.
And she is on her backhand looking down the line. All sorts of clean water to work with. Says, no thanks. And then we'll shift gears to blue. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's got something to work with. And that's, ooh, what some strength in the core. Holding on to that. The tenacity and the strength, that's experience from the 15-year-old. She's moving it back and forth, regaining the momentum, finding the opportunity to air and riding it out. That is experience, Mark. That is experience.
Yeah, so Betty Lou is coached by Ross Williams, and obviously very, very experienced on the North Shore of Hawaii. And one of the things that Ross would clearly be saying is to make the most of every wave. If you've committed to a wave, then never give up. And I think that's what we saw there. So you see paddling in this very clean face, and this one just going to close out, but lays back into the foam, gets the board back under her feet, and is able to ride out, and then just refocuses herself and says, okay, what else can I do with this ride? And just working through onto the inside, weaving backwards and forwards, a few little points there, and now the setup on the inside. A really nice forehand re-entry in on the closeout. And so this is going to be very close. Sawyer Lindblad up and riding now. Big backhand smash. Cutting back. Really smooth conditions here this morning. And now she's going to work her way onto the inside. Not able to get through. So blow for blow here. Sawyer Lindblad, her first ride, a 5.17. And Betty Lou's last ride, a 4.17. So we'll wait for these scores to come in and see who has the heat lead. But this is very well matched up and very close right now.
Back to that Challenger Series and talking about local environments, the way that both these ladies have grown up, one in San Clemente, we'll take a peek back on her backhand right now. Again, Sawyer Lindblad looking to add to her score. You see her looking ahead and looking around. The head's got to be on a swivel in this sport and so many other action sports. It's the heaviest bone in the body. Wherever the head goes, where the eyes are going, the body follows. So if you lead with the head and the eyes, the rest of your mainframe is going to follow. So good execution there by Sawyer, a 3.6. And she has got an 8.77 combined, 10.5 minutes remaining. Betty Lou, you need a 4.61. Betty Lou, you need a 4.61. You have priority. Surf from blue, you have priority. But as we talked about just a minute ago, Sawyer has the opportunity to go to Trestles, a heavy, heavy stomping grounds with a lot of competition, both guys and girls, fighting for your right. It's like piranhas out there. We'll see Betty Lou, who surfs the North Shore, same thing. They're surrounded by greatness, and you're forced into a place of getting to be good by being surrounded by it. It's the law of attraction.
Yeah, you don't have a choice, and obviously two very competitive environments, lower trestles for Sawyer and the North Shore of Hawaii for Betty Lou. And you're right, those kind of high pressure, high performance environments really bring the best out of people. So that third wave there for Betty Lou, a 4.17. So priority now with Sawyer and Betty Lou still needing a 4.61. This is the 4.1. So backhand re-entry, lines it up again. And you can just see how composed and poised Betty Lou is at just 15 years of age. And incredible balance and not able to push through onto the inside section. But the way she coils up on that bottom turn, and but yet with flow into the next turn, that is why she is touted to be the next big thing to come out of Hawaii. And 9 minutes to go, and Sawyer now has priority. That's the other difference when you go to man-on-man competition, is that you can use your priority even more than in those four-person heats, because in the four-person heats you can't check everybody. You can't use your priority to block every single person. But when it's one-on-one, you can really use that priority. Both at this stage of the game, it's about using it to get the best wave that comes through. But later in the heat, it's about, can I keep my opponent off if I'm in the lead? And so priority really significant in these one-on-one heats. With 8.5 minutes to go, Sawyer has that priority, but she's got a 3.6 as her low score, and very close here in that Betty Lou just needs a 4.61 to advance. Betty Lou has the choice of, do I sit out the back and wait my turn, or do I scramble around on the inside, try to get some other things? It really comes down to preference. You tend to see the Brazilians love to get in, catch waves under priority, just stay really busy. Somebody like a Felipe Toledo or a Italo Ferreiro, they like to stay busy. But it really is a personal choice, and patience is often the name of the game here.
It is a virtue. And beyond the white buoy out there for those live and in that shot online, you can see some movement out there. Those are not dolphins. Those are not sharks. Those are not whales. Those are people swimming distance out in the mile, most likely getting ready for some sort of Ironman or some lengthy swim, or they could be some military getting their exercise on this morning. For those just waking up, here live, you are in Oceanside. If you had a really tough night last night and you don't know where you are, that's the Oceanside Pier. This is the Pacific Ocean, and this is an event known as the 2021 Nissan Supergirl Pro. Third day of 3. Best Supergirls in the world are present here and accounted for. Top 16, throwing it up in the air and bringing it right back down, redirecting her board onto her backhand. We'll see what the inside of this wave looks like. Mark, take it away.
Yeah, she's got a lot of speed coming into this. This is lining up really nicely. There's a turn, going to give her one more opportunity. Bang! Yeah. Can she ride out? She's, leave it to the judges, but that was really well surfed. And the one thing that you have to say about these young ladies is they are unfazed by the pressure of the moment. We've seen this through the entire competition. On the replay here, using her priority in this first turn was really powerful. Up into the lip, getting the tail a little bit loose, and then redirecting and looking for the next part of the wave. Now this one wedged up really nicely off the pier. We can see that she didn't have to hop too much. Now she gets a clean face to work with. Another backhand turn, then another one. And this is where there's a left racing towards her, gets it up in the lip, but then that wave just passes her by at the moment. We'll see if the judges count that as a complete maneuver. But very well surfed, and she gets a 6.1. Wow, and just like that, Betty Lou has priority, but now she needs a 7.1.
That was similar to Sawyer's first effort, as she did one maneuver out the back, came in and capitalized on the inside. I think the difference there is that she stuck. Their first hit was a little more impactful and a little more critical, and that's why it's a 6-1 instead of in the 5 zone. So our first 6 of the day. And Betty Lou, we will let you know that you need a 7.1 at the present time. And she is in the right spot. She will go on her forehand down the line, wrapping it around, finding an opportunity to generate the speed, continue the speed of the foam, and that'll do it. So a few turns, good efforts, but that should remain in the mid, let's say 4-ish range if her previous maneuvers and rides were any indication.
So that was unfortunate for Betty Lou there. The wave just died out the first couple of turns. Let's have a look here on the replay. And look at this style. Flowing, radical, 2 fantastically placed turns. Timing excellent. And a third. And then she was looking through for the link, but that wave just didn't give it to her. And that wave will come in at a 3.37, so it doesn't change the scoreline with 4 minutes to go, 4 minutes. She needs a 7.1, and Sawyer now has the priority. Now she can play that priority game. And she has the choice of, do I want to catch a wave and look to replace my 5.17, or do I want to use my priority just to keep Betty Lou off a good ride? And that's the thing that we're seeing with the young competitors here. There's a maturity in their competitiveness, and that's coming through coaches. That's just coming through sheer experience that they're getting with all of the competitions. So very close here. Betty Lou looking to paddle towards the pier. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And what a great start to the finals day for the Supergirl Pro. Now here comes a choice. Will Sawyer use priority? Not able to.
Lou, there you go. Betty Lou has something to work with there. And she throws one off the top, similar to what Sawyer did on her previous wave. So looking at a somewhat of a carbon copy type of wave, and she's not able to take that to the inside. So one hit, good, but nothing more on the inside. And that's going to probably help out a little bit, but that 7.1, don't think it's quite to that category.
Yeah, so Betty Lou put herself in position for that wave. Sawyer, she could have taken off on the closeout, but let's take a look here. So Betty Lou was in the right spot, takes off on a backhand, a head-high wave. Great first turn, lots of power, throwing spray, bouncing off the foam. But then once again, this wave didn't give her the opportunity to get through onto the inside for some more points, though. But that first wave was a good scoring turn.
2:10 on the clock. Ladies, 2:10. Sawyer, you do have priority. Situation remains the same. Priority, Sawyer, Betty Lou Johnson needing a 7.1 to advance. These are the knockout rounds. This is the first heat of 8 in a round of 16. Supergirl on Supergirl throughout the day. 25-minute heats until we get to the next round, which will be 30 minutes, and the finals will be 35.
Yeah. So that wave was Betty Lou's best, a 5.77. She now needs a 5.51. So was able to use that to her advantage. A minute 30, though, left remaining. Can she get a wave and get that 5.51, or can Sawyer get another wave and improve on a 5.17?
Yeah, here's a strategy. And out in the water, getting ready for the next duel is going to be Macy Callahan and Keely Andrew. But we have a lot still to unravel here for the Nissan Supergirl Pro Heat 1 between Sawyer Lindblad in the red with an 11.27 and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson from Hawaii in the blue, needing a 5.51. 1 minute.
1 minute to go, and one of these surfers will go through into the quarterfinals.
We've seen this scenario before, Mark, where you sit and you wait, you sit and you wait. We saw it 4 times yesterday, throughout the course of the weekend, rather, that the last wave changed the name of the game. So it is not over till the buzzer sounds.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go here. And pretty high on the tide. Now, Betty Lou searching, seeking, just looking for that 5.51. Sawyer, though, is going to use her priority here. Nice first turn. And again, looks like this one's going to link through, weaving backwards and forwards. So She has secured her quarterfinal
5,
spot, but what
4,
can she do?
3, 2, 1. And Sawyer just put a punctuation on it, looking to get rid of that 5.17 to extend that lead. We're going to have a course hold in just a second. Stand by. And for you folks online, we'll be back with heat number 2 of the round of 16 for the Nissan Supergirl Pro. And for you folks on the beach.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I wanna spread that good love, 'cause love, 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 love is all we need. Yeah.
And so it started with a very small artisan program of 2 guys, and then it got to be 10, and then it got to be 20. And then we're like, why don't we take the same model of giving back and apply it to more countries? So now we're in 4 countries, and we have almost 650 artisans.
It's more than just a bracelet that you're wearing. It's a job for someone in a 3rd world country.
Our retailers feel good about bringing the product in because they know that what they're doing is going back and helping people.
Guten Morgen and aloha to the webcast world. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro. It's brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform, join us. And by Adobe, join us in the Create Waves Challenge to help protect our ocean. For more information, visit adobe.ly/createwaves. And by Beach Break Cafe. Great food, great friends, great service. Thank you to all of the sponsors making this come together. So much goes into it, and we just had some remarkable surfing. Welcome into the webcast, round of 16, heat 2. The Aussies lit it up. Macy Callahan, Keely Andrew. Hopefully we can do a little rewind for you and show you what happened in the first minute. But Mark, what just happened?
Yeah,
right there?
it was incredible, and what we've seen. And moved onto the inside here and was able to get a right-hander on the shore break. She has priority right now, but moving through onto the inside, Keely worked really well to get this going. And then the closing maneuver, big power hack, and wasn't able to ride out of it. On the other hand, Macy Callahan, her big turn came, it was the first turn out the back. Look at this. Head-high wave, throwing a lot of spray, and comes out clean, and then also rode it through for a 6.67. And so consistently over the last 3 days, what we have seen is big turns out the back, what are paying dividends. Macy did make it through onto the inside, but the inside manoeuvre less risky than we saw Keeley. It was just a clean finish, and so that big turn out the back is what scored.
Excellent analysis there, Mark. We are also doing live webcast, and for you folks on the beach, we're giving it out to you. Our primary job is to let the surfers know what's going on out in the water as live beach announcers. Macy Callahan, 6.67. Keely Andrew, you have priority. Your first wave was a 3.33. Just over 20 minutes remaining. We now have the opportunity to throw it down to Shannon Quirk, who is with Heat winner Miss Sawyer Lindblad, the 16-year-old.
Good morning. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm here with the first heat winner of the day. Sawyer, congratulations. Your local knowledge really paying off here in Oceanside.
Thank you. Yeah, it was really fun out there.
What was your morning routine today to get things off?
I woke up and stretched, and then I came down here and free surfed before the contest, and then got my jersey and went out.
So you know all about the glassy conditions here in Oceanside? In the
yeah.
morning, right?
Yeah, I like it in the morning.
So you're only 16 years old, but you just had a second result of the Jax Pro QS 1000 that gave you some experience to coming into today?
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. What do you hope to get out of this Supergirl Pro?
Just more experience, and I'm just really excited to surf against the pros.
Awesome. Well, you have a bright future ahead of you. Any friends or sponsors or support you want to thank?
Yeah, thank you to my family and my sponsors for supporting me.
You're going to see San Clemente local Sawyer coming up.
Yes, Macy and Keely are in the water, but excellent interview, young lady. Miss Sawyer Lindblad. There's an L in there. Just turned 16, we found out, and she's marching towards the Great 8 coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, and what a great attitude coming in saying, I'm excited and I'm just looking for more experience. She's certainly going to get that here. She's now in the quarterfinals.
You know the best thing about experience, right, Mark?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. When you come through the junior ranks, the professionals, the ones on the World Tour in particular, they still seem like they're in another category, that they're so far out of reach of where you are. And so when you do get that experience, what that does is not only is it exciting, but you learn that you can win, that you can beat them, and then that gives confidence. And so each time there's more confidence, they're better equipped to compete at the top level. But 18 minutes and 15 seconds here. Those first waves were caught right in the first minute of the heat. And now both these surfers were sat for about 5 or 6 minutes. But it is Macy Callahan with that 6.67. But Keely Andrew has the priority here. Both of these surfers very experienced. Keely has a few more years of World Tour experience, so she's not going to panic at this stage.
Yeah, speaking of experience, Miss Macy Callahan came in 2015, took 37th place here at this event. 2016, the next year, she took 5th, just on the outside of the semifinals. And she's done this every year since, except for last year due to the pandemic. And Miss Keely Andrew came here in 2013, took a 37th. Her follow-up year, she took a 5th as well. So both these ladies, they have over 10 years of combined experience at Oceanside at the Supergirl Pro. And as Mark just mentioned, experience is quite an experience. And to add to that, there's something called short-term, long-term. If you don't focus on the short term, there's no way you're going to get to your long-term goal. And so it's like trying to get to the top step without ever going through any of the other steps. There's no way you can reach that 12th step without going 1 to at least 10. You may be able to jump like a couple, but you have to start somewhere. The toughest thing is starting and getting out there, like putting a wetsuit on when it's cold, when it's miserable. It may be sub-0, but to go out there to get that experience, you've learned something from that. That is a step in the right direction.
That's the reality. You've got to learn to win. It's as much a mental game as it is a physical game, and you've got to have that confidence. And you see the world's best; they're supremely confident. Look at the likes of Gabrielle Medina. Look at Kelly Slater. I do remember a quote by Kelly, Mark Warren, because they were on the Quicksilver team, young Kelly, the first year on tour. Mark Warren said to Kelly, what do you think? It's different to what you thought. And Mark, in his mind, was expecting Kelly to say, "Oh my God, it's so hard." And Kelly said, "Oh, it's easier than I thought it was going to be." So, and that confidence took him to 11 world titles. So, You know, that's the thing, is when you have that confidence, you're able to carry it through. And you only learn confidence through performing.
And that's the truth. We want to welcome Spence Vola, our director right now, coming up, making sure everything's plugged in properly. That is a good leader right there. Here we go, Blue. Speaking of leadership, Keely Andrew, woohoo! The Aussie won. Upright, dynamite, out of sight. And she'll see if the foam, the power of the energy can push her closer to the shore here and regroup, as we've seen so many times. Yeah, this is that experience we talk about. Take it, regroup, redirect, set your sights on another good hit on the inside, and maybe one more final one to wrap it up. Put your hands together for the Aussie, Keely Andrew. That's going to help her out.
That was a very, very strong wave. Biggest wave of the day on the outside, and then 2 turns on the inside. Look at the size of this wave. Overhead wave, just lines up vertical on the backhand, throwing spray up over the people on the Oceanside Pier, and then rides out and just works this through on the inside and gets 2 turns here on the inside, and that's the difference. This one, really crisp, fast, and again, gets through the section, and another one, tail out of that wave. That is a very strong ride. It's an 8.67, an 8.67, going with her 3.33. That puts her into the lead. Macy Callahan out the back with 14 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, now needs a 5.34. She already has a 6.67, so we have a battle on our hands here.
Oh, that fires me up. Getting some chicken skin on that one, Macy. Beautiful. Way to get going. 8.67 does mark the highest score of the competition of all 3 days so far, so we're inching closer. That's the first 9. Couple 9s by the judges there.
Yeah. And that was a combination of everything there. It was a solid size wave. It was a powerful bottom turn, a really fast top turn in the most critical part of the wave, riding out clean and then finishing off with 2 very strong maneuvers on the inside. So perfect timing, speed, power and flow are all in the criterion. So that pushing that wave into the excellent category, an 8.67.
That's called an SPF 8.67, speed, power, flow. The SPF goes to 10, sometimes to 11. That's right.
And some bit of progression in there as well. That last turn, getting the tail out on the wave, coming down on the lip. So just a bit of everything in that. Could not have surfed that wave any better than Keely Andrew did, and now out in front.
Welcome to the world of the webcast, Nissan Supergirl Pro. If you're just joining us, this is our second heat of the day. Local time at Oceanside's just about 8:40. Started at 8, we'll go till we're done. And we'll throw a red cape on the Supergirl when it's said and done. Then the plain white tees will light up the Nissan stage. There's been music, there's been DJ battles, there's been Zumba, yoga, Pilates. To the north of the pier, we have longboard activity going on right now. We've had adaptive surfing. We've had women's inspiration, motivation panels. Do you know where you can find out all that information, Feely? Where can you find that information out?
You can find out on the new Supergirl Series app, which you can download from the Apple or Android store. And you can follow the event at Supergirl Pro or hashtag Nissan Supergirl Pro.
We have not had a bikini contest. However, there's bikinis everywhere, and they're also for sale and available through Jolyn, Jolyn, our sponsor of this event. They've got a huge booth set up. Go check them out if you're down here. And if you can make it down here, you've got plenty of time to get in your car here in Southern California, navigate the roads, and get here before we start the finals. Yeah. Had a chance to get caught up with Julie Solwald, one of the queen pins of action sport lifestyle marketing, with Paul Mitchell last night. She sends her very best, and she really helped the ASA Entertainment world through all their ventures, including this one, Paul Mitchell Supergirl with the Neon back in 2017. They've got Mitch for men. They've got Lindsay Jacobella Supergirl as one of her spokespeople. So just enriched and ingrained in the sport, and we thank Paul Mitchell for their support throughout the years.
Well, we've got 11 minutes and 15 seconds. 11 minutes and 15 seconds here. And an interesting point for today is that the finalists will have surfed 4 times today. So almost 2 hours of surfing for those that make it through into the finals. And so endurance is likely going to be a factor here, is giving yourself the right break, the right hydration, staying out of the sun between. But fitness is definitely going to come into play, and that's one of the other aspects of performance that we're seeing a lot more focus on the fitness. Interestingly, Keely Andrew, when she was 16, she had to choose between, am I going to be a pro tennis player or am I going to be a pro surfer? And she chose surfing.
Yeah, good choice.
Yeah, well, good lifestyle choice. But
Look at the family affair online at home. We see this every day down here. Each year, the families come out in droves. They're supporting the surfers, most likely family members of the surfers. And a shout out to all the families, all the OG sponsors, mom and dad, for bringing the kids out at a young age and getting them to become Supergirls. Look what we have here, Mark. Keely Andrew.
Yeah, Keely Andrew under priority, taking the right, looking for something big here, slashing cutback, bouncing off the foam, riding through to the inside. So good move. She's looking to get rid of a 3.33. Now onto the inside. She's got a left-hander. This thing really sucking up well, and a strong finishing turn. Rides out safely. And so I'm not a judge, but looks like that 3.33 will be gone. That will therefore mean that Macy Callahan will need a bigger score. So on the replay here, this was very smart surfing. This first turn, wrapping cutback, and then up and over a little bit of foam, and then worked it through onto the inside. So just making it that much harder for Macy Callahan with a little over 9 minutes remaining. And Keely here showing her experience, then takes to the backhand, and a good turn, but not risking too much. Smile on her face there.
Yep, rightfully so. She's doing the right things in the right places. We'll give you that score when it comes in. Again, her 8th appearance here at the Supergirl Pro, the regular footer from Mooloolaba?
Mooloolaba.
Easy for you to say.
It's like Woolloomooloo in Sydney. There's a lot of O's in that. But, yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world. If you've never been to Australia, the Sunshine Coast is one of the places that you have to go. 8 minutes, 30 seconds. 8 minutes, 30 here. 4.83.
Okay. So Macy with priority in the red, you now need a 6.84. Macy Callahan in the red, again, you need a 6.84. Keely, your two-wave score is 13.5, and your low score is a 4.83.
Yeah, Sunshine Coast of Australia is arguably one of the most beautiful places on earth. Mooloolaba is at the south end of it, and as you move north, Noosa Heads is a famous a tourism spot, very well known for a number of sporting events like the Noosa Triathlon. They get about 7,000 people competing in every year. But the surfing up there, there's these incredible point breaks. You need a cyclone swell or a hurricane swell to break, but when it lights up, it's some of the best waves in the world. Also gets some of the biggest crowds in the world, but it's a stunning part of Australia, and highly recommend that you go. 7.5 minutes remaining, and Keely Andrew out in front, showing her experience with a 8.67 and a 4.83. Macy Callahan, though, has priority, and she needs a 6.84 to move up into that first position to move into the next round, which will be the quarterfinals.
Fuely, this just in, the Hero Hangout. Check out the Hero Hangout. Thank you to all our sponsors who helped make this happen. It's the white tents up on the pier. Those are the Hero Hangouts, the Local 230, Oceanside Adventures, Adobe, Indian Motorcycles, USO, Nissan, Air Force, and Marines. On screen right now, you see one of the service dogs. And on screen, if you look up on the pier, can't see it anymore, we're looking and we found the loudest fan of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our opportunity to highlight the loudest fan of the day. Camera guy, if you can focus on the pier, look to the lady on the pier with the loud orange hoodie. Yeah, it's you. Loudest fan of the day. Give her a round of applause, folks. Go on. That's right. She woke up early, found the right pigment, took the white hoodie, threw it in the wash, and turned it pink. And now you're a big deal. Now you're on the World Wide Web. She's an instant celebrity thanks to Instagram.
And she's got the best seat in the house up there as well. So
yeah,
6
I was up
minutes
there
here. 6 minutes
the
remaining.
view up there is great. We got surfing going on, so Mark, the view up there is great. If you're on the beach, go check it out. That is a shot from the pier right now for you folks at home. Live webcast working good.
Keely Andrew has made it, tough here for Macy Callahan because a 6.84 means that she can't just take any wave. She has to take a wave that's going to give her the potential to deliver a big score. And so Keely, with all her years of experience going back to 2016, first time competing on the world stage, you can see she's just put her in a tricky situation. And those watching at home, look at this young future world champion here, world champion crawler right now. And he's having a great and play in the sand and eat the sand. Why not?
Having a sandwich.
Oh, fantastic. Great to see the whole families coming down for this event. This event is all about female empowerment and providing opportunities and inspiration to young girls all around the world across a range of areas. Surfing, there's the Supergirl Pro of Snow, Supergirl Pro Gamer, and this really is a festival atmosphere here. We've got concerts, we've got 20 free fitness classes throughout the course, and the world's best surfers and the world's best up-and-coming surfers, 4.5 minutes here.
Speaking of up-and-coming, Coco Ho in the red, 3-time Supergirl champ going up against rookie but fellow Hawaiian Vihiti Inzo, and we'll get into all the details of that one in about 4.5 minutes. So we'll shift gears from Australia surfers down under over to the Hawaiian Islands, and today's field consists of 3 Aussies, 5 USA citizens, 3 Hawaiian surfing representatives. France is represented once, along with Brazil, South Africa, Barbados, and Puerto Rico. So truly an international affair. All great surf locations with great breaks to their own right. And nice to be here in Oceanside with you all. On screen, you see the 2 Hawaiians getting out there. Coco Ho going for an unprecedented 4th red cape. And Vihiti, one of the Kaikena girls from the North Shore. She'll be headed out there at the age of 14, battling it up against one of her idols. But right now, with 3.5 minutes left, Macy Callahan with 1 wave, which was a 6.67. You're in that second position with priority, needing a 6.84, and Keely Andrew in the blue. 3 waves ridden. Your best was an 8.67, or highest of the day, and a 4.83 puts you in the lead. Well surfed, well played thus far. If you need sunscreen today, Sunbum is here. Go see Miguel and company. They've got the Gorilla there. They've got the samples. Stay protected. Thank you, Sunbum, for your support and love.
Yeah, fantastic product. They've also just come out with a new skincare line. You can go and check that out at the Sunbum booth, which is close to the pier on the south side. And fantastic brand, great product, and keeping us protected from the sun today. 2 minutes and 24 seconds remaining. There is some motion in the ocean, and Macy Callahan has priority, but she's not going to go it, and so Keely Andrew will take this wave.
Keely getting upright. Ooh, looking for something else on that, but got wise, knowing she's limited on time. Will there be enough on the inside for this to reform and generate more maneuvers? It's looking like it's favorable, but says no, I might have a chance for 1 more.
Yeah, she was looking to drop her low score, which was a 4.83 in that first turn. Really critical. Eyeing it up here. Bang, and then she thought about another one, and then no, that the white water just coming down towards me. Going to play it safe, and wasn't able to get the inside link. So scores coming in. It is a 4.8, so it didn't improve on her situation. Macy Callahan still needing a 6.84 with 125.
Well, Keely's yet to have that top of the podium in the CTs, top of the podium with the cape here. She's gotten 5th twice, been here every year since 2019, since 2013, barring last year. Took a second at Trestles. That's as close as she got in 2017, and a 3-pack of thirds as well. And what a pleasure to have here. Number 11 on the championship tour this season. We're under a minute, ladies, under a minute. Again, Macy Callahan in red, you have the priority. 6.84 is what you need in order to advance. We're into the knockout rounds. Girl on Supergirl. Next up, Kokoho Vahiti Mahama Inso, both from Hawaii. 40 seconds. And this is a dissipating south-south swell, meaning it's slowly fading away. We're going to get some pulses throughout the day. Wind in the 5 to 7 knot range, says Surfline. 2 to 3 foot. Occasional bigger sets, but less than it was the last couple days. So pickings are going to be there for the taking. 15 seconds left.
What a steely competitor, though. Macy Callahan, just one wave ridden in this heat, a 6.67, and she held her ground, but the ocean didn't deliver.
And we'll count her down at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, for you folks at home, you see a little love out there by the Aussies. High fives and smiles. More of those coming up when we return to Oceanside for the Nissan Supergirl Pro Heat 3 of 16.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Some give their weekends. Some devote their entire lives. All we need are the moments of courage, of resilience and ingenuity, devotion, integrity, selflessness and excellence. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. All we need is the best of you. How many moments can you give?
We're for the trailblazers and the thrill seekers, the craftsmen and the tastemakers, those dedicated to country and community, family and friends, working to carve out a better life for themselves in a patch of California that's more focused on authenticity than image, more substance than show. We're Front Wave Credit Union for banking, lending, saving, planning. We're the place to get started and the place to kick it into high gear. So dream big. We got you.
Good day from around the world. We're in Oceanside for the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, which is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exclusive line of fantastic vehicles. Also by Paul Mitchell, professional salon products, cruelty-free since 1980. And by Blenders Eyewear, fresh from San Diego, rocked with pride worldwide. Visit blenderseyewear.com and use coupon code Supergirl20 to save 20% now. It's available globally online and here at the beach today if you want to order a pair, or go check out the Blenders booth, because they've got all sorts of ones you can try on. They were an integral sponsor quite a few years back, and they've been on board ever since, so thanks, Blenders. Mark Fuel alongside Uncle E, along with Shannon Quirk. What do we have going on here, Mark?
Yeah, so in red we have Coco Ho, the most experienced competitor in the field, and remaining in the field the most winningest surfer ever here at the Supergirl Pro, and up against Vahiti Inso, one of the rising stars of Hawaii. And so they clearly know each other well and have surfed against each other many times, but it is the contrast of deep experience up against emerging youth. And so Vahiti Inso, 14 years of age, she's the youngest competitor remaining in the field right now. was the 2019 under-12 US champ, which she won just up the road at Trestles, and so she likes this spot. But Coco Ho here, more than a decade on the World Tour, taking a look at that ride. And Coco also has been the host this year on the WorldSurfLeague.com with Mick Fanning and Ross Williams on Getting Heated. So it's very entertaining. And, of course, is the sister of the most entertaining surfer in the world, Mason Ho. And always known for a beautiful smile and a fantastic attitude, as well as for her searing turns in the water. Vahiti Inso from Oahu has been mentored by Carissa Moore since 2017 and is coached by Carissa's dad. And part of the young Hawaiian surfers who are known as the Sea Stars. But right now, let's go down to Shannon, who has the winner of the last heat, Keely Andrew.
Thank you. Yes, Keely, what an incredible event just to have you here. It's so amazing, but you have obvious CT experience, 11th in the world. How are you doing here in Oceanside, and what's the vibe?
Firstly, thank you for your kind words. It's great to be back here. I've always loved coming to Oceanside, and it's always such a good vibe, and the contest is always really fun, good setup, and they really take care of us. So it's been great to be back and get some waves and get some heats.
Well, you're used to all the contests with the men's and women's divisions. What's it like to be at an all-female event?
Yeah, it's really nice, just having all the girls around, and everyone's super supportive of each other, and it's nice in the warm-up steps not to have too many men paddling over you. So, yeah, it's such a great contest, and like I said, I love coming back every year.
Cool. Which wave did you grow up competing at, and what was your home break like?
Yeah, I grew up at Maroochydore, on Maroochydore Beach. Very loyal to that beach. It's pretty hard to get me away from there, but yeah, just around there, the Noosa Points, and then going down the Goldie at Snapper, so I've got a pretty good range of waves within my area.
Awesome. Any friends back home or family support you want to say hi?
I don't think they'll be up, but if they are, it's hi. Thanks for watching, and hope you're enjoying the surfing.
Well, Keely Andrews moving on to the next round. Back to you guys.
That was great. Thanks,
Yeah.
Keely. Yeah, tomorrow's already happening over there.
Yeah,
Down under.
it is. It's tomorrow, but it's very early. But Keely has always just had this great bubbly personality. But Coco Ho, another one with a bubbly personality, up and riding. A fierce competitor here, Coco Ho, more than a decade on the World Tour. Pushing through onto the inside. Is she going to be able to get the link up? Not able to, but she does get a score on the board. Nearly 7 minutes has elapsed from this heat. And now priority goes to Vahiti. But I think Keely Andrew, the first time came across Keely. Let's take a look at the replay here, though, Chris. It's made the most of this wave, but it just didn't give her a lot of opportunity. Got that first turn, and then it went flat. And then this wave just flattened out. But, yeah, Keely, as a junior, I'm pretty sure it was an ISA, either the World Surfing Games or a World Junior competition. I think it was the first time. It was somewhere down in Central America, if I remember correctly, and just always had this enthusiasm for surfing. And now you can see, years later, has got a number of years on the World Tour, a lot of experience, but she's kept that excitement about surfing, and great to see her back here. She now is the first qualifier into the quarterfinals, and she will go up against the winner of this heat, Coco Ho, a 2.33 on that first ride.
It's the highest score of the heat, Mark. Highest score of the heat right there.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
it's the only score of the heat.
Thank you.
Definitely the highest.
Thank you, Captain Obvious. That's it. Well, Coco Ho in 2008, when this started, she took the Cape, and then the next season she jumped on the CT for her maiden voyage and won the fifth event, the Rip Curl Search in Portugal. No one was surprised, really, because growing up on the North Shore in the bloodline of the Ho family, Derek, Mason, and Michael, just remarkable family, first family to surf over there, generational type stuff. So 3 Capes to her credit, looking for the unprecedented fourth. Blue has priority. That means that red will take a bow out, and the blue will keep going. Vahiti Mahana Inso, the full name, and she is really moving it on the inside after capitalizing on the outside. One maneuver remaining.
Wow.
And sticks it.
Wow, that was a big finishing turn. And she made that inside wave look like it was like almost double overhead.
Yeah.
But really critical maneuver there. Lots of risk. And that's what the judges love to see.
Yeah, let's have a look back at this.
And so Coco Ho was taking the right, but Vahiti had priority. So first turn, a setup turn, nice, nearly caught a rail there. Coco Ho had got off. So the first part of this ride, a couple of little turns, but it was this inside section. And it really sucked up, was able to get down the face. Look how steep this is here, overhead, and bang, just so clean, so powerful. It's a strong ride. There's nothing like leaving the judges with an exclamation mark.
Yes, they'll work on that score. So Vahiti, the teenager from the North Shore, not even born when Coco Ho won the first ever Cape here, and was in this Nissan Supergirl Pro last year as a specialty event where it was Team Hawaii versus Team USA, Team California. And what a great specialty event that was. Right now, we're going to witness Coco Ho all alone out there on this wave, and she puts it straight up to noon and brings it right back down to 6 and keeps it going right towards us. The smooth, experienced veteran. Oh, jumping off, doing the Pete Rose.
Yeah, so just a front foot slipped off there. Vahiti Inso, a 6.17 for that committed attack at the end of that wave. Coco Ho has a score yet to drop in. It drops in at a 4.5, and it was because of this first turn. Hard off the bottom, gets vertical, way out above the wave, and so all of the score of that 4.5 was right there. A little bit of a foam climb. Then trying to get onto the inside. It looked like her front foot just slipped off in the wax. As you can see, she's trying. Oh, no, it was actually the back foot. Just overweighted on her front foot trying to get through. But a 4.5 keeps Coco Ho in the lead, but a 6.17 for Vahiti. She has priority, and she needs less than a 0.66 to move into that first position.
Yeah.
Just under 14 minutes remaining. They've got a great exchange there.
Yeah, and at the tail end, Coco there, I give her about an 8.6 on the belly flop, right off the board.
Yeah, that was a great.
There are such competitions. Fulie, I see you have some adaptive information for us. We have a whole adaptive competition going on, and longboard as well.
Yeah, one of the highlights of the Supergirl Pro every year is the adaptive surfing competition and exhibition, and it happens between the semi-finals and the final to give our finalists a bit of a break, but also for everybody to be inspired. And once again, we have Faith Lennox, I believe the defending champion, if I recall, but up and riding now. Vahiti Inso has got a good wave in front of her. Nice backhand carve. And again, pushing this through onto the inside. And is she going to be able to get over the edge? She isn't, but she did get in 3 or 4 turns on that wave. She'll get a score for her second wave. She only needs a 0.66 to move up into that second position, but based upon her first ride, she would have loved to have got through onto that the inside section and get another very sucky, steep wave and a big finishing maneuver, but wasn't able to do it. But she did get a 3. These first 2 turns were good. So on her backhand, this is where the wave is steep and up, and it just flattened out a little bit as she went up, and then the wave's flat here, but carving back in. And then the rest of this wave was her looking for something of steepness, but not able to do it. So she gets a 3, though, and now Coco Ho needs a 4.68 to move up into the lead. But back to our adaptive athletes here. Faith Lennox, who took it out last year, if I recall that final. We have Quinn Waitley, who also believe Quinn was here. Alana Nichols was definitely here. Jimena Ruiz Roja, Victoria Phage and Ling Pai are all competing here today. So it's going to be at 2:20 p.m. Make sure you stick around for that. It's always inspirational and it's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Truly inspirational, getting back out in the water. I know my brother Roy Tuscany is here with his wife from the High Fives Foundation, and they were out and about yesterday. Boarding for Breast Cancer, we want to thank them. I think they got a raffle going on later on today. Swing by their booth. So many great causes out here to support. This is our 2021 edition, our 14th annual affair known as the Nissan Supergirl Pro. For you folks that are joining us live, welcome here to Oceanside. For you folks that are watching online from around the world, local time is just past 9 o'clock. This is our third heat of the day. We've gone from two youngsters at the age of 15 that started things off nice and early. That was Sawyer Lindblad and Betty Lou Johnson. Sawyer won that one, moving to the round of 8. And then we had the Aussies, Andrew Keeley against Macy Callahan. It was Miss Andrew Keeley Andrew, who moves on to the next round. Now we're on to the Hawaiian Superchargers. The 14-year-old Vahiti Inso is currently in the lead over Coco Ho, who is in the red. And Coco, you need a 4.68. You do have priority with over 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah. And I just want to correct something I said before. It was Liv Stone, local Oceanside gal, who took out the adaptive contest last year. But look at this wave. Coco Ho with priority. Solid size wave.
Yeah, she gets up top and seeing if there's more available with the whitewash pushing her. And she says, no, that wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but not for a lack of effort.
Yeah, and she's looking for a 4.68 from that ride, and that wave showed so much promise as it came through the lineup, but it just seemed to have softened out as she got into it.
Lot of time left. She has never done worse than 5th place here. How's that? And speaking of 5th this year at the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro out in Lemoore, California, 100 miles from the ocean in the middle of the state. She took 5th place there for the Women's Championship Tour. And she's been doing this thing on the Championship Tour since 2009, here at the Supergirl Pro since 2008. Again, she's earned herself 3 capes, a couple of 3rd places, always in the hunt, and most importantly, always having fun and smiling. And we got some dive bombing going on out there with the Pelicans for added entertainment. We want to thank Nissan, also our title sponsor. Here's a look back. Feeling the backhand of Coco, 1 hit, and then that's about all that wave had for her.
Yeah, so that was a good turn. It's a re-entry half float, but then the wave just died out, and just didn't give her that score. 3.03 to go with her 4.5. So still needing a 4.68, and now Vahiti holds priority, and her low score of a 3. So any improvement on that on her next ride will give Coco Ho a higher number to chase. So we've got 8 minutes left here. This higher tide this morning. The wave's a little bit slower. We have had over the last few days a slightly decreasing swell, but hasn't come down too much. That was the top of our heads.
Vahiti Mahana Inso, the youngster from the North Shore. I was doing a little research, looking through some stuff, gaining some knowledge. The Narnar Honeys is a production company aimed out of LA, but they have some Hawaiian roots. They're aimed to represent more women in front and behind the cameras. The Narnar Girls, that's with 2 G's and 2 Nars. Kakaina is the series that they have. They're like 6-minute little webisodes. The Kakaina in Hawaiian means little sister. And there's some great episodes with these 5 gals that are all around Vahiti's age. And they all got these unique personalities, and they all rip. And they're all representing traditional Hawaiian culture and talking about it. Kakaina, K-A-I-K-A-I-N-A. Check it out. But right now we got a couple of them splitting this wave right here, going either side. Coco on the left in the red, Vahiti on the blue on the right. They're both coming towards us, doing their thing. Just kind of put one eye one way the other. Coco Ho is getting closer to the shore in the red, and boom, they both snap at about the same time. That was some excitement to watch right there, Fuely.
That was almost like synchronized surfing there. And Yeah, the camera angle won't be wide enough to to capture out on the replay, but literally almost like synchronized surfing. And the judges are going to need to take some time to look at both of those. So here's the split peak. On the replay, we're going to look at Vahidi. So on a forehand, nice first turn, cut back, now up into the lip, throwing some spray, and then works away onto the inside. And moving to the right, we may get a shot of Coco Ho further down the line here. She worked this all the way in and then had a really strong finish. Watch this. Board out of the lip and finish this off cleanly. At exactly the same time, Coco Ho was also doing a re-entry. Coco's wave, maybe one more turn in the course of it. But we'll leave it to the judges to see what they say. We may not have a replay
what's
of
going
Coco Ho.
Key here is establishing priority out there also, because we're at the 5-minute mark, and that's going to do away.
So this is
Coco.
So this is Coco. So this is a comparison. Now, Coco here, these first two turns were really strong. Bigger first turn out the back. Tail, and then watch this foam climb, up and over. So really dynamic combination of turns there. And then she had a little bit more power on the inside of this wave than Vahidi had on her wave. Up over the foam, gets a turn, now onto the inside. And this is exactly the same time that Vahidi was doing her backhand re-entry.
And we have scores.
With 5 minutes to go, let's see who gets the scores.
Yeah, they're processing them right now. Coco needed a reasonable score in the 4 range. Coco's score coming in. Here is the situation. Coco, you had the lead for just a minute there until Vahiti's score came in. Here it is. Coco Ho, 6.93 with 11.43 total, and then a 6.1. Enzo, a 6.1 surfer in blue, puts you and keeps you in the lead with a 12.27. Red has priority. Coco, you have priority, needing a 5.34. Again, with priority, Coco Ho, you're in second. You need a 5.34 with 4:25 on the clock.
So the likely difference there was that combination maneuver by Coco Ho, that big re-entry, big forehand re-entry into the backhand re-entry float. Just a really dynamic combination maneuver. And then on the inside, the wave just had a little bit more power to it. And so that's the difference, a 6.93 and a 6.1. And so Vahiti, with 4 minutes to go, has the lead. But it is so close. Coco Ho has priority and needs a 5.34. This is going to be very close.
Yeah, it is. What an action-packed heat when the waves arrive, because these two have spent time on sizable waves out there at sunset and the like, all along the North Shore. Here they're a little chillier waters, but still the same ocean. Representing Supergirl and Coco. Right now needing a 5.34, and for a lady that spent a lot of time in these waters, especially at Oceanside for this event, she knows it can go down to the last second. So experience and patience, we'll see how they pay off for her here. Looking to the north of pier, I see a white jersey of our longboard competition going on. So if you're on the pier, look on the other side. Got a longboard competition going on. Little Fred Astaire dancing.
So looking out to the lineup now. Priority, Coco Ho has it. Is she going to use it? She's paddling for this wave, up and riding on her backhand. Big wave here. Does the float. Comes down with the lip. Can she get inside? It looks like there's plenty of power on this wave. Working her way through, looking for the clean open face. Now she has it. Onto the inside. Will she go right or left? Weaving away. Now makes the choice, goes right. Another re-entry, incomplete on the end. But she's looking for a 5.34. There was the maneuver out the back before that closing maneuver on the front. So this is where the judges take a lot of care. They'll look at the waves that came before. They compare. Vahiti now obviously has priority. 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Yeah. Will that be the 5.34 that Coco Ho needs?
Is that it? And here's another peek at it online. So up top, right out of the gates, great looking float. And then she keeps it together with that energy coming towards the shore, not able to hold on, as we'll see on the inside.
And that first turn, where she hit the lip was a little bit in the kind of the lip was coming down. It was in the middle of the wave, so it wasn't as critical as some of the earlier waves. And then this re-entry and not able to keep it.
And score in, that's a 4.0, needing a 5.34. That is not enough to put her into the lead. So Vihiti with priority in blue. You have the lead, Coco Ho, 1:11 on the clock.
But here goes Coco Ho, taking a look at that wave, and with a minute remaining, she knows she still needs that 5.34. Vihiti can be patient to hold that priority.
Yeah,
use that now.
Yeah, Coco was looking at that inside chunk saying priority's not in my favor here, so what can I knock off potentially on the inside? And now it's just a matter of timing. 45 seconds left. Nature of competition. This is how it shapes up. Is the wave going to be there for you? Who can capitalize? Vihiti Inso, the teenager from Hawaii, not even born when Coco took her first cape here in 2008. And Banzai by the Pelicans out there, just dropping it like it's hot. Here we go, 10 seconds on the clock with nothing but the only activity you see in the ocean is the birds dropping in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have our first official upset. Coco Ho will stay where she is, and Vihiti, you will be moving on to the next round of 8. Awesome surfing by two Hawaiians. You see the smile on Coco Ho's face because she's happy that a Hawaiian knocked her off. We'll be back in a minute with our 4th heat of the round of 16 here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
I'm feeling alive when I'm being true. A world filled with
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
At Paul Mitchell, we believe in the beauty of giving back, protecting our forests and waterways, feeding families in need through sustainable community gardens, and ensuring that our products are always cruelty-free. Big or small, there's beauty in making a difference every single day. That's what connects all of us together in a deep, meaningful way. Join us. Live beautifully.
Back to Oceanside along the pier, gray skies, good waves. Nissan Supergirl Pro continues on here. The Surf Pro, brought to you by Sambazon, bringing the delicious powers of acai to all the surfers, competing and straight to your freezer every day. Visit Sambazon.com to shop now. And the United States Marine Corps, the battle to belong begins here. Thank you to all members of our military, especially the Marines here in Oceanside, right by Camp Pendleton. Mark Fuel is next to me. Shannon is down below getting interviews. I'm Uncle Lee. We got a heat going on here from representing France is none other than our French-Polynesian Tahitian bombshell, Vahine Fierro. She's in the red. And then the young gun all the way from here, Caitlin Simmers in the blue.
Yeah, well, nobody knows this break better than Caitlin Simmers. She's from Oceanside. And last year we saw her use that local knowledge to her advantage. And a couple of her earlier heats, Coco Ho got some points over her in the last round, but in the first round, Katie looked really sharp. Taking a look now at this wave, going in under both of those, and Vahine Fierro, just 21 years of age, but already charging Chopu, the French Tahitian, and incredibly talented young surfer. So combined age here of 35 in the water.
Yeah, that's going to be neat for the Olympics coming up in Paris, but the surfing is going to take place over in Tahiti. You know that Vahine wants to be there for sure to represent her home turf. It's not a place you just get to. You really got to figure out and earn your right to Chopes. Have you been?
I have been. It's a beautiful part of the world. Looking at this, up and riding, Katie Simmers, and also Vahine. Vahine Fierro. Both of them are like, okay, watch this. Oh, watch this.
Yeah, bum to bum.
Side by side, so they split the peak. Now, Katie going right. Vahine hasn't been able to get through to the inside. What could Katie do to finish? Big forehand turn there and completes it. Wow, some more synchronized surfing. And that was fantastic. And both solid first turns.
Yeah, that
Katie
was
Simmers
nice.
Being able to get through all the way to the inside for one more turn. So let's take a look here. This is Katie down with the lip. And Vahine was just, there she is there, just in the screen on the replay, taking a look at each other, making sure that Katie isn't getting in her way. But then this is where the extra points come in for Katie Simmers. Working through, a little cut back there, just setting it up. Now the wave steepens up and into the lip and coming down with the lip. And that is way harder than it looks.
Yeah, and the way she held on after that snap and then looked over her shoulder, that just shows that poise and that comfort and the confidence at all of 14 years of age. So she walked away with a cape last year. Remember the name, Caitlin Simmers. Just that was far from simmering. That was boiling hot on this cold water out there. So good job. And Vahine Fierro, we'll get them out into position. And now we've got ourselves another young gun from Hawaii, Vahiti Mahana. And so you know what? I want to hear her say her name. Shannon, take it away.
Thank you so much. It's exciting to see here. Big smile. You're just competing against one of your heroes. How does it feel to take the 3-time champion down?
Oh, Coco Ho, she's one of my biggest inspirations. She's not only a great surfer, but she's also a great human being. Right before the heat, she was like so stoked. You know, she was saying how great the waves looked, and you know, here's me just shivering cold, and she's excited to get, you know, the heat running. And even after, I just had to come up to her and just say, you know, you're my biggest inspiration. You know, she's just all around such a great human being.
Well, born and raised in Honolulu, you also grew up surfing with Carissa Moore. And what an inspiration to have an Olympian also as one of your friends. What do you think is in store for the future of female surfing?
Female surfing has, you know, just gone, I think it's just grown over so many years. You know, people like Carissa, Emily Emanuel, Coco Ho, and, you know, even Caroline Marks, you know, they've just pushed the boundaries for women surfing, and hopefully, us, the younger generation, we continue to do that, and you know, just keep on building women's surfing and just make it even bigger.
What would it mean to you to win Supergirl Pro and have the cape around your neck?
I think it'd be super cool. I was even talking to some people. I was like, I love to have the cute little picture of the, you know, with the cape turned around, and I don't know, I think it's just so cool, you know, to have one of those capes. It would be so cool. I'm obsessed with Supergirl on Netflix, so I've been watching that nonstop. So even on this trip, I think it'd just be super cool to have one.
Well, were there any nerves going into that heat with Coco, or do you think that pushed your surfing to, you know, just elevated everything?
You know, when I saw I was going up against Coco, I definitely, when I woke up this morning, I was definitely nervous than the last few days, and I knew I had to bring my all to the table, and hopefully I did that, and just to surf well, and I don't know, she's just such a great surfer. I just can't believe it.
I love it. Well, 13 years old, turning 14 in a couple days. Happy early birthday. Vi, moving on to the next round.
Thank you.
You can't. How can you not help but smile when you see that? That's exactly what I saw on the Kakaina videos, is that her friends are like, she just laughs the whole entire time. Okay, to the situation at hand, Caitlin Simmers, a 7.83. Vahine Fierro, 5.67. 2 waves caught. Caitlin Simmers in the blue, again a 7.83. Vahine Fierro with priority in the red, a 5.67. There's your update with under 17 minutes left on the clock. But Fulie, that's got to create a little action hero. She could be her own little action hero. Miss laughs a lot.
Yeah, she is just the personality and the joy that she is exuding is just fantastic. Yeah, she's almost like she'd be a great character on Teen Titans.
Yes.
But just a great performance. 13 years of age, and she's into the quarterfinals here.
Yeah, that's spectacular. Big
fantastic.
Future.
Yeah.
For
Caitlin Simmers also with a big future ahead of her, a 7.83 on that wave. Vahine Fierro has the priority. 5.67 also. Her backhand turn that was on the replay was just a little bit out of screen, was also very, very critical. She wasn't able to get the link up through to the inside, closer to the beach, but also very critical turn. So very similar on the outside, and the difference was that Caitlin was able to get through to the inside. Let's see, will Vahine use her priority? She does. Up and riding on a backhand. Nice wave in front of her. First turn really crisp. There's the second one, carving back to the pocket. This one is going to line up all the way through, you can tell. Now looking for a steep part of the wave. Gets it vertical. Bang! Oh, and ejects. Strong finish.
Proper, well done, not rushed, but it had the speed, the power, the flow, good maneuvers there. That's going to help out huge. Let's see if Caitlin Simmers can answer on her second ride. Here she comes towards you folks on the pier, wrapping around, digging that rail in, and that slows her down, and that's a wrap.
Yeah, well, she'll keep her priority.
Yep.
And she does get that'll be a score on the board. But Vahine Fierro just used her priority.
We're going to take a peek back at the red. Here you go,
so
Fierro.
This was the first one. And so watch this turn here. Totally, completely in the lip. Caitlin Simmers was just further south there, we can see there. And then they split. And Caitlin went right and Vahine went left. So that was a critical turn coming down with the lip.
Yeah, that was the first wave ridden in the first part of the heat where they were side by side. Wanted to show that once again to you, to show you where we're at in the competition.
So,
here's the second wave.
Yeah, really beautiful wave here. Clean face, really crisp first turn. Then working it back here. And then she sets up for the inside section. Another wrapping cutback. And she's just looking to stay closest to where the power is. Now, this is the finishing turn. Vertical. Out of the lip, and then driving herself back down the face.
And Fulie, that scored in a 6.83 as you folks at home are looking at the judges right over their shoulders. We got a bird's eye view right next to us. And so Vahine Fierro, you are commanding it in the lead with a 5.67, and that last wave at 6.83. You have the lead. Caitlin Simmers in blue with priority. You now need a 4.67. Caitlin Simmers out of Oceanside, you need a 4.67. There's 13:25 on the clock. Fierro, born late in the 20th century, December 2nd, 1999. She's 21 years young. Been all over the French Polynesian islands and around Tahiti. In a little island, Huahine, near Bora Bora. You've been there, Fulie, right?
Yeah, it's a small, very beautiful island. There's a bunch of breaks around it. There's one resort on one side of the island, and then there's a township. So it's not a big island. It's absolutely stunning. There's a one right-hand point reef break out there that is fiercely contested.
Yeah.
And so, obviously, growing up around there, she will have had to have established herself competitively just in the lineup. But it's a beautiful part of the world. She speaks 4 languages: Tahitian, French, Spanish, and English. And a great quote from Free Surf magazine, the great Free Surf mag out of Hawaii, a few years ago described her as more than a surfer, human sunshine.
Human sunshine.
Human sunshine.
Yeah. A shout out to Mike Latronic and his whole posse at Free Surf, man. They are still producing glossy, full-page magazines where everyone else has pretty much stopped. So thanks to Latronic and Free Surf for carrying that torch over there in the islands and around the globe for Stoke. Let's have a peek right now at the French Polynesian supercharger, Vihine Fierro. She's coming down the line, looking to improve upon that 5.67. And she'll just bow out, look towards the next wave.
Yeah, so good choice there. She doesn't have priority, so just looking to stay busy, catch a wave. You never know if one of these waves is going to suddenly wedge up. We've seen that a few times, something that looks unexpected, and then wedges up as it gets closer to the pier and then produces something on the inside.
We'd like to acknowledge all of our cameramen, whether you're with the event or not. Make sure you tag at Supergirl Pro, hashtag Supergirl Pro as well. And let's take a peek for you folks at home one more time on that last wave from Vihine Fierro. A nice wraparound, keeps it focused. One more backhand roundhouse, so to speak, and that's all it had. And it's going to be a 2.67. The song remains the same. Caitlin, you got priority. You're in second place. You need a 4.67. Vihine Fierro, 2 waves, has you at 12.5. And it's 10:40 left on the clock. I want to thank, again, all the cameramen keeping it in focus. You have an app, Supergirl Series. The app is free. It tells you all things going on in the water, out of the water, around the festival village, and dials in our sponsors. It's got the scores, and it has a link to the live webcast. So if you're here and you don't know much else to do, or don't have much else to do, send some texts, some social posts to your friends and family. Put it on your feed that you're here and this event is live to the world at supergirlpro.com or the WSL site or Surfline or Twitch. It keeps on going and going. I have a friend up in the Northern California who's never seen a surf competition. He tuned in yesterday all day and was blown away at what he saw, what he witnessed. So this gives us as surfers the opportunity to expand the know-how and the knowledge of this sport, and that's what the Olympics, in fact, did. Carissa Moore, Olympic gold medalist, was in the mix yesterday and the day before with an inspirational moment for 24 girls where we heard Bethany Hamilton, and I think Kelly Slater showed up as well. And that's what this event is about, to give the opportunity to those that don't necessarily know how to get to the next level. And for someone like Caitlin Simmers, who is all of 16 years young, she was 2 when this event started. Vihine Fierro, she was around 7 when it started. Our previous competitor, Miss Laughs a Lot, Miss Giggles, Vihine, she wasn't born when this started, and now she just defeated the lady that won this event when it started, Coco Ho. So really cool to see. Also, I like to give acknowledgments to our personal flotation device out there, Kurt Steinmetz, in the Kermit the Frog green wetsuit. That's right. And he's loaded that up with high-powered film to document this from a different angle than any of us will get. Better than a drone, better than a helicopter. He's our modern-day Aquaman for the WSL. Thanks, Kurt.
And the steely nerves of Caitlin Simmers. She has a competitive spirit and just tactically, like you see her for somebody of her age. We saw it last year as well. She won't be panicking out there. She's like, oh, I've got 8 minutes left, but she won't just scramble around. She will wait and she will look for the wave with the highest scoring potential. Needing a 4.67 right now. She opened up with that 7.83, so very capable of that. She's just got to play the waiting game. But she has priority, so she can pick whatever wave she wants.
What's that, Mark? Oh, you want to know who's coming up next? Okay, I'll tell you. It's Chelsea Tuak from Barbados, along with Sarah Baum, going to be dropping some bombs out there, hopefully, from South Africa. So we go to
another heat where there's a lot of experience. Both those surfers have been competing for I think over a decade, and from different parts of the world, South Africa and Barbados, and so they've surfed against each other as well a bunch of times.
For those of you on the beach right now, give it up for the man running with a great stride with the backpack on. That's right, give it up for him. Keeping it lighthearted and fun, and just so stoked on the interview from Vahidi. She just represents stoke right there. So you keep that energy going, young lady. Don't ever lose that zest for life. 6:36 on the clock. Still the same for you folks that are just joining online. Caitlin Simmers is in second place in blue. Local gal, took the Cape last year, and she is out there up against French-Polynesian surfer Vahine Fierro. She is in the lead with a 6.83 and a 5.67. We have 6 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. I'd like to thank Pura Vida. Swing by their booth for some fun Polaroid pictures today. Also, The Reader is San Diego's weekly publication, published every Thursday. Visit vote.sandiegobestov.com for San Diego's Best of poll. That voting ends September 20th. And we also want to thank Nissan, an easier choice than ever with our exciting and fuel-efficient lineup. Now get great offers across our full lineup. And in 21 minutes' time, the Raiders are kicking off against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I know you're all excited about that, as I am.
Well, 5.5 minutes remaining. There's not been a huge amount of waves in this heat. In fact, 5 waves ridden, and there's maybe been 1 or 2 other waves that have come through the entire heat. So pretty quiet in the ocean. As our high tide looks to top out.
It's time for White Claw Hard Seltzer Trivia. Tough question for you, Mark. True or false? It's a true or false. You have a 50-50 chance. If a starfish loses a leg, it grows another one. True or false?
True.
That's right. Good job. And we're back to the action.
Oh, it was easy. Got to make it a little bit harder.
Okay, true or false? This goes to our milk sponsor. You can lead a cow up a flight of stairs, but you cannot lead it down a flight of stairs. True or false?
True.
That is true. Yes, you cannot take a cow. That's a fraternity prank that was done back in the 60s, and they had to euthanize or put the cow to sleep in order to get it down the stairs because there was no elevator.
You've
spent
You've spent a lot of time at events filling gaps. That's all I can say.
I actually have a downtime Bible. It's right next to me here. It is over 60 pages of information that is absolutely useless in order to fill the void.
That is so fantastic.
For instance,
Chris Ertz, of course, Olympic announcer, and called Action Sports for a long time. And next Olympic Games for you, Chris?
I will be joining Lindsay Jacobellis, the Supergirl, who was here yesterday in Beijing for the Winter Olympics starting in February. Fantastic. If it happens. So we'll just go one event at a time. And we talked about this yesterday, Mark. The energy you get from an event, you can't reproduce it. You know, you can watch things online, even like going to meetings online for Zoom. You don't get the same experience being face-to-face and hearing and seeing and feeling that action like we heard with Vahite, you know? Yeah. So the event world for me just makes everything just a little bit better. And I think you feel that same way.
Yeah. No, I certainly hope that the Winter Olympics goes off, and looking forward to seeing you in action there. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. So for the first time, we've seen Katie take a look at a wave. She has priority, so if she paddles, she has to go, but they're going to split the peak. Katie Simmers on the right, Vahine Fierro on the left. 2 turns there for Vahine. And now onto the inside. Katie still going as well. making sure that Vaheen making sure that she doesn't get in the way of Katie. She's going to get through onto the inside. This wave's sucking up. There's a right-hander in front of her. Big slashing turn. Can she fit in one more? She does.
Money.
Not much room there at the end, and rides out clean. It was the second last turn. Maybe the best turn of her entire wave. Yeah, so much energy. But a surfer in red, Vaheen Fierro, also got in some good turns on that ride. So both scoring rides got to come in. We're going to have to wait for both to come in to know where we're at. Vaheen has priority, 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Wow, this is such an even battle between these two young stars. There we are, the splitting of the peak. Low center of gravity there. Oh, really getting the tail out in the replay. We see a little bit of a stumble on that second turn for Caitlin. But then she recovers well. The first turn really smooth. And then it worked her way through onto the inside. Did really well to get over that bump. And now here, this turn is the money turn. Beautiful slashing cutback. And then fits in another one. And times it perfectly to come down with the lip. Waiting on scores, 1 minute and 25 remaining. Caitlin should get back out into the lineup in time for another chance.
Yeah.
But surfer in red with priority.
And score coming right through right now. 1:10 on the clock, 7.03, changing the situation dramatically. Caitlin Simmers with a couple of hearty sevens on the board. Total 14.86. Vaheen Fierro, you're against the wall now in priority in red, needing an 8.03. Under a minute left. Again, 8.03 is needed by surfer in red, Vaheen Fierro. So there's some local knowledge along with great timing. She just earned that with the pump and the energy on the inside, Fuely.
Yeah, and the commitment, that combination of maneuvers right at the end with 30 seconds remaining. A big carving slash in the pocket and then straight up and in and over the lip to complete that turn. That's where the points came from. The first turn out the back also was strong, but most of them coming from that inside combination of maneuvers, I believe. 20 seconds.
Well, it looks like it was the right time of the day for Caitlin Simmers. With 5 seconds approaching right now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Caitlin Simmers will be advancing to the Great 8. Vaheen Fierro, excellent effort all the way around. And you'll watch the rest of the action from the beach. We'll be back in just a minute with our next heat from the Nissan Supergirl Pro here in Oceanside, California.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Fin Hotel, a tapestry collection by Hilton.
Major competition, and she was partnered with Carissa. It was great.
Yeah, stay put. We got to do some billboards. Welcome back. We're talking with Rick Bratman right now. Folks online, this is the Nissan Supergirl Pro brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most selective line of awesome vehicles. And by White Claw Hard Seltzer, your open invitation to escape to pure enjoyment, whatever that means for you. Made simple because fun always is. And we are welcoming you back in. Uncle Lee alongside Rick Bratman, the kingpin of this event from ASA Entertainment. But in the water, why we're all here, Chelsea Tuak from Barbados in the red, Sarah Baum, South Africa in the blue. And we set our sights on the competition in the water with the veteran of this event, been coming here since 2012, Chelsea Tuak. And she, Rick, has matured greatly, not only in her media presence, but her surfing. And blue out back. But we'll focus on the front here of Chelsea Tuak putting it together and not able to hold on that last wave. But give it up for Chelsea, the Supergirl veteran out here, doing it since 2013, actually.
Yeah, she was 17 the first time she came to the event. Now she's 25, and like you said, she's matured incredibly as a surfer and a person as well. She's an amazing young woman, and we're so happy that she comes back year over year.
Yeah, I was talking about her coach Jimmy, who was always here, whatnot, and she said yesterday, he's not here, he's somewhere else doing something, but he taught me a lot of great things. That's what a coach will do for you. As I think Carolyn Marks will say the same thing about Mike Parsons.
Oh, yeah.
Snips.
I mean, yeah, Mike's the greatest.
Did you get a chance to see Carolyn's last ride yesterday?
I did not, but I heard about it, and I heard it was legendary, and I was texting with her, and she was so excited, too. She talks openly about how she wants the Cape. And because she's one of the, of the top CT girls, she's one of the few that hasn't had that chance yet. She's coming second a bunch, so.
Yeah, we'll see more. We'll see Caroline in our last heat against Tia Blanco in our round of 16 right now. Sarah Baum, the goofy footer, 27 years young, out of South Africa. You folks that are watching this online, welcome in. It's 9:50 local time in Oceanside. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro. Having a moment, luckily, to catch up with Rick Bratman, who put this event together over 14 years ago. Started in Huntington Beach, migrated down here, and Oceanside's been a great venue through the years, huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Oceanside's like our second home. Everybody has embraced this event. We feel like we're a part of the community, and it's so nice that we're able to expand, to north of the pier this year and add the longboarding as well as the adaptive.
And here's a look back at Chelsea Tuak for you folks at home. Again, people on the beach, we've got a screen that we're calling live to the webcast. Chelsea Tuak, the Barbadian goddess, all of 25, a quarter of a century old now, and she really I didn't see her for the last couple of years. I was absent, and then just to hear her speak yesterday, that comfort, that confidence, it comes with experience, and she learned a lot of it here at the Supergirl Pro since 2013. Right. So on behalf of all the girls and everyone at this event, you've done a wonderful job of being the kingpin, and I thank you, sir, for your tireless effort. You and your staff, all the volunteers, the way you bring in people from colleges, like you have a litany of people here from San Diego State gaining invaluable experience at this event. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's all about putting smiles on people's faces, and so hopefully everybody on the beach and everybody's watching around the world just feels the same way we do about the energy and the positivity about this entire environment. And thanks for everything you've been doing, E.
Oh,
for
what
the
a
last, 15
what an
years
honor.
Or less, so.
Okay, hands are up. Chelsea Tuak, your second wave score, 2.83. Rick, thank you. We know you're a slammed, busy man. Thank you for your time. He's off like a Superman. Okay, so Chelsea Tuak, 383, 283. You got the lead, 19 and a half minutes remaining. And Sarah Baum, that one wave was a .87. I get all fired up when I see Rick because that guy, he runs around here like there's 25 hours in a day. He makes another hour happen for him somehow, and maybe he sleeps during that. But to know him and his work effort is to love him. And if you're watching from around the world, you got a computer in front of you, dial in ASA Entertainment, take a look at what they've done in the name of action sports. You name it, from snow to skate, even to inline to freestyle motocross, BMX, anything to do with action sport lifestyle. ASA has had his hand in it since 1994, and what a treat. Chelsea, smile, you're on camera. There she is. Yeah, so coming from Barbados, a couple years on the championship tour for her. was 2016, 2015. Stayed right around the middle of the pack and then never got out of the 13s. But the fact that she, spent years on the QS, as a matter of fact, in 2018, she did 16 qualifying series events. That is just a road dog, road warrior. And you folks online right now in Beach, you're looking at Caitlin Simmers. She's got security with her. She's got a Sharpie. She's signing autographs. That's right. Just like Ricky Bobby right there.
The local hero. And what a performance. Clutch performance right there at the end of that heat for Katie Simmers to move her into the quarterfinals. Chelsea Tuak with a 3.83 and a 2.83 is in the lead, but Sarah Baum has the priority right now, just a score under 1, a 0.87 on the board. These two surfers, a lot of experience between the two of them. Sarah from South Africa has travelled all around the world, has been competing on QS events since around about 2008, and we saw yesterday, it was in the dying moments of a heat that she was able to come back and progress through into the next round. And so we know she's a very, very experienced competitor, very powerful surfer. And Chelsea also has been competitive for a very long time. Back in 2015, she was the first Barbadian to be crowned the North American Junior Champion for the World Surf League, and the first to win a Pro Junior event when she won the Cocoa Beach Pro in March 2013. So
and
these two ladies have surfed against each other a number of times.
Give
so
a little,
this is not new to them.
A little love for Caitlin Simmers right there. We'll hear from her in a minute on the webcast, but props due where props are due, right on the beach. That's it. At one point, Caitlin, you were that age, just like, 4 years ago?
Sarah Baum up and riding. Looking a couple of turns out the back, not able to push onto the inside. Chelsea out the back. Can she paddle into this one? She does, a right-hander. Home break of Soup Bowl, so she knows how to ride a right-hand wave. This one lining up. Can she get a link onto the inside? Pushing through. And she does. Now the wave will steepen up. One more turn. Can she fit in another? And just jumping off a board there at the end. So Chelsea had the lead. Sarah was looking for a 5.79, so 2 scores to drop in.
Yeah, Chelsea's best finish here since 2012. A 5th place back in 2015. So, again, gaining massive experience out of her each time, and won the 2019 Volkswagen South African Open. And started her QS campaign back in 2012. And in about an hour, we're going to have an interview from a general? Is that what I saw?
Major.
Excuse me, a major from the Air Force.
Yeah, she flies the B-1 bomber.
Oh, of course she does. Yeah. All right, who doesn't?
Just that small aircraft.
The bomber. Yeah. Waiting for some bombs to come through here. And it looks like we have a tiny bit of a lull right now, so let's go throw it on down to Shannon Quirk, who is with heat winner, local girl, last year's champion, Caitlin Simmers.
That's right. Katie, you obviously know what you're doing out there, Oceanside being your home break. What were you looking for in the lineup today?
I don't know. It looked pretty inconsistent, so I was kind of just looking for 2 waves, and I just got that. So I barely got that, so I'm pretty happy.
What equipment did you decide to ride today here in Oceanside?
I just rode my standard shortboard. I just ride that in basically all conditions, so it worked pretty good.
Well, you had the cape on last year. What would it mean to you to make it back to the podium spot?
Yeah, last year I wouldn't really count it as winning. I mean, it was winning, but I don't really count it because it wasn't an individual, so hopefully I can make a couple more heats and get it this year.
Any friends and family you'd like to thank and say hi to?
just thank you to my, do I look at the, okay, sorry. My friends on the beach, they're over there, and then my family, and maybe some of my grandparents are watching. I don't know. Just thank you.
Awesome. Grandpa, local girl, is moving on to the next round. Back to you guys.
Yes, Caitlin, love it. Just fully stoked on the surf and what's going on around her. Kind of like Ricky Bobby. What do I do with my hands? What do I do with my hands? Where do I look? That's great. Caitlin, just keep doing what you're doing. Don't focus on the media. Focus on your surfing. The media will be there for a long time.
Yeah, they'll be following her around for a long time. But really interesting there, she says she doesn't count the Supergirl Cape from last year because it was a different format. So there's a champion mindset right there. She wants to win a Supergirl Cape in the regular format. So that's fantastic. Just to bring everybody up to speed, Chelsea in red, a 4.2 and a 3.83. You were in the lead. And Sarah Baum, who has priority. Just taking a look here. We're just looking at a replay of 2 solid turns by Sarah Baum, which gave her a 4.13 on that last ride. And now she needs only a 3.91. She wasn't able to work through to the inside, but Sarah grew up in Durban, which is a beach break in South Africa, and very similar to here. So yesterday she said that she feels like home there, and just loves coming back here and participating in the Supergirl Pro. But she has been competing on the QS since 2008, and she has won events every year for the last 4 years. Every year she wins at least one event. And it was actually in 2014 she got 3rd at the Chain Reaction Pro Junior, and she happened to be knocked out by Chelsea at that competition way back in 2014.
Interesting, huh? How they met up 7 years ago. Yeah. So she was 20, Chelsea was all of 18, and here they are in another competition in a different part of the world. Here's a look back at Chelsea's previous ride. I think that was her 4.2. She currently has a lead with an 8.03. Again, Sarah with priority needed 3.91, but walking through this run for Chelsea, you see her. That's generating board speed, keeping it going, knowing from experience that the inside offers up a little something. You'll see she looks down the line with those eyes, focuses on what's ahead of her, not behind her. Yeah. And she just does that. Yeah. There's a classic quote by a 3-time X Games gold medalist skier and Olympic gold medalist David Wise. He says, "You're only as good," and he pauses, "as your last run." You know, what do you learn from it, and how do you take the learnings into your next run? And it's that next step thing that we were talking about earlier. Like, you're only as good as your last event, your last run, so on and so forth. So,
yeah. Or your last heat. And if you look at the last heat yesterday, Chelsea beat Tatiana Weston-Webb on the buzzer.
Yes.
To take that heat 5 in the round of 32. I've got a feeling that she may have switched boards during the day as well. Maybe using an epoxy in the morning, and then a different board in the afternoon. But we'll check on that. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Sarah Baum has priority, only needing a 3.91, and here she goes, up and riding on her forehand. So much experience. She's picked. Oh, that wave just didn't line up, and just hopping out. That was a good move. It would have been near impossible without a propeller to get through onto the inside section on that one, or a foil. If you had a foil, you might have been able to do it.
Would work just fine. Under 9 minutes left. If you're just walking up or riding your bike on the beach, welcome in. This is Heat 5 of the round of 16. Chelsea Tuak from Barbados in the red. She has priority. She's had a total combined wave score of 8.03. Sarah Baum is from South Africa in the blue. She has a 5, needing a 3.91. We started with 25 minutes. We're down to 8.5. Next up is going to be Alyssa Spencer and Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, that'll be a great battle. Very similar, actually, in style. Alyssa Spencer just younger, even though Tati's only, I think she's 24, 25, so still very young herself. But a very similar style, both very powerful, and so that's going to be a fantastic matchup. And that'll be followed by Mia Collins and Molly Picklum in the next heat. 8 minutes to go. Six scores during this heat. The 2 scoring rides for Chelsea, a 4.2 and a 3.83. And for Sarah, a 4.13 and a 0.87 right now. Priority has switched to Chelsea after Sarah catching that previous ride, only getting a 0.08. So unfortunately, Priority didn't give her the wave that she was looking for on that one. And if you're on the beach here, there is a lot of fun stuff happening today at 10 o'clock, and it is 10 right now. Yoga with Black Sheep Yoga.
Oh.
So go check that out. At 11 o'clock, Zumba with Jen Shelby. At 12 o'clock, there's a diversity and inclusion in swimming panel presented by Jolene. So Jolene putting on some great meaningful classes here. At 1 o'clock, fitness class with Demi Bagby. And I did get to see it at 2 o'clock, self-defense with Caitlin Ansari. I got to see some of that yesterday afternoon. That was fantastic. And then we have music as well throughout the entire day. And Austin Mahoney and Plain White Tees headlining this afternoon from 4:15 on.
Yeah, lots of great music. Check out the lineup at the Supergirl Series app, or we have a giant display board right behind the Nissan, right in front of the Nissan display, behind the Nissan stage. And we wish you nothing but the best of luck out there, Miss Tatiana Weston Webb. Always a pleasure. Comfortably striding along. Looking forward to her battle with Alyssa Spencer in less than 6 minutes. A Supergirl in her own right, looking to reclaim another cape to add to her web. All right, what do we got going on here? You folks online are taking a peek at red and blue. Chelsea Tuak from Barbados, current heat leader with priorities. Sarah Baum in blue, trying to find the right angle of attack to earn better than a 3.9. She needs a 3.91. So Barbados, a lovely island in the middle of the Atlantic, the Caribbean Sea. That's where I learned to scuba dive when I was 10. How's that?
Fantastic. What a
On
beautiful
the Love
place.
Boat. Okay, here we go. There she is. Speaking of Barbados, blistering it off the top, going to high noon, and then seeing what the foam will do with the energy of that foam pile. You can see it pushing, not too much hop, but right direction. She's on her forehand. Here she comes on the inside, one left. Wha-bam!
Okay,
Nice,
that's
Chelsea.
That's another strong ride, bookending both. The first turn, very vertical backhand re-entry, and then finishing off with 4.5 minutes remaining. So she was in the lead. And this first turn, it's going to be some good points. Look at this. About a head-high wave, fully vertical, and then riding down with the lip. And then looking forward, trying to see where is the power going to stay with this wave so I can get through to the inside section. And just a little pump biding her time. Now she starts to move the board backwards and forwards. And this is the finishing maneuver. And again, getting the nose of the board up and out of the lip. So 2 very strong turns and then a couple of little wiggles in the middle. She's looking to drop a 3.83 as her low score.
I think she had just enough on that wave to do just that. Yes, Mark, 6.0 on the scale from the judges out of 10. So she extends her lead. Chelsea Tuak with a 6.0 and a 4.2. You're presently still in the lead, and Sarah Baum in blue with priority. You now need a 6.07. 6.07. Has some sizable closeout waves are unfolding as we are past the high tide time of 8:52. The pool will start to drain, as we like to say, to push to a low tide at 2:14, which will be somewhere around our finals today. So it's going to be tricky and interesting, but we have the best in the world to navigate through it. Under 3 minutes left. Chelsea Tuak in the lead from Barbados in red. Blue needing a 6.07, and this is Sarah Baum taking a peek at it, racing down the line. She gets a nice vert snap, and the fins came undone. Couldn't redirect that with the right speed towards the shore.
Yeah, that was she set that up that turn up really well, hard off the bottom, and then a radical top turn, but wasn't able to hold on to it and complete that turn. So now it's a race. Who will get priority? Both surfers, for those at home watching the webcast on your screen, racing to get out the back for that priority position.
Just over 2 minutes left. Again, Alyssa Spencer, Tatiana Weston Webb, they're working their way out there. Blue getting some. South Africans, Sarah Baum, what do you got? Floating it. And just not able to get out, Mark.
And maybe played that turn a little safe and went for the middle of the wave, and at the end it knocked her off. And that was an opportunity there to go big on that closeout maneuver. And so that's not going to help her scoreline. Chelsea now has priority with 1 minute and 30 remaining, and her last score came in at a 6. Chelsea, you got a 6. So now Sarah needs a 6.07 to move up into first.
Yeah, you can see the strength and the experience, the paddling of Chelsea. She's paddling. She is in the lead, but for you folks on the beach and at home, she is going over there to protect the lead. With 1 minute left, we've seen buzzer beaters before. Chelsea's been a part of that buzzer beater scenario before, so she's going to be getting right next up and cozy with Sarah. She's putting everything she has into that right now, reaching deep into that gas tank, knowing she has a lot more surfing yet to do today if she can protect this lead. And as you see Blue, Sarah's trying to get away from her, because if a wave comes, Chelsea has that priority. This is the game of cat and mouse and strategy that we like to explain time and time again for those on the beach. Yes, red has the lead. She can't just sit back and relax. She's got to protect it. And we're down to 25 seconds. You never know what's going to pop up out there. It doesn't look overly promising, but you never know. 20 seconds. Good physical workout for both of them. And we're knocking it down in 10 seconds. And looks like Tuak has dodged a bullet. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The double horn ends the heat. We're going to break right now for you on the webcast. We thank you for tuning in here. Stick with us as we have Alyssa Spencer and Tatiana Weston Webb coming up next from Oceanside here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
Some give their weekends. Some devote their entire lives. All we need are the moments of courage, of resilience and ingenuity, devotion, integrity, selflessness and excellence. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. All we need is the best of you. How many moments can you give?
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Back to Oceanside. We are the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform, join us. And by Adobe. Join us in the Create Waves Challenge to help protect our ocean. For more information, visit adobe.ly/createwaves. Again, we keep talking about it. You see the banners hung. Nissan's our title sponsor. And you folks at home, welcome in Heat 6, round of 16. We're cutting through it. Alyssa Spencer out of Encinitas. More or less a local girl at 18 years young. She's in the red. And right next to her is the 2016 U.S. Open champion, 2015 Supergirl champion, Tatiana Weston Webb. Such a powerhouse coming from Hawaii. Mom was a former pro bodyboarder from Brazil. Dad, super passionate surfer as well, so you can say it's in the genes. Nearly 20 podiums on the championship tour, meaning top threes, approaching 20, and we'll see that happen this next season for sure. Just took a second place by just a mere point, really, over Carissa, under Carissa Moore, I should say, at Trestles earlier this week when the swell was peaking, pumping, frothing. And what a delight it is to have Tatiana Weston Webb, the platinum blonde, supercharged stunt surfer, coming here since 2014. Taking second her maiden year, winning it her second year. 2019 took runner-up again. And she, along with Alyssa Spencer, are seeing what will the ocean do in order to get another Supergirl cape. Hello, everybody. Uncle E alongside Mark Fuel, longtime veteran of the surf world, hailing from Australia until, I believe, 2002, migrated over this way and never looked back.
Yeah, never went back other than to visit a lot.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I recall you did some Olympic announcing as well.
Yeah,
in the mountain bike
a long
world.
time ago. Sydney Olympics, triathlon and mountain biking, and first event of the Sydney Olympics was the women's triathlon at the Opera House, and so I feel very fortunate to have been able to announce, the world's best women at a number of sports. And I'm thankful and very grateful to be able to be here with you today, Chris. I think one of the things that we've enjoyed on our journey in all of the events that we've done together is we were always striving for equality in both men's and women, and so it's one of the things I'm most proud of in our careers, that we've been able to be part of that. Alyssa Spencer in the red, taking a look at that. Tatiana Weston Webb.
And on the beach, just a big round of applause. Chelsea Tuak, there you go. Smiles for miles as she is looking to get her best result, and she's going to get close to it because fifth was her best in 2015. For you folks online, Chelsea Tuak just took the previous heat over Sarah Baum. She'll move on to the Great 8. She'll be inching towards another cape as well. We'll hear from her in a minute, but right now, again, Alyssa Spencer in the red, local girl going up against the Brazilian native, but spending a boatload of time in Princeville, Hawaii, getting comfortable with the waves over there. She is in the blue. No waves caught, 25 minutes on the clock. We're down to 19 minutes. Alyssa, so far this season, won the Outer Banks event, which was a qualifying series event, and she took third before that one at the Jax Surfboard Pro in Huntington. So familiar with both oceans this year, the Atlantic. That really came alive also in September. They had some ridiculous swells due to those hurricanes. If you've been watching Surfline at all or any of the media feeds. And also, Alyssa came out here at 9 years of age as a spectator. She joined in 2015, and she is here competing this day and age. But right now, a little bit of a lull. Let's go down to Chelsea Tuak from Barbados with Shannon Quirk.
Thank you, Chelsea, the Barbados surfer girl. How's it feel to be here in Oceanside representing?
Oh, it feels good. It feels good to make some heats and be into the quarterfinals. I love this event, as I said yesterday. It's kind of cherry on top now. My work's not finished. I really want to get to the finals today and maybe wear that cape, but the waves are still fun. I thought it would be a bit smaller than this, so happy to get the waves and a few more heats to go.
Yeah, it looks like you picked a different peak to be out there today. Tell us about the strategy and the lineup.
Yeah, I've been watching the surf for a couple of days, and I was really confident with where I was lining up. Sarah was a bit further down, so kind of had my eye on her as well and say, if I need to move down, if there's more waves by her, I'll move down. And I don't think my wave selection was the best in that heat, but I felt like the high tide was right there and it might lull a lot. So I just wanted to get on the board and kind of build some scores. So I was really happy for that 6 at the end, just move ahead a bit more. But yeah, hopefully more waves in the next one.
Well, what would a win here at Supergirl Pro mean to you?
Be pretty huge. I feel like I haven't gotten in the finals for a little while. We haven't competed in a little while. So just having that momentum, I think, to go into the US Open and have a big result there, it's going to be great. I mean, I'm sure we'll be surfing waves like this in Huntington too, so it's perfect practice. Get some heat wins, get some rounds, and yeah, just keep going strong.
All right, well, seasoned competitor moving on to the quarterfinals. Back to you guys.
We talked about it earlier, just the confidence.
Cool.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Years of experience,
Hi.
meaning knowledge of comfortable in front of the camera, knows what she's speaking about, and telling people surfing. That was Chelsea Tuwak for you folks at home, and for you folks on the beach, she just won the previous heat. Now into the Great 8. Well, we've lost a fair amount of time with no waves caught. And sometimes, I'm not certain for this one if we're going to do a restart. We'll find out in a minute, but that is not going to be the case because we have a wave right now by the Platinum Ripper, Tatiana Weston Webb. We witnessed this yesterday. She's got that power, Supergirl power to get to the inside, but not this time.
As you say, Chris, just so much power, and we saw that on display at the World Championships finals for the first time ever at lower trestles, coming down to the final 5 on the world rankings. She came in ranked number 2, and in the final, she was up against Carissa Moore and took the first of 3 heats. Look at that. So good first turn on a backhand, then a foam climb, up and over, just looking very relaxed on this wave. Trying to pump through onto the inside. Lots of speed she's able to generate from not much of a wave, but not able to get through. So now priority with Alyssa Spencer. 15 and a half minutes to go and only 1 wave has been ridden, and it was a 2.67. A 2.67 for Tati. And Alyssa Spencer, the North American number 1, which she secured with her Outer Banks win. And the ISA Under-16 World Junior Champion. And welcome up to the booth, Shannon. What's been happening down on the beach there? There's a lot of excitement.
Yeah, excitement, nerves, you can see it all. This is a huge contest for women surfing, especially being an all-female event. And it's just exciting to be here to see it all kick off. You know, some of these ladies haven't competed in a year. Other ones like, Tati has been super busy flying around from the Olympics representing Brazil, and then her second place finish at Lowers being a highlight of her career.
Yeah, and you've been down doing the interviews on the sideline and getting all of the insights, but it genuinely appears that the competitors and everybody around really they love this competition for what it stands for and just the atmosphere that's here.
Well, most contests you have the men's division and the female division, and it can be challenging, to kind of. You're kind of in the shadows, I think, as a female surfer. People are there for the Kelly Slater on the beach, but as you can see, yesterday we had Bethany Hamilton in the water, and the entire beach was packed with little girls with posters, and they're so inspired by these surfers. And Carissa Moore was on the north side of the pier doing an amazing event with More Aloha, which actually Slater, I believe, showed up too. So it was a busy day of action here in Oceanside.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Such an incredible atmosphere here at the Supergirl Pro. The 14th year that the Supergirl Pro of Surf has been conducted, and Tatiana Weston Webb is a former Supergirl. She won her cape in 2015. We have 13 minutes and 15 seconds, and only one score on the board, and that's Tati at 2.6. But yeah, there's just such heritage here. But you've been also part of the rising side of big wave surfing for women. So tell us about that.
Oh yeah, that's been super exciting. We got the Piahi contest off, and I'll never forget when Paige Alms won that title, and then continuing on to really be the dominant force for women's surfing, especially out of Maui. I mean, you can see it in Tati's eyes, that fierce, the nature of just knowing reef breaks and really intense barrel rider. Like Tati is one of the best barrel riders in the world. No doubt she would have been probably in that podium finish for Tahiti if we'd had the Chopu event go on, and really a force to be reckoned with as a goofy footer.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic to see. And one of our competitors yesterday said it's not about gender, and that's certainly a message that comes through clearly. And when you see some of these huge waves that are being ridden around the world, women are absolutely charging. And I know that Tatiana Weston-Webb, for example, is very much looking forward to Chopu being for the first time on the Women's World Tour next year.
Yeah, it's coming back. Chopu had been on the WSL before. It's just different with all the ladies really ready for it now. And I think it's a classic expression to say, oh, it's too dangerous for women. And I love that argument because I'll go right into the stats and be like, well, did you know, have you heard of Maya Gabera and all these women that are taking on, 60-foot faces and Nazare, and it's ladies like that really open up the playing field to talking about women's role in the sport. The sport began on the Hawaiian Islands with the queens of the islands surfing waves. And so for the reemergence of women surfing, especially in the Hawaiian Islands, it's important for the sport. It's important for Carissa Moore to show the world what women can do out there and to be equal, not only in the prize money, but in the conditions and the opportunity.
Let's come back to that because it looks like Alyssa Spencer is going to use her priority here, and a powerful first turn. I mentioned before that Alyssa Spencer is like a younger Tatiana Weston-Webb and has a lot of power, is also a goofy footer. And if she can push through onto the inside here, Tati's wave was 2.67. Now, winding up, watch, can she do on a backhand, big backhand re-entry. And a strong finish there for Alyssa Spencer. And Shannon, what you were saying before, it's very appropriate then that the World Tour next year starts. The women and the men start at Pipeline.
Oh, super exciting. Let's watch this replay of Alyssa Spencer on her forehand heading towards the pier. Beautiful bottom turn up to the lip, tons of spray. Some of these, one hits can just be enough points, especially at a wave like Oceanside where the sandbar doesn't give you too much opportunity on the inside, but every once in a while, if you're pumping and have the right board, you can make it for that final finishing section.
And she finished so strongly here.
Yeah, taking on the inside, she's just moving around onto her backhand and just nice vertical hit off the top, giving the judges plenty to work with.
Yeah, and the swell is definitely slowing down here this morning, so being able to get a wave like that. And it's a 7. A 7 for Alyssa Spencer. That pushes her into the lead. And now Tatiana looking for a second wave. She obviously needs 2 waves, but a 4.34 would put her into that lead position. Shannon, you've also been down on the beach. You've been able to get a little bit closer to the surfboards. Tell us if you've seen a trend, what different boards, if there's different fins that the surfers are using.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of the Mayhems and the local boards. San Diego and San Clemente have some of the top shapers in the entire world, so no doubt it is the spot to work with a local shaper. And a wave like this where you have a sandbar that's, it's shifting around. Tati opted to surf the same board she surfed in the wave pool, which I found really interesting because it's Kelly Center's waves are completely different than the ocean, and it looks actually pretty challenging. It's very fast. And Tati said that board worked very well for her, and she's happy with it. So it's quick and fast. So that's what she was looking for here in Oceanside.
Is that a thruster or a quad setup?
It is, I believe, a thruster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been fantastic having the Surf Ranch, the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro, as part of the competition the last 2 years. The year before that was a specialty event. This year they're taking a break from the Surf Ranch, but they are going to some incredible spots around the world. And for some of those spots, it's the first time that we'll have a Women's World Tour event happening there. 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Alyssa Spencer is in front, and it looks like she's paddling for another one.
Yeah, Encinitas local looking towards the pier in red. Big turn into the whitewash, reverting around, and she's going to look to this inside section and see if she can get some more points on the board. Here she comes on her backhand. Boom, off the top.
Wow.
Alyssa Spencer, Encinitas local. Let's give it up for the local girl.
Wow, her board looks so lively on that wave. Just had so much speed, and the combination of maneuvers out the back. Shannon?
Now let's watch this replay. She did a great job getting really low to the board and has a little hit off the top, but she's really looking to that inside section and wrapping it around on the whitewash here. And then it's really all about just getting enough speed in order to get to the inside section for some more points. And that's really the difference, is the waves that really let you get into that inside section. You see there's a little bit more bowl to work with. And she gets low again on her backhand, super vertical, 12 o'clock. And that is going to give her another good score.
What do you think, stronger than her first ride that was the 7?
Well, you know, the judges are looking at the conditions, and it's going to be a similar score.
And it is coming at a 6.67. So Tatiana Weston-Webb, you are in a combination situation. And for those at home or on the beach, that means that Tatiana Weston-Webb needs 2 scoring rides. The 2.67 isn't going to help her at all. And with 6 minutes remaining, Tatiana Weston-Webb is on the ropes by Alyssa Spencer. 2 big scores, a 7 and a 6.67.
You know, Tati's being selective, but she's the fiercest competitor maybe at this event. I mean, she is definitely going to be hard to beat. It's Alyssa's local knowledge maybe playing into factor right now. Staying busy, and it's important here with these lulls. You know, you really got to check it out and not be too picky on what's coming through, especially with 5 minutes on the clock. But Tati could pull a Hail Mary. You never know what this girl can do. She's so on point, and Alyssa probably, you know, surfing even better than ever, just knowing she has Tati as her competitor.
Yeah, definitely pushing the level of her surfing, knowing that she's up against second in the world, one of the world's best, an Olympian, and also a Supergirl Pro champion. This is a 9th or 10th appearance for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She got second in 2019 and 2014, third in 17, and here we go. She has priority. She's going to use it. Tati up and riding.
Speaking of Tatiana, big hack off the top, a second turn, working her way to the inside section, seeing if there's any more opportunity. Tatiana Weston-Webb from Kauai moving through towards the pier. Let's see if she can take one more hit off the lip. Nice.
So strong ride, and also a combination of maneuvers on the outside section. So the judges will look to compare the different rides, the one by Alyssa, and it was a good use of her priority.
For sure. I mean, Tati's technique is just impeccable. You see the hands really moving her through there and getting big hits off the lip. You can see she lets her upper body lead while she's taking that turn, and so giving her a lot of power, and super fit athlete too. Very seasoned competitor. She knows what she's doing here. She's had plenty of contest experience and also Supergirl champ. So that last hit is going to be what's potentially going to give her a chance to move through this heat. Let's see what the judges think as the score comes in.
Yeah, very, very strong ride there for Tatiana Weston-Webb. 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes remaining. Score has come in, a 7.57. A 7.57 for Tatiana. That means that she now needs a 6.1 to move up into second position. A 6.1, 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Never say die.
Oh, for sure. And, her first ride was a 2.67, so that's, she could easily get another wave. We have 3 minutes on the clock. It's really up to Mother Nature at this point to see if she has another opportunity to take down the local girl, Red Alyssa Spencer. The pier is packed with San Diego locals. Give it up for Alyssa Spencer. You got to cheer her on these last 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Let's see what happens.
And now it's also tactics. Does Tatiana stay on the inside, stay away from her? Or it looks like Alyssa is moving right up beside her. So they're going to need, if a set comes, it would have to be a set with 2 waves in it, because certain that Alyssa is going to use her priority if given the opportunity. But Tatiana also putting the pressure on her there. Here's a wave.
Get a little paddle battle. Who's going to take it?
Means Alyssa has to take it.
Alyssa on her forehand. Big hack off the top. Pushing her way through the whitewash, seeing if she can get that inside section.
Her low score is a 6.67.
Looks like she's going to have some final finishing opportunity right here. Off the lip again, Alyssa Spencer.
Committed surfing by Alyssa Spencer. Will that be better than her 6.67? 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining.
Let's check out this replay. On her forehand, looking towards the pier. Beautiful technique, huge hack off the top, throwing the fins free. And then it's really just finding a little bit more opportunity on the inside to get one of those higher scores. That's really determining whether you can put an excellent score on the board. And Alyssa is no stranger to Oceanside, growing up here in Encinitas, North County, San Diego. The local girl, she was able to find that inside section. See how she gets super low and then is able to throw a ton of spray off the lip.
Yeah, 2 critical turns, one out the back in the lip, and then another one in on the inside, and likely it's going to be an 8 for Alyssa Spencer. And that means that Tatiana Weston Webb, with 45 seconds to go, needs a 7.44, an 8 and a 7 for Alyssa Spencer. Committed surfing. The clock is counting down, 34 seconds.
Wow, huge heat. I mean, these are some of the best surfers in the world. These 2 ladies right here in the water have really all the tricks up their sleeves. It's probably that local factor, knowing the sandbar, knowing what the south swell has been doing. We also have a little bit of combination with the northwest swell. And Alyssa has her equipment dialed in. Obviously, local knowledge paying off with 5 seconds on the clock.
So it looks like Alyssa Spencer is going to take out the world number 2.
Give it up for San Diego local Alyssa Spencer, moving on to the quarterfinals.
So we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with all of the action from the Nissan Supergirl Pro from 2021. Stay with us.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
At Paul Mitchell, we believe in the beauty of giving back, protecting our forests and waterways, feeding families in need through sustainable community gardens, and ensuring that our products are always cruelty-free. Big or small, there's beauty in making a difference every single day. That's what connects all of us together in a deep, meaningful way. Join us. Live beautifully.
I wanna spread that good love, 'cause love, 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 love is all we need. Yeah.
Welcome on in. Nissan Supergirl Pro brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop nissanusa.com. And by the Mission Pacific. Wow, what a hotel. The hotel partner of the Supergirl Surf Pro. Discover a sanctuary by the beach with impressive, truly impressive oceanside views. We were up there yesterday, and man, what amazing what 2 years will do. They just put this fantastic, beautiful monstrosity right overlooking the Pacific in this venue. Right behind us, right behind this picture you see on your screen for you folks that are watching online. We are in Heat 7. Time for Mia Collins to battle it out against Molly Picklum. 25 minutes started a few minutes ago. We're now just under 23. Mia Collins, her 10th anniversary here at this event, hailing from Newport Beach. Now you're looking on the screen right here with Sharpie in hand, signing Bob Marley's friend's helmet. There, that is Alyssa Spencer. She had a great competition heat just a minute ago, Fuely.
Yeah, super strong performance. And expecting fireworks from this heat as well. Mia Collins from Newport Beach, California, 22 years of age, up against the 18-year-old rising star from Australia, Molly Picklum. And Mia has been very confident throughout this entire competition. Surfed excellently, obviously, to get it this far. And Molly Picklum has shown moments of incredible power in her turn. So this is going to be a fantastic matchup. Just under 22 minutes remaining in this heat, 25 minutes in total. Best 2 waves are scored out of 10. And one will continue through into the semi-final. And I think this is going to be a very evenly matched contest here. They've both competed around the world. Mia Collins, a 9th place at the Sydney Pro at Manly Beach in 2020. I think it was. It was the last competition before Australia really shut down. And she's been competing here every year since she was 9 years of age here at the Supergirl Pro. So knows this wave, and she's going to take this wave. Yeah. Mia Collins.
Mia Collins taking it down south. Again, she's been here a long time. More than half her life she spent on this wave for the Supergirl Pro. Yeah, and getting some love and props on the beach is Alyssa Spencer, as out in the water taking her first wave for all it was worth, Mia Collins.
Yeah, so you just got a taste of how smooth Mia's surfing is on those first couple of turns. Just nice wrapping cutbacks, but very smooth surfer, lots of style. And so she had the best position on the wave. So good bottom turn, sets up this wrapping cutback off the foam, and then looks for one more. And this is where the wave died out. So that first turn will be where the points come from for her opening ride. And now priority is with Molly Picklum from Australia.
And Fuely on the beach live is Tatiana Weston Webb, number 2 in the world, and settle for less than a cape today, but always a pleasure, Tatiana. Great to have you in the mix once again. A Supergirl from 2015 and runner-up in some third places as well. We'll see a lot more of her surfing throughout her career. We'll see her up maybe at the U.S. Open next week. But right now, enjoy what we have to look at, and that's the name of surf. Molly Picklum in blue taking that priority, and she'll race towards the pier, and she wraps a nice one around on her backhand, and she gets 2 turns in and exits out. Picklum, 19 out of Gosford, born right around Thanksgiving, 2002. Our Thanksgiving here in the States. It doesn't really exist in Australia. Burleigh Heads is a location where she spends a lot of time. Her home, the central coast of New South Wales. She's on the same team as Mick Fanning also. That's pretty darn impressive. And right now, Shannon is down with one very happy Alyssa Spencer.
That's right. Local girl is into the quarterfinals. You must be stoked. That was a huge heat.
Yeah, that was definitely a really big heat for me. You know, Tati's one of the girls that I look up to so much, and I was definitely a little bit nervous going into it, but I knew that if I could get myself on the right waves, that I could put up a good battle with her.
And it doesn't hurt to have your entire family here watching you. What's it like to see them down on the beach?
Yeah, it's been super nice having my whole family be here. You know, it's so close to home, so it's easy for everyone to come down here. And yeah, it's just adds to like the support, and just like the energy on the beach has been super good.
Well, you're already with your best result here at Supergirl Pro, moving to the quarterfinals. Any goals? You want that cape around your neck?
Yeah, that's the goal now, to hopefully take the win. I think that's the dream for every girl here. So yeah, hopefully I can keep it going and do it.
Well, the confidence must be building. I mean, Tatiana is, number 2 in the world. Were you nervous, or what was going through your mind out there?
Yeah, I was definitely a little nervous. Tati has been surfing so well. I was actually down at Lowers watching her compete in the finals, and just watching her surf those waves was amazing. And I'm just so stoked that I was able to put up a couple good scores in that heat with her.
Awesome. Well, congrats, Alyssa Spencer, Local Knowledge, pushing her through to the quarterfinals. Back to you guys.
For Miles, rightfully so. She's moving into the Great 8, just defeating number 2 in the world, Tatiana Weston-Webb. That was the young gun from around these parts, another local, taking the knowledge and making it work for her, Miss Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, and what a great win that is. So her best result so far, and now she's in the quarterfinals and has a shot at that Supergirl Cape. 17 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. So scores... Priority is with Mia Collins, who has a 2.83. Molly Picklum has a 2.83. So we are dead heat with 17 minutes remaining.
You don't see that too often. It's
both our surface paddling. Mia has priority. Molly used her priority before. Is she going to be able to pick up this wave? She is. Up and riding on her forehand this time. The regular footer. Big carving cutback. Power in that turn. Getting another re-entry in. And looking like she'll be able to push this through on the inside. She isn't, but out the back. Mia Collins, big backhand slash. Spray to the skies, and again. Mia has been so full of confidence throughout this entire competition. Now weaving her way through onto the inside. She's got the speed, she's got the momentum. And now, how can she finish? She finishes strongly and on her feet. Mia Collins. So 2 scoring rides there for both Molly and Mia, and for both these surfers. The first turns were the most powerful out the back. When we take a look at the action replays that we get the benefit of here, Chris, we'll get to see the difference between those two.
Yeah, answering the call, Mia Collins in the red, coming front and center and finishing off. Nice punctuation mark. It's up to the judges now. Again, they started off with the same wave score, 283, and now we'll see who gets the higher, or maybe another even slate on the scoreline. Yeah. 4.33, Molly Picklum, blue surfer in blue. You have a 4.33 with calculations yet to drop for Mia. For you folks watching on the web, this is heat number 7 for 15 minutes remaining of 25. And looking out the back, here goes blue. This is Molly Picklum from Australia.
Big first turn and an in and out for Molly. But she'll get another score on the board. She's holding a 2.83 and a 4.33. We've seen some heats prior to this where the ocean's been pretty quiet and running out of time for some surfers to get their second scoring ride. So it's good tactics there by Molly. But Mia Collins, we're still waiting for that score to come in to add to her 2.83 on her first ride. Still plenty of time with 14 and a half minutes.
As you mentioned, Heat 7 is underway. Heat 8 will wrap up the round of 16, the Sweet 16, where Caroline Marks will be rocking and rolling against Tia Blanco. So 2 Southern California superchargers going head-to-head. It's not the first time they've met, and it will not be the last. But I just had a quick chat with Caroline and her coach, Snips. That yesterday was the wave of the day. In the final heat of the day, Caroline Marks came from point A to point B in about 4 seconds. Yeah. Just created magic and energy and had the highest score of the day. It was remarkable to see, and it might be just a shape of things to come. Score in 8.67. Talk about eights. Well, Mia Collins 8.67 and a 2.83 jettisons you into the lead with an 11.5. Now, Molly Picklum, to advance, you need a 7.18. Again, surfer in blue with priority, Molly Picklum, you need a 7.18 to advance on.
So once again, we're seeing commitment and power is what is delivering those points, and that's exactly what Mia Collins did at the start and at the finish. But the power, those 2 turns out the back, and throwing a lot of spray, delivering a huge score, an 8.67.
Fulie, I'd like to acknowledge Miss USA on the beach. USA Bikini, we got it right there. You know you are. That's it, USA Bikini and the visor. Woo! God bless America. All right, back to the surfing.
Mia taking a look at that. Molly obviously has priority, and she needs a 7.18. A 7.18 to take the lead. Mia's low score, a 2.83. So she has the lead, but she's still got a low score in her score line of a 2.83. 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here. One of the great things about modern media is that you get to see your favourite surfers free surfing and on the likes of YouTube. And if you check out Molly Picklum in her section in Rip Curl's Postcards from Morgs, you'll get to see her charging at Big Kira. And Mia Collins deciding she's going to go for this, looking to get rid of a 2.83. Nice first turn, lots of speed. Now gets the cut back. Will this line up onto the inside? No, it doesn't.
Love that first turn, though. She's loaded up the springs, got down nice and low, and then to transfer the energy right to the top of that wave. So you can see that power and prowess on that one turn.
Yeah, really nice carving in the judges' hands where that's better. Molly with priority, but in that film, Molly gets to surf Big Kira and absolutely charges, and she's just 18 years of age, but this year alone has won 3 regional QS events, and her first win came at the Australia Open at my home beach of Manly, where she won the under-16s, and then in very quick succession won the Australian title, won a Pro Junior title, and this year was named Female Rising Star at the Australian Surfing Awards. So incredible talent, but she is sitting behind the local star, Mia Collins from Newport Beach, and needs a 7.85 now. Molly, you need a 7.85 because Mia Collins, with a 3.5, improved on her situation before.
Rising star, you know that someone's been paying attention for the last few years. You put the work in, you've shown up, and the results follow. You know, you do the action, and the results will follow, right?
Yeah, and that's why these two surfers are very evenly matched. If you look at Mia, number 3 on the North America regional rankings right now, and she has a shot to earn a spot on the World Tour through the Challenger Series. So these both competitors have the potential to join the World Tour. 9 minutes and 40 seconds, 9 minutes and 40 seconds. And that 8.67 from Mia Collins, putting her in the box seat. Her low score, a 3.5. Molly needing a 7.85. Her scores a 4.33 and a 3.57. What will Mother Nature serve up here? Mia Collins opting to stay busy, and Molly holding that priority. For both of these surfers. This is the best result so far at a Supergirl Pro.
Coming up in just a few minutes, we have the opportunity we get blessed by Kimberly Otten, a major in the Air Force. We're going to have the opportunity to knock out a few questions. Female pilot that's flown the B1 bomber as well as the F-16s. Man, talk about a Supergirl.
Wow.
That's coming up at 11 o'clock. But with surfing at 8 minutes, 25 seconds, Mia Collins, you put on a fine presentation with your second wave, earned an 8.67 with your 3.5. You're in the lead with a combined wave score of 12.17. With priority in the blue, the Aussie Molly Picklum. You have 2 solid waves. You need a 7.85, so you start chiseling away at that low score, 3.57. Maybe change that 7.85 to something smaller. We'll see what that looks like as Mother Nature's providing the playing field for us today. If you're here for the first time, welcome to Oceanside. This is the final day of 3 of the Nissan Supergirl Pro Surf event. If you're online, you're probably a well-seasoned veteran. This is as well as our 7th heat of 8 of our round of 16. Welcome to you from wherever you're watching from around the world on whatever platform. Watching it on YouTube, through Twitch, through the WSL site or Surfline or Supergirl Pro. Mark, there's a lot going on here. There's an app available. What is that app again for people that are on site?
It is the Supergirl Series app, and you can download that on your favorite mobile device. Coming up to 7 minutes here, though, and the next heat in the water, which will be the final heat of this round, will be the standout performer from yesterday, Caroline Marks, will be up against Tia Blanco. And just a reminder, Molly, you have priority. You need a 7.85 with 6 minutes and 45 seconds, a 7.85. But yeah, Tia Blanco, a guilty pleasure last night. I got to see the latest episode of The Ultimate Surfer on primetime ABC, and Tia is in the final.
She is in the final.
She's in the final, and the winner wins $100,000 and also gets 3 wildcards on the World Tour next year. So we don't know who won. She's not allowed to tell us who won.
No, but yeah, it's already happened,
but
obviously.
It is,
Finals is Tuesday, right?
She's in the finals. So
Finals is on Tuesday, ABC, isn't it?
Yeah,
22nd.
so make sure you check that out. So a fantastic heat coming up next, so stay with us throughout the entire day. But right now, it's a battle for who will go up against the winner from that heat, and it's Mia Collins and Molly Picklum. Mia from the United States, Molly from Australia. Mia has the edge, the 8.67, a huge score for a combination of turns out the back and then a really strong, risky maneuver on the inside. Molly needing a 7.85. There's 5 minutes and 35 seconds to go. It's been pretty quiet on the ocean here. Just 6 waves have been ridden in 20 minutes.
Yeah, glassy out there right now, which is good when there are waves, but not great when it's flat.
Yeah.
Again, our images brought to you by Echo Entertainment, all through ASA and the WSL. Kenny Barsamian is right next to us. He's responsible for the shot that you are looking at right now on the screen. We do not jump up and down next to Kenny because we can shake the camera. And we'll take a look back right now at Mia Collins, 8.67. Here it is, Mark.
Yeah, and that was the second turn there, and you could see how critical that it was. There was a slashing turn before that, and then the closing maneuver, and then she was able to weave her way all the way through onto the inside, and putting an exclamation mark here as it sucked up and coming down with the lip. So an 8.67 for Mia Collins of Newport Beach fame. Plenty of incredible surfers have come out of Newport Beach in the past. Danny Kwok, way back in the day, being one.
Yeah,
Richie Collins, of course.
Richie
Collins,
right.
or Skeletor as he was known.
Richie
one of the
Collins,
most competitive surfers ever. One of the fiercest competitors ever on the World Tour, and now Mia Collins.
What's that, Mark? You want to know the Raiders score against the Steelers? Okay, 6-0 Raiders. There, you have it. Finish this sentence, Mark. Once a fan,
always a
that's
fan.
it, baby.
Yeah, you are hardcore. It's great to see all the hardcore surf fans and Supergirl fans coming back year after year. Okay, we got hundreds of people already lining the pier. Great to see. Thank you, everybody, for coming down to Oceanside for the 14th Nissan Supergirl Pro. 3.5 minutes remaining. 3.5 minutes. Molly Picklum being steely in holding her priority as the ocean has not been kind in the last 10 minutes.
Yep. And
but
now
there's still over 3 minutes to go.
Yeah,
Anything
Molly's
can
going to
happen.
start going somewhere, and then Mia in the red is going to follow her because Molly has priority, and Mia's going to try to just hug up next to her and protect that lead. Surfer in blue has priority. That means that she can take the wave over the surfer in red whenever, wherever she wants to protect her her opportunity to score. What she needs is a 7.85. And right now, selection is key because we're getting down to under the 3-minute mark. So to get 2 waves, like she could chop away at one of them, but she needs the opportunity to really score high at a 7.85, which there's only been a couple waves scored today that have been that high, but you don't count it out till the end.
Yeah. Some of our fans there on the beach having a healthy breakfast of Samazon. Make sure you go check that out. They've got a fantastic mobile booth. And it looks like Mia is going to take this wave, looking to get rid of a 3.5. Good first turn, hits it off the top. Wrapping cut back into the pocket. Oh, and a stumble. A stumble. She was looking to improve on a 3.5, that first turn. Very nice. But then a stumble after the second.
Yep, it was
2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. Wow.
A mermaid's fin knocked her right off. I saw it. That's what happened.
Will Molly Picklum get an opportunity?
Yeah, we are going to crown ourselves a new Supergirl. The two that had capes previously, Coco Ho and Tatiana Weston Webb, both from Hawaii, will not be doing it. Here is another peek at it right here on her forehand. Very comfortable, very knowledgeable about this. And you'll see coming up right here, just ahead of herself, looking for the next turn, and momentary lapse of consciousness, off she went. However, that score will not factor in. She still stays in that lead. Minute 15 left. Greetings and salutations to the World Wide Web. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro. We keep welcoming everyone in because there's some people around the world know when certain people are competing, and they, it's relatively early morning, and like over in Hawaii. So some people are logging on right now. We're going to watch the likes of Caroline Marks, who took 6th in the championship tour results this year, and Tia Blanco of Hollywood fame, and has been in this event since 2012. So anyway, that's coming up. We're talking Mia Collins. Final 40 seconds. Will something present itself for Molly Picklum, surfer in blue, needing that 7.85. 30 seconds. Again, Mia Collins, her 10th anniversary, consecutive events here since 2012. She is looking to get to that great 8. She's seconds away. Here comes a final opportunity, 10 seconds. Surfer in blue is Molly Picklum with priority. This is it for her, 5 seconds. Counting it down in 4, 3, 2.
So Molly's looking for a 7.85. Gets 2 hits out the outside. Is she able to get onto the inside? She isn't. Now in the judges' hands.
Yep, not exactly the wave she needed on the inside, and we'll see what happens with that when the judges come in. And we'll be back online with our final heat of the day. Final heat of the round of 16 from Oceanside, Nissan Supergirl Pro. Stick around.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back into Oceanside. Pacific Ocean is the view. The event, the Nissan Supergirl Pro, brought to you by Jolin. For women who inspire us, the official swimwear sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro and the unofficial sponsor of Active Girls Everywhere. And by Pacific Coast Spirits, Oceanside's award-winning distillery and craft kitchen. Check them out for craft cocktails, laid-back vibes, live music, and nothing but a good time. Hello, everyone. Uncle E alongside... Oh, Where'd Mark go? All of a sudden, I've been replaced by someone way better looking and far more talented than Mark Fuel. Also, before we get to this lovely goddess of the skies, we're going to talk about heat number 8. Caroline Marks is in the red with a 4.5, and Tia Blanco in the blue out there in the mix. While we have this lull, we're going to talk all things. I'm going to cozy up right here, but not too close, to, if I'm not mistaken, I'm talking to Major from the Air Force, Kimberly Otten. Is that right? Captain, okay. My correction. Let's stand up real quick. We're going to be able to get onto the camera right here. What a pleasure to have you here.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, what a delight. Are you enjoying the surf competition and all the surroundings right now?
Yeah, this is amazing. I've grown up a big fan of surfing, so it's incredible to be here. And I'm really honored to be here, so thank you.
You easily look like you could be one of the girls out there. You have that same look, that stoke, that vibe.
Yeah, I try, practicing my shock out here, so it's been a good time.
Yeah, you've been out in the lineup before. Have you done some surfing?
I've taken lessons growing up, so I'm not good by any means, but
okay.
I have a few waves under my belt,
right.
I'd say.
I'm going to say that the lessons you took are probably a little more different than surfing. You took a lot of flying lessons as a youngster, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Grew up flying, so love it.
Yeah, let's just set the stage for the folks at home. We're witnessing right here the first lady, I believe the first lady, captain, that has flown the F1 bomber. Is that correct?
No, so
B1 bomber.
Yep, B1 bomber.
Sorry, F-16 and the B1 bomber.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Not the very first, but one of a few that have flown in the B1 and also in the F-16. So
wow, what an experience. How does something like that progress? If you can kind of shrink it down in a nutshell, how do you progress to get into a flying lesson and then you're in the B1 bomber?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I took flying lessons leading up to this in order to get my private pilot's license. I actually grew up in a military family, so my dad was in the Army. He retired out of that, and my sister is currently in the Air Force as well. So growing up with military influence is something that's always been in the back burner, but I actually never thought that I wanted to be in the military until I got to college. I actually went to UCLA.
Oh, yeah.
And so while I was at UCLA, I did ROTC in order to help pay for college while I was out there. And so that's kind of what got me started in the military and in the Air Force, and it wasn't until college that I realized that I had an opportunity to be a pilot, and it was something that I could achieve. I saw my peers do it, so I figured if they can do it, I can do it as well.
Okay, we're going to talk surfing real quick. We'll get back to that in a minute. This is Blue, Tia Blanco online. We are talking to Captain Kimberly Otten, B-1 bomber and F-16 pilot. These ladies right now looking for some bombs. Here we go in the red. This is Caroline Marks, hailing from the San Clemente area, rides trestles frequently on this same board. She's being rooted on by you folks right now, and at home, if you're watching just a little north of here in San Clemente, this is number 6 in the world, been runner-up twice on the championship tour. It's just a matter of time before she gets a red cape. Yeah. Give it up for Caroline Marks, one of the smoothest, most powerful riders in the world, and you saw why right there. So, Caroline, she's been doing this on the East Coast and moving over here. She's got a bunch of brothers, pushed really hard. I'd ask you, who were some of your early influencers that helped you kind of get to where you are? Did you have somebody you looked up to in the business, so to speak?
Yeah, definitely. I look up to my older sister. Like I said, she is also in the Air Force.
Cool.
She's an intelligence officer. I've also gotten the opportunity to meet retired Lieutenant Colonel Christine Mao. She was the very first F-35 female pilot, and she's been kind of a big mentor in my life. I look up to her for sure. So.
Awesome. We're looking at Caroline Marks online. We're talking right now to Captain Kimberly Auden, but we're looking at Miss Caroline Marks. You can see, look where her head and her eyes are. That's the key to this whole thing, like having that head on a swivel and aware. She's already looking, as she's making that turn, where the next turn is going to be. So that's that foresight, and that's something that comes with experience. So to you, experience, like you don't just get, like you don't just raise your hand one day in class saying, hey, could I fly the B-1 bomber today? Like that was a progression of experience, wasn't it?
Right, yeah. It's definitely a lot of training to get to where I'm at today. I was a weapon systems officer in the B-1, so a WIZO is like the sling we call it, where I sat in the back seat, and then I was able to cross-train in the Air Force and attend pilot training in order to become an F-16 pilot. So definitely a change in pace in terms of like being in a single-seat aircraft, single engine, whereas in the B-1 I was in a crew aircraft, so there were 4 of us.
Wow.
Being able to
spectacular.
work
Just
together.
a whole different world up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the views are incredible.
To say the least, right? 1 second. Scores in. Caroline Marks, first wave, 4.5. Your second is 7.67. Tia Blanco with a 3.67 on your first ride. Here's the situation. Caroline Marks in red, you're in the lead with a 12.17. Tia Blanco in blue in second with priority with an 8.5 needed to advance. We're at the 17-minute mark in the heat. We'll get down to Shannon in just a minute. Hold tight. So what is it like up there? If you were able to frame it up, because so few people are able to be a pilot of something like that, what's it like? How could you explain that to us?
Yeah, it's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience every time I'm up there. No sortie is the same. It's always different. We're always training to different mission sets, whether that's air-to-air, air-to-ground. And I mean, like I said, the views are incredible. In the F-16, we have the luxury of a bubble canopy where we're able to easily look outside. The visibility is insane.
Oh.
So it's definitely a fun time, but it's a lot of hard work, and it comes with its stress just like any other job.
Sure. It comes with some stress. Sure. Yeah, that's like a very expensive piece of equipment you have up there. There's a little stress. We got an engine going down. No problem. We got another one, right?
No, just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of technical stuff.
Yeah, you got to be on your toes.
Yeah, another question. So if there's someone on the beach here, we've seen a lot of little girls here that have actually been on the beach getting autographs, and 5 or 6 years later, they're out in the field and they win the event. Like, so if there's someone here that maybe doesn't want to be a surfer, what inspiring words would you give to someone who wants to be a pilot?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say go for it. I mean, it's obtainable. If I can do it, they can do it.
Yeah.
And I would say get as many flying hours as you can. Get up in the air, see what it's like. And I think if you're able to have more hours under your belt, you become more competitive. And I think that's the best way to start, is just you only have to be, I think, like, you don't even have to be 16 to fly. I think I know some people that got their private pilot's license before they got their driver's license.
Yeah.
So I would say just get up there, get hours, and figure out what you like.
Experience. Yeah, get the experience.
Pursue it.
Hold tight. Don't go anywhere. You got a minute?
I got a minute.
Beautiful. Hang tight. We're going to go down to the beach now and talk to Miss Mia Collins, who is with Shannon. Take it away.
So much local knowledge really paying off at this event. Tell us, how did you get that 8.67?
Well, I just kind of stuck with my plan, and you can only hope and pray that your plan works out, and it did. So I'm really stoked to have gotten that wave.
Well, this QS event is leading right into the Vans US Open, and you're going to have a big week ahead in Huntington. Also at your home break, how are you feeling about that contest?
I'm so excited that it's back. We didn't have it last year, so I'm just really excited to get back and feel that hometown crowd and the love and just be there with my family and just kind of just zone out into the zone there. So yeah, I'm really excited.
Awesome. Dad's here today. What's he been telling you? Is he kind of your surf coach?
Yeah, he's been living over in Hawaii for a little bit, and then I was like, hey Dad, do you want to come over and maybe like go with me to the comps and stuff? So I'm usually always with my mom, and she kind of was like, oh, I think I'm bad luck, so I'm gonna stay home. And I was like, well, okay. So yeah, I have my dad. It's been really good. We're just in a good place right now, and we're sinking, so it's been great.
Awesome. What would it mean to you to get a win here at Supergirl Pro?
Oh, it'd be really awesome. I mean, I've been doing this contest since like 2009, like before it was a QS, and it would be really cool to bring home that cape and just kind of like represent that, Supergirl win and just be able to have that title along with so many other incredible women surfers.
Yeah, well, we've been watching you grow up into the beautiful young lady you are today, so congrats, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you so much.
Great timing there. Well done, Mia Collins again. And we go to Surf in Action. Caroline Marks on her backhand. That means her heels are on the back of her board as she's going southbound. More challenging than going forward, where you can see right what's in front of you. And look at her, head on a swivel again, keeping it focused right in front of her, and then snapping it and riding that wave out. Speed, power, flow, and follow through. That's right. Put your hands together. Caroline Marks. So back with Captain Kimberly Otten, we were talking about being, I want to kind of set it up with like being forced into something versus following a passion and wanting to do something. Was that sort of your case? Like it arrived for you, this opportunity. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't grow up thinking I was going to be in the military or in the Air Force. I knew it was an option, but I really didn't have a passion for it until I got into college and realized that, being a pilot was something that I could obtain. And so I think I can relate to a lot of little girls that maybe don't know what they want to do when they grow up, and that's totally okay. But I just want to be here and make it known that being a pilot, especially a fighter pilot, is absolutely achievable, and we could definitely use more girls up in the air with us.
More girls up in the air. I love that.
Heck yeah.
That fits the Supergirl Pro for sure, because we have a lot of girls on the beach. Like, were you here yesterday by chance?
I was.
When Bethany Hamilton was
yes.
here? Yes.
I was fangirling over her. I was like, if I was on the beach, I'd be running up to her as well.
Yeah, right?
She's amazing.
Inspiration. And again, I'll say it time and time again because I've been coming here for some time, and you see girls that were 9, 10, 11, you do the research, you read their cards, and they're like, I came here to get an autograph, and now I'm competing and beating the person that was competing then.
Yeah.
It's so cool to see.
It's crazy.
And here's Caroline Marks. I remember she was, by the way, the gal on screen right here for you folks at home and for you, Captain. She came here at a young age, signed up, competed at 12, I believe. She's the youngest competitor ever to qualify for the World Championship Tour at 15.
Wow.
Yeah, and was competing on the Championship Tour at Trestles at the age of 12 as a wild card. So
that's incredible.
Yeah, it is. And so anything's achievable. If it's conceivable, it's achievable.
There you go.
Right?
I love that.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
It's true. Yeah, you carry yourself with a nice poise and a confidence. So surfers around Hawaii, Australia, if you're by a beach break and you're by a tough one, challenging, like lower trestles up the way, there's a pecking order. Do you find in this area around such staunch military presence, there was a pecking order and you learned a lot from your superiors?
Yeah, absolutely. I've had the opportunity and the blessing to have a lot of powerful and really just respectable mentors in my life. Every squadron I've been to, the leadership has always just been the most respectful and welcoming. And yeah, absolutely. There's always someone to go to and ask a question. Everyone has an open door policy. And if I ever need like flying advice or personal advice, there's always someone in my squadron that has done it and been there and can help guide me through that. So it really is like a family. Our squadrons are tight-knit. It's a small community. There's a very small amount of people that are fighter pilots. And so we really lean on each other and rely on each other. And that's what I love about it, is it's like a family within the larger Air Force family. So
that's beautiful. That is. Again, Captain Kimberly Otten to the score that just went down for Caroline Marks, 5.5. Tia Blanco, you now need a 9.5. Looking to do away with your 1.73 to chisel away under the 10-minute mark. This is our 8th heat of the round of 16. And again, We are now talking with Captain Kimberly Ott, and I could talk all day to you about this. You're very easy to interview. What was your inspiration to join? Like, where was that pivotal moment, inspiration to join the Air Force? Was it a moment in time, or did it evolve?
I think what appealed to me was the uniqueness of the career field, and also the fact that it was a challenge. It is a very selective career field to be in, and I think that's what drew me to it. It was because I'm driven and I am hardworking, and I think that's what appealed to me. Was it something that was a constant goal to chase? And initially, I actually didn't get picked up to be a pilot. I was picked up to be a combat systems officer, which, if you've ever seen Top Gun, is like Goose in the back seat.
What is that, a movie?
Yep. And so, big flying movie. Don't know
I've
if you've
heard
heard
of
it. But I mean, I started out doing that, and I was in the back seat of the B1, and I loved it, and it was an incredible experience. But I wanted to change seats and sit in the front, so I was able to pursue that. And I think what I love about it is no flight's the same. It's a constant challenge, and it's been incredible.
Wow. Wonderful. Hey, folks on the beach, we're talking, and at home also, we're talking to Captain Kimberly Otten. She's flown and flies the B-1 bomber as well as F-16 jets. I think it would be apropos for all of us on the pier and the beach to give a big round of applause, not only to her, but all the members of the military protecting our freedom out here. Thank you. Sincerely.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
It is.
This
It's not for
fun.
everybody, but you're doing it.
I mean, hey, it can be for everyone.
Praise. Yeah, but it can be done, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. So, anything you want to say to anybody out there that's looking to pursue their dream in any capacity for any passion?
I would say, feel free to reach out to anyone in the military. They can put you in contact with a recruiter. And especially if you want to fly, make that known. And if you have it in your mind, then just go for it and go for your passion and pursue that aggressively, and you'll get there.
Awesome. You can actually cruise right down to up north on the other side of the pier and check out the Air Force booth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Come say hi. Come
Your
get
activation there is phenomenal, by the way. Wow. Okay, take a peek way up and above and climbs out of the foam monster. That was Tia Blanco needing that right here, right now. We'll get back to the surfing. Again, a million thanks to the Air Force and to you, Captain Kimberly Otten, flying the B-1 bomber and the F-16.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Keep up the good luck, and thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Take care.
Thank you, too.
See you when we see you. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Colin deck? Colin deck. Nice. Thank you. Yep. What a great opportunity, man. I tell you, this event every year just seems to get better and better, or I just forget how great it is because it's been gone for a little bit. But you folks at home, we're witnessing the blue at Tia Blanco on that last wave, just sent that thing vertical in the critical moments of that wave coming together and maintained stability, rode it out. And Tia, that was a 4.9. It was really that one hit that earned that 4.9. And you now need an 8.27 with 6 minutes left. She'll duck under, and we'll give her a full recap in just a second. For you folks at home and on the beach, we're doing dual duty. We're talking to the webcast and talking to you, but primarily our job as announcers is to speak at and to the competitors out there to give them a heads up. They can see who has priority. They can see a clock, but they don't know the scores. So right now, Caroline Marks, you have a 7.67 and a 5.5. You're in the lead with priority. Tia Blanco, surfer in blue. Your last wave ridden was a 4.9. Married with a 3.67. You needed 8.27 to take the lead away. Final heat of the round of 16. I'm now joined by Shannon Quirk. She's off the beach. She's in the booth. How are you, my dear?
So great to see. This is a super stacked heat. Not only do you have an Olympian in the water and one of the top CT surfers, Tia Blanco is pretty much a local. I mean, she's traveled all over the world, her family in the military, but she also spends tons of time in Oceanside, so she knows the sandbars, and blue Tia Blanco is going to have that local lead.
Yeah, and Caroline Marks just up the way in San Clemente, and both of them globetrotters. You look at their bios, and they're filling passports up every year. Of course, not last year, but a lot of experience for the championship tour this year from Caroline Marks, Rookie of the Year, 2018. She was a runner-up here in 2018, third place in 2019, has yet to earn a Supergirl Pro individual cape. She was part of the winning team last year here for Team California, USA. And again, we mentioned her first CT was a Swatch Pro at Trestles when she was 12 back in 2015. So an unbelievable force to be reckoned with. Coached by Snips, Mike Parsons, and he said she's coachable, she's teachable.
Oh, for sure. Well, Mike Parsons, not only is he a good coach, he's a legendary big wave surfer, also the coach to Lakey Peterson. So Lakey and Caroline train together. They're good friends, both have so many years of CT experience, and to have someone, pulling them to the side and giving some good notes in their ears, it's always nice to have a team with you at all the contests.
Did you think just by chance Caroline was pushed just a little bit by her brothers, one of 6?
Yeah, that's how you really step it up. I had 2 brothers, and it was all about sports all the time. So that's where I got hooked, and it's awesome to see too. It's not about gender. Like, sports should be for both men and women, but here in California, we're so lucky because it's normal for girls to play sports. It's not like that all over the world, and the more opportunity we can give to women surfing, the more platform we can make space for women to shine, and they're doing that here today.
Yeah. What was the quote? The best quote of the event? It's not about gender. It's about
good
talent.
waves. Oh.
It's about experience. It is.
It's about getting barreled.
You're not going to go to Pipeline like in your first month of surfing. You got to earn that right. You're not going to get hurt out here necessarily, but a Pipeline you will. Here we go. Who do we got? Caroline Marks. Take it away, Shannon.
On her backhand in red, Caroline Marks with a quick couple turns off the top, keeping super busy on her feet. Throwing spray, redirecting onto the inside section towards the pier. Hack off the top.
Tia Blanco in the blue out the back. She's got one opportunity at open face as it comes together to make a mark. Not able to hold on tight, and she needed something special to increase her score line. That's not going to do it. But Caroline Marks just might ditch that 5.5 and increase her lead. Could be a combo situation coming up. Look at this, Shannon.
Let's take the replay here of Caroline Marks on her backhand. She gets a little bit of opportunity. You see it's a little bit fatter wave, but it's standing up a little bit more on the inside. So she's really just pushing her way through in order to get some points on the board. Caroline well ahead. She comboing Tia, but she looked to that inside section for the last finishing maneuver. And that's really the difference between an excellent score here in Oceanside is finding one that gives you some more scoring opportunity to show the judges you can finish strong on your feet on that inside final maneuver.
The voice of Shannon Quirk. She's doing dual duty. I don't know how you get down there and get back, you're like cloned yourself. Shannon spending the last year and a half through COVID on the North Shore. First flight in a long time. A little nervous coming over into mainland?
Yeah, things on Oahu have been slow. We had Triple Crown. It was a digital Triple Crown, which was exciting. And actually probably been surfing more than I ever have my entire life. But with 1 minute on the clock, it is Tia Blanco who needs a score in blue. She does have priority, but she's going to need an 8.44 to advance. Can she do it today?
Yeah, and you provide a great insight to our team because, yes, you are a Supergirl yourself, but you spent good quality time with them. Mark and I, we've got families. We're all over the map also doing other events and other jobs. You've sunk yourself into this thing and got some good roots, so thank you for your valuable knowledge and experience and expertise.
Well, it's just so exciting to have all the girls down here, and they are all champions in their own right. Some of the top surfers in the world. Really the biggest and largest event in women's surfing here in Oceanside. And thank you for being here today to support the ladies.
That's it. 15 seconds on the clock for you folks at home. You're watching Caroline Marks inching closer to her first ever Supergirl cape. Tia Blanco, the ultimate surfer, will be sitting on the beach watching the Great 8 and into the finals. We'll cut it down at 5-4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so our round of 16 is complete. We're down to the Great 8. Caroline Marks will join that field, go up against Mia Collins. That's going to be later on. You folks online, we'll be back in just a minute.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Some give their weekends. Some devote their entire lives. All we need are the moments of courage, of resilience and ingenuity, devotion, integrity, selflessness and excellence. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. All we need is the best of you. How many moments can you give?
When we founded Paul Mitchell nearly 40 years ago, people would ask, John Paul, why do you want to make hair care products? I tell them, I don't. I want to make super hair care products, but it's more than that. It's hair color that makes you feel like $1,000,000 and passionate people doing what they love. It's giving back, treating the planet kindly, and supporting the professional hairdresser. To me, it's not just about hair care. It's creating something beautiful for all of us.
Welcome back to Oceanside. Crowd gathering for Tia Blanco in our next heat as well. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro. Supergirl Pro is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today on our most exciting lineup ever. And by Blenders Eyewear, fresh from San Diego, rocked with pride worldwide. Visit blenderseyewear.com and use the coupon code Supergirl20 to save 20% now. That's good online and good in person. Well, Shannon Quirk here with Uncle E. We got ourselves a battle here for quarterfinal number 1. Who do we have?
That's right. Sawyer Lindblad in red. She has priority right now. Keely Andrew from Australia in blue, 11th in the world against the local lady, Sawyer. She is just 15 years old, young.
Just turned 16.
16.
Yeah, like a few days ago, I think.
Epic.
Yeah. And walk us through the first wave that Keely Andrew got, which was a 7.
So, yeah, she's been super busy on her feet. You can see that beautiful technique, getting low, go invert into the lip, and still just staying low. You really have to have your weight forward towards the nose in order to push through this whitewash and get the inside section. And that's what she's been able to do all day, and that's really why she's putting those big scores on the board, because she'll find the speed in order to make it to the inside, like a little skate park right here on this ramp. And boom, just a little finishing maneuver will give you the icing on the cake the judges want to see.
Well played, Shannon. Well played. There's some speed, power, flow, the SPF of a 7 by the judges, along with going one way, redirecting, going the other way, and bringing it to shore. So good stuff, Keely. She's awaiting that win, though. She's not had that high-class win, let's say. She's been on the CT for some time, 11th in the world, as you said. Second in trestles in 17, a third, 3 thirds in 16, 19, and this year at Newcastle. So just off the top mark. And once you get that taste of victory, something changes. We've seen it with a lot of people. We see the hunger of Caroline Marks right now, who has won CTs, won a lot of junior events, a lot of QSs. But as far as a Supergirl goes here, the biggest all-girl event, she wants to have that one happen. But that was the last heat. Right now it's Keely Andrew, and now Sawyer Lindblad, 16 years of age, going for her first wave.
Boom, off the top. Local lady coming through in the red jersey. This is Sawyer Lindblad. She's going to pump her way to the inside section. Going towards the pier on the inside, seeing what else she could pull off. But not going to do it. So that first maneuver is going to be the scoring section of the wave.
Love it. Again, thanks to all the technical angles and the people behind the scenes making this event happen with WSL, from the judges to our computer statisticians, our researchers, and our photographers, as well as Echo Entertainment, making the images come to life for you folks shooting from the pier, shooting from the scaffold, shooting from the water. Here we go. Blue getting after it. Keely Andrew on her second ride. She's in the lead with a 7, and she puts one up top and redirects it towards the shore. And she'll take that foam energy, a lot of power in the foam of the wave. She too will do what's known in Huntington as the hop. What that does is affords her to get on the inside where the sandbar pushes that wave up for another scoring opportunity, and she cleans it throughout. Give Keely a little bit more love, Oceanside. So smooth, Keely. That's just experience at work. Forehand, backhand is what we talk about in surfing, also in tennis. U.S. Open just wrapped up a few days back, and speaking of such, high school tennis player Keely Andrew was at the same level of tennis as she was surfing back in high school and said, it's time to make a choice. And that happens with gifted athletes and a lot of our surfers too. Very talented, multiple disciplines. And Keely right now looking for that next score. We'll get back to that in a minute, but Shannon has worked her way from my side. She's disappeared now somehow. By the grace of God, she is down there with Miss Caroline Marks. Take it away.
That's right. She is an Olympian. She's also here for the Supergirl Cape. Great surfing today. What was your strategy out there?
Thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to give myself a lot of opportunity. The waves before my heat seemed like there's a lot of really long lulls out there, so I was just trying to make sure I pounced when waves did come, and yeah, just trying to give myself a lot of opportunity. And the waves are super fun, and they provided, so that was really nice.
Awesome. Well, you've been all over the world jet setting, and I think a lot of these girls are looking up to you now as an Olympian. Has that changed anything for your surfing career?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's definitely been a crazy year. The Olympics was probably the highlight of my year. It was an experience that I'll never forget. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just living out my dream, and it's been really fun. I'm just loving it.
Cool. Well, you're on to the quarterfinals. Are you going to change anything? It looks like your board's working well. You're feeling good on your feet?
Yeah, I'm feeling super good. My board feels amazing, thanks to Matt Biolas. And yeah, not going to change anything. Just going to go out there and ride a few more waves.
Killer. Any words of advice for girls looking up to you that would love to know how did you make it to the Olympics? Was it just hard work and determination?
Definitely hard work and determination for sure is good, but I just have such a big passion for surfing, and it makes me so happy. And I just think no matter what you decide to do in life, just make sure you're having fun with it. And surfing's the most fun thing in the world to me, so that's why I'm here. And yeah, do what makes you happy.
Killer. Loving the sport. We love what you're doing, Caroline. Moving on to the quarterfinals. Back to you guys.
You know, Mark, there's something that we see each time in those interviews, and it's a smile, and Caroline just said it there. You know, make sure you're having fun. There's an old adage that I heard from someone say once, it is not a derogatory comment, it's a fact. Just keep the F-U in fun. Otherwise, all you got is an N, and that's nothing. So keep it fun, simply put.
And Caroline always manages to keep that incredible balance of sense of fun and wonder, and the fact that, being a professional surfer. And let's just take a look at the replay here of Keely Andrew. Strong first turn, continuing the run. Oh, big turn. That second turn was enormous. Really critical part of the wave, coming down completely in the foam and scoring. Still going here, looking to increase scoring potential on this wave. Those first two turns are really strong, the second in particular, and then finishes off strongly. She's got a winning formula here, and she gets a 7.43 to go with her 7. And so all of a sudden, the youngster, Sawyer Lindblad, needs a combination, which means that she has to replace both of her scores. So in the first 4 minutes, Keely Andrew has racked up 14.43 points.
Fuely, we have to acknowledge Miss Tia Blanco, the ultimate surfer, got knocked out by a formidable foe and friend, Caroline Marks. She's down below there. Big round of applause for Tia Blanco for all the success she's had through the years, a staple of this event and a true ambassador for surfing. And she's in the mix right now. I wanted to mention as well, she has her sister Asia started Dear Self, cruelty-free vegan skincare line available. Just go online, check it out, Dear Self. So putting their business acumen to the test as well. So taking pictures with little surfer super surfer girls to be. You just don't know what the inspiration will be, as we talked with Captain. And there's a shot. Nice work, Tia Blanco. Okay,
Well
to the heat at hand. Sora Lindblad, you got priority in red, 4.33. You are comboed right now by Keely Andrew, who's got 2 waves of the 7 stature, a 7 and a 7.43. So I'm going to say right here, Keely has put that experience to the test right away.
Yeah, and that is the strongest start that we've certainly seen today, to have 2 7+ rides in the first 4 minutes of a heat is incredible. Wonderful view here from the pier. Our fans getting a bird's eye view. Good morning. Welcome. Oh, there's a camera in my face.
What?
Great to see everybody come out to Oceanside. The festival is starting to heat up behind us. There's the more than 20 free fitness and business activities. There's panels. There's a lot of fun with all of our sponsor booths as well.
Is it true that you just gave yourself 5 minutes of aggressive Zumba? That's why you're sweating like crazy right now? Is that what happened?
I'm absolutely sweating. No, I'm more of a Pilates man than a Zumba man. I appreciate it all. That's a great thing about this event, is you can get to try a lot of different things, and self-defense classes. Of course, we've got the Supergirl Gamer Pro tournament happening as well at the Lenovo booth. Go and check that out at the Lenovo Legion. Lenovo among the top gaming products in the world.
Speaking of gaming, did you know it was 2019, I believe, the largest prize purse for any event was in gaming?
Yeah.
Yep. Look at the buy-in. You can buy in from around the world, more so than any other sport, like by times 2. I think the prize purse was in the neighborhood of $12 million for first place prize.
Yeah. It's huge.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
So there's money in gaming.
There certainly is, and Supergirl Pro was the first surf contest to have a presence on Twitch, thanks to ASA and Rick Bratman. He had the foresight to go, you know what, this is where the youth are going, and also it was the first ever all-female pro gaming tournament as well. So Supergirl Pro Series continuing to set history and meaningfully support young women all around the world. 17 minutes and 30 seconds. Keely Andrew, wow, what a start. Sawyer Lindblad has priority. She also has the local experience. She lives in San Clemente, just up the road. She'll be surfing, no doubt, at the US Open. She has a shot at qualifying for the World Tour through the Challenger Series now, being number 7 on the North America regional ranking. Keely Andrew is on the World Tour and has been there since 2016, but she started surfing at 5 years of age. With her brothers. Her brothers dragged her out there into the surf and the beautiful Sunshine Coast, and she actually made the quarters in her very first World Tour event as a wild card at the Oi Rio Pro in 2015.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. She's had a lot of wins in the smaller level, but not had the chance to take the top spot on the podium. Not for a lack of experience, just for a plethora of competition by her side each time. And for the likes of Sawyer Lindblad, a lot of junior props for her. She also won the qualifying series event last year in Pismo before the pandemic, took second at Morro Bay. She likes math. That's her favorite subject, because with math, there's always an answer. That's one thing that mathematicians will tell you. There's always an answer. Maybe not easy to find, but there's an answer. That's how results are achieved. She's also a 4.0 student, loves herself some lowers. We're talking about Surfer in Blue, Sawyer Lindblad, who's comboed right now, and Lisa Anderson is her most inspirational surfer.
Yeah, of course, Lisa's been residing in San Clemente for many years, originally from Florida, as it seems a fair amount of world champion
four
titles.
Times? Lisa was
Four-time
right?
world champion.
Yeah.
And still a fantastic ambassador for the sport of surfing, and still rips as well.
Yeah.
Still surfs very well.
Still surfing better than us.
And always
will.
Always will. But so many incredible champions have come through either surfing here or living in Southern California. And it's because it's just a wide variety of different breaks here. Trestles, of course, is one of the world's high-performance waves. You've got Blacks down south near La Jolla, and then plenty of beach breaks in between. And then it's the epicenter of the action sports business world as well. And so with so many brands here, ASR, the ASR trade show that we used to be a part of in both Long Beach and San Diego. So there's always a lot of activity, and so that's where this has become an epicenter for action sports and surfers coming in from all around the world. 14 minutes, 40 seconds, and pressure is on Sawyer Lindblad with a set.
Okay, Mother Nature comes alive, providing a wall of voodoo that no one's taken. And as well, if you're just watching online, if you don't know where, if you're watching from around the world, you've never been to Oceanside, about 10 miles south, you have Legoland. SeaWorld's a little further south there. City of San Diego proper is about 20 miles from here, give or take a mile. And the border of Mexico is just a little beyond that. Going north, Trestles is all of 20 miles up by San Onofre State Park. Go another 25 miles, you have Disneyland. And another 30 miles, you've got the city of Los Angeles, where you have Santa Monica and Venice Beach. Just north of there is Malibu, and you get into the Rincon area and all the way up into Santa Barbara. There's your geographic for the day.
Yeah, certainly a lot of things that you can do here in and out of the surf in San Diego County and Orange County. But all that Sawyer Lindblad wants now are some waves. It's all that matters. She'll be using her mathematical skills to calculate how many waves can she catch in 13 minutes and 13 seconds.
Yeah, well, let's give an opportunity to thank. The sun will be poking through in about 30 minutes. I sense it. I feel it. The Sunbum folks have told me such. For those of us who live and love in the sun, trust the bum. Learn more at sunbum.com. Go to the expo area now and just grab some, put it on, learn more about it, buy some, and get it on before the sun comes out to protect yourself. Also, yesterday's lunch here is provided by California Pizza Kitchen. They've got a mobile kitchen here by the main stage. We thank them for their love and their support of this event. Our series app, our event app is Supergirl Series app. It's free. Download it to find out all the information. And Athletes Therapist, the official physical therapy provider for the Supergirl Pro, specializes in return to sport rehabilitation, preventive strategies, etc. Having a look back at our previous wave, that's the 743 mark.
As well was very sharp. So there's you got to keep your balance. There's water pushing from different directions, and you'll notice as well just the biggest turns, the biggest scores come from putting the board in the most critical part of the wave, and that's exactly what Keely Andrew did on the 7.43 and a 7 prior to that, all in the first 4 minutes of this heat. Sawyer has a 4.33, so in any other situation that would be a good start, but with Keely Andrew posting up 2 7+ rides, that means that Sawyer needs 2 good scoring rides. Even so, even if she got a 10 on her next ride, she would still not move past Keely Andrew. She would be 0.10 of a point below, and that's why when they say it's a combination, you have to replace both. She cannot get enough points from one single wave to move up into the lead. And if you have just arrived, it's been an incredible morning here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro. And Keely Andrew and Sawyer Lindblad, the first 2 competitors to progress through into this quarterfinal. And then it was Inso Vahiti Inso and Katie Simmers, the local girl, they're going to come up against each other next. Then it was Chelsea Tuok, who will come up against Alyssa Spencer, and Mia Collins will compete against Caroline Marks in the other quarterfinal.
Yeah, Mark, we talked about it earlier. We're going to crown a new Supergirl.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Caroline Marks has come close, second place before, and then 2 other semi-final finishes. Keely Andrew, the best she has done, I think, is a 5th, so this is her best progression. Katie Simmers did win the Cape last year, but doesn't think it counts because it was a specialty event.
She said that, not us.
She said that.
She
said that herself. And then Alyssa Spencer, also year after year, has been coming back, as has Mia Collins. So we are going to have a new Supergirl at the end of this day. 9 minutes and 20 to go. 9 minutes and 20.
It would be cool if they came up with something that produced waves, like a wave machine, huh? That'd be really. Oh wait, they have that. That they do.
That would be really good.
That'd be cool. Just takes 100,000 pounds of force pressure each wave with a giant hydraulic arm.
Several millions of dollars to invest in, and an area where you can have either dig a big pool or, like Kelly's wave pool, it was a disused cable ski park.
Yeah, how's that?
Secretly turned it into what it has become today.
Yeah, no, the secret is out. That's for sure. Yeah. Pretty darn cool. We're talking about the surf ranch there in Lemoore, California, 100 miles inland from about San Luis Obispo, approximately, just in the middle of the state, really, along the 99, between the 99 and the 5. Anyhow, that's this Ultimate Surfer, which is the finale is on Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. See if Tia Blanco walks away with the title of Ultimate Surfer and walks away with $100,000 and 3 wild card spots for next year's tour. Super cool to see it mainstream.
Yeah, it really is. And while there were, as you know, hardcore surfers, there'd be moments where like, ooh, I'm not quite sure about this beach games thing. But the reality is it does bring a lot more attention to the sport, as has the Olympic Games. So it's been a phenomenal year for the sport of surfing, exposure-wise, and we expect this sport to continue to grow, and more young women are coming into the sport, and they're not just coming into the sport, they are actually in many ways they are dominating the progression of the sport. If you look at Instagram, and you know, whether it be Sierra Kerr, who getting shacked at huge, you know, right-hand barrels in the Maldives, or it's the likes of young Sky Brown, who's also local, skating
Remarkable.
and surfing. You know, it's I feel like we're seeing progression at a rate of knots, especially from the young women.
It's a video game era, but it's also a propulsion of something like the X Games. I say it because I've seen it. I saw it happen firsthand. That if you have an event like the Olympics every year, not every 4 years, and you put focus on that, and you feed money into it, and you build training centers like Woodward, and you build water ramps like they did for the Utah Olympic Park for the Olympics, and you do that every year, you get better. Wave pools are going to change the air game, period. Right? Skate parks have changed the air game for skateboarding. Mega ramps into foam pits did just that. It's interesting that surfing took so long to get in the Olympics, as it was by far the first action sport. You know, Duke talked about it in 1920? Yeah. And here we go. Let's talk about surfing actually happening right now. This is a red of Sawyer Lindblad.
Oh.
Dang, she needed that.
So as the sun comes out, and I was about to say that Sawyer Lindblad exhibits no nerves under pressure, but the second turn there, the first turn really sharp. The second turn, as the sun came out, is not able to get the board back underneath her feet. And she's needing a combination of 14.43 with 5.5. Just looking at the replay here, this first turn, really strong. Big slash, and then lined it up perfectly. And just the nose of her board just getting pulled under by the explosion of the whitewater. So the score has come in, it's a 3, so it doesn't change the situation that Sawyer needs a combined score of 14.43, and Keely Andrew sitting on a 7.43, and she can only improve her situation if she drops a 7.
Yeah, that's just right place, right time business for Keely Andrew. Obviously experienced too, but 4 waves ridden. Here comes an opportunity for a 5th. This is red, Sawyer Lindblad, taking what she can get, knowing she's in the combo position. She's putting together a couple of nice turns, and that's all she has.
Yeah, so that one again, a quick in and out. It was a nice wrapping cutback, but you know, she needs to get a big score on the board. So anything over a 7, and then she can get a lower backup. But anything under that, she is not going to be able to get the score that she needs. Keely Andrew with priority.
Veteran experience pays dividends out here. 2013 was when Keely Andrew showed up here, took a 37th place. The next year, she had her equally tied for best finish in 5th place. Did the same thing in 2017. Last event here was 2019. So from 13 to 19, 7 years in a row, consistent as can be, and she's here marching towards the semifinals as she's in the the first heat of the quarterfinals. Next up is going to be Vihiti Mahana Inso against Caitlin Simmers, the local gal. A couple of youngsters looking to make a mark on Oceanside here.
That's going to be so fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be incredible surfers, so much youthful energy, and they've both been performing incredibly well throughout this competition, and they've already taken down some big names. Vahiti taking out Coco Ho on the last round, and Caitlin defeating Vahin Viero. So now they come up against each other, the two younger surfers in the field. So they'll be coming up in 3 minutes. 3 minutes to go. And Keely Andrew set her scoreline in the first 4 minutes of this heat. She has 2 waves ridden. That's it.
2 really nice ones.
Yeah, and that's all that she needs. And now she's got priority and she can protect her position. But
beautiful, beautiful shots from the pier right there. The sun just doing its best to poke out right about the noon o'clock hour. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro. For you folks that are watching online, that's about a 2,000-foot pier, rebuilt 5 times, and it's made it through a lot of big storms as of recent. We think that one's here to stay. There's people on the beach getting ready for the sun. Mother Nature putting together a few waves, hopefully back-to-back fast for Miss Sawyer Lindblad in the red. She's comboed up against Keely Andrew, who is in the blue with priority. It's going to take a pretty remarkable feat for this one to change the way it looks right now, Mark.
Yeah, 2 minutes. It'd have to be 2 big scoring rides, one after very quick succession. The way the break is here, it is theoretically possible. And Sawyer having a look at this. This is one opportunity she has. She's got to make the most of it. Up and riding. Good first turn, check turn. Power! Huge turn! Now, can she work this through onto the inside with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining and then get back out? She's got the link up. Just dies out there, but those first 2 turns really nice. The second one, all power for Sawyer Lindblad. She has 1 minute 20.
Yeah,
Keely also has, take a look at the replay here, Chris. This first turn was nice, but this second one, all power. Slight layback and coming down with the lip, and then not able to get that further. A 5.67, so now needing an 8.76 with 53 seconds.
Yeah, good effort there. That helps a little bit to get one wave, but with the time not on your side,
and also
you never know.
Keely has priority, so you can see Keely is watching Sawyer, prowling.
30 seconds. The surfers have the luxury of looking back at the clock that's right above us in the announcer's booth. There's also a priority color chart or electronic display. So it says blue up top, red below that. 15 seconds left. Maybe something. 10. Not in the right place. The right time, and that's going to wrap it up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That does it for Heat 1 of the quarterfinals. 1 done, 3 remain to get us down to the semifinals. For you folks online, the sun is coming out, and we'll be back momentarily with the next heat of the quarterfinals. Promises to be a beauty with Vihitame and Caitlin. Stick around.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines. Welcome on back to Oceanside. We're chopping through the good stuff out here on a glassy, overcast day. The Nissan Supergirl Pro is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join us. And by Adobe. Join us in the Creative Waves Challenge to help protect our ocean. So important. For more information, visit adobe.ly/createwaves. Adobe. Been around a long time. They do great things in the technical space. Mark Fuel, you know what's going on out in the water. Quarterfinal number 2. Who do we have?
So Caitlin Simmers has a 4.67. A 4.67 on the score, and Vahiti Inso now has priority. Combined age in the water of 28 years. 13 and 15. And this is a solid wave in the lineup. Is there an edge to it? Is there a corner? No, there is not.
Grenade.
Good size to that wave, but not much scoring potential, if any, at all. So Vahiti has priority. Just taking a look. No, deciding not to. But Caitlin Simmers, she's going to take a look. Takes off. Overhead for her. Big first turn.
Nice.
Uses the power of that wave and comes down. So she will have 2 scores on the board. before Vahiti gets one. And she will just chip away from there. And here's online Katie's first wave. Very, very clean. Nice backhand re-entry. And then the close-out re-entry. Throwing a lot of spray out the back, and then a little bit of a foam climb, and then not much happened with that afterwards. Gets a 4.67, and then her second ride getting a 4. Just to note, surfers, that these quarterfinals are 30 minutes. 30-minute heat, so an extra 5 minutes. But Caitlin Simmers, an 8.67 in the lead. 25 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Plenty
So
of time.
cool, this event. You can just walk up to the surfer, not a massive amount of security presence, and they're approachable. That's the key, and that's the case in all things action sports. This has been my experience, seeing it from snow to surf to BMX to freestyle motocross. People they're genuinely interested in remembering where they started, because they at one point were your age. We all were. And to remember that and to pay back, give the autograph, you don't know how you're going to affect someone. So thanks to the athletes that are spending the time here, signing the autographs, and remembering that you too were at one point inspired by someone. Who are you looking up to as a young gun?
Well, it's interesting is that my entire career was influenced by the meeting a bunch of the pros at the Coke Classic in Manly. It was actually at Queenscliff. And I'm definitely going to date myself, but it was 1970s, the late 1970s. And it was a surf contest like this, and I sat on the wall and I got to speak with Jerry Lopez and Mark Warren and P.T. Townend and Ian Cairns, and funnily enough, I end up working with all of them later in life. So you're right, Chris, it does matter.
Yeah, that's some phenomenal name dropping right there. Yeah, some legends of sport. And we're almost ready for an interview, but wait a second. We're going to take a peek at something on the horizon. Stand by. We're all about the surf since it's few and far between. This is Vahiti Inso from Hawaii waiting for her first wave in red. She has priority, and Caitlin Simmers, local gal's got a couple. Here she goes. This is Simmers. Boy, la la.
Oh, that would have been a big score.
Yeah, looking to let the goat not simmer, but boil. Yes, that was cheesy. All right, so now we got a little lull. Let's toss it on down to Shannon, who's with Miss Keely Andrew.
Right, 11th in the world. You are doing a very strong performance here at Oceanside. How are you feeling out there today?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. It was really nice to put that heat together in the first 5 minutes, and kind of got to just sit out there and save some energy. And yeah, it's a bit tricky when it gets really slow like that, but I know Sawyer's such an incredible surfer. She kind of surprised me yesterday, so it was nice to get one back on her. But yeah, I mean, if the waves were coming, she probably would have got some good scores.
Yeah, you're saying it's difficult coming up against some of the local girls, and there's so many down here in Southern California. You're sticking around though and getting ready for the U.S. Open?
Yeah, the girls every year surprise me with how talented they are. Like, the depth of talent at the moment in women's surfing is it's ridiculously high, and it's scary for the older people, and our jobs are always at stake. But yeah, I'm hanging around. I'm going to go up to the US Open and yeah, get some more heats.
Awesome. Can you tell us a little about your gear and what you decided to ride here at Oceanside Pier?
Yeah, this board was actually shaped for the wave pool event, the surf ranch, but it never actually made it to the pool. So I jumped on it at home and it felt really good, so I put it in the bag and went really well in Mexico and brought it here, and it seems to be doing the job.
Awesome. Well, you have so much experience with the CT and so many competitions under your belt. Anything going through your head while you're moving on to the semifinals?
Yeah, I mean, you can never get enough experience. Surfing the piers, it's actually really tricky for me, so it's nice to kind of get as many heats as possible, and the girls are all surfing so well, so it's nice to practice some strategy and really perform.
Awesome. Well, congrats on the best result yet, and you are moving on to the semis. We'll see Keely in the next round.
Who do you see, Fuely? Who do you see out there?
This is Vahiti up and riding, using her priority. Beautiful first turn. Getting up again, the second. Really sharp in her surfing, and a third. And now she'll push through. She's got plenty of speed. Should be able to make this all the way through. Keeping her board moving. These are turns. that count. Can she get through over this little lump? And just good surfing there. That wave just folding in underneath her. So first ride on the board for Vahidi Inso. And just one comment on that interview. It's funny that Keely's putting herself in the older surfer category there, which just goes to show how competitive at a young age now we are seeing here. As we're seeing out in the water, Vahidi Inso, 13, turns 14 in a couple of days, and Caitlin Simmons just 15 years of age, I believe, still. She now has priority.
If my math is correct, she is actually the eldest in the field today at 26.
Yeah, 26, and I'm the oldest in the field.
Yeah.
Okay, Katie Simmons out the back. Looks like she has a left in front of her. She does. Hard off the bottom. Bang off the top. Really radical. And another nice turn. Oh, how did she fit in a third turn in that small space? And she cuts out to stay out the back.
That second to third was just lightning quick.
Lightning fun. Now a paddle battle. Who can get out the back first? Looks like Vahidi has a slight edge. The replay here. First turn, incredible. Second, another nice turn, and then somehow manages to climb up, fit in a foam climb re-entry and pull it down. 3 turns. We'll see what the score line comes in. Judges looking at both those waves. Caitlin Simmons staying busy. She gets a 7.33.
Beautiful work, Caitlin. Aggressive. And getting that third turn in where most others wouldn't consider it. And that's just solid experience out there. Local gal. Doing well, Caitlin Simmers. And Vahidi has got 4.33. 4.33, you're in second with priority. You need a 7.67. 19 minutes on the clock. Welcome in from around the world. This is our second heat in the quarterfinals, or the round of 8. Chopping it down, it was Keely Andrew upsetting Sawyer, knocking down Sawyer Lindblad in the previous heat. Coming up is going to be Chelsea Tuwak from Barbados against Alyssa Spencer from here stateside. Watch out for the Encinitas local, so that's coming up, but we have a lot yet to do here. Our tide today is slowly pushing out. We're about halfway there. 254 is a low tide of 1.3, so might be getting a little more challenging. We're looking to wrap it up today and put the cape on a Supergirl for the 14th consecutive year. It will be a new one as Coco Ho and the likes of Tatiana Weston Webb, the only two that had a chance to double or quadruple down, as it were. They've both been knocked out by fellow surfers. Fellow Supergirls, I should say.
Yeah.
And that's the nature of the beast out here. This is Vahidi Inso in red, the 13-year-old out of the North Shore. Part of the Narnar Productions, the Kakaina series. Check that out online. Just Google her and you'll find a lot of stuff. Yeah. We call her Miss Giggles. I'm nicknaming her Miss Giggles and the Queen of Fun. Just laughing. Blue-red is priority, by the way. Blue-red is priority. But Vahidi out there having fun because that's how she got into the game. Even when she's competing, she's smiling.
Yeah.
Next to her, Caitlin Simmers, 16. So much experience so far in her young career.
Yeah, and she, just looking as we see this wave, who's going to get it? Maybe it's going to be both of them. Katie Simmers gets the right, up and riding. Nice wrapping cutbacks, got a lot of speed here. This wave holding up, big turn. Drop wallet there, and again, her ability to combine turns is extraordinary. So much speed, and she gets the inside section. Nice turn, another one lining up. She's got some speed and a lip line. Wow. So Katie Simmers, strong wave out the back. Vahidi Inso.
Vahidi on her backhand, one nice swipe deserves yet another. Swiping to the left, now looking to the right. She's got opportunity ahead of her. You see her hopping together, doing similar to what Katie did, but no, won't take it on the inside. That's going to help her out, but watch out as scores to come in, looking to replace that 4.67. I think if history is any indication, we're going to see a little better score.
Yeah, that was a very strong ride. And prior to that, if we look on the replay, just lightning reflexes. This turn here, just slash a little bit of a layback and then a foam climb. She's just so nimble on the waves and just looks so relaxed, and then she just works her way through onto the inside. And as the wave steepens up, then she gains more momentum, little slash, and then she finishes up with a nice re-entry right there on the sand. And it comes in at a 6.9. We are still waiting on Vahiti's second wave because she also did some very good turns out the back. She gets a 6.8, so just 0.1 of a difference in the exchange. So right now the difference in the scoreline is Katie Simmers 7.33. So Vahiti needs a 7.43, and this is Vahiti's wave. Really great bottom turn. Massive turn. Got the fins loose. Really radical. And again, 2 in a row. And so that's why getting that 6.8, even though she didn't make it through it on the inside, they were extreme maneuvers and all style and power. And gets a 6.8. So had she been able to get through onto the inside and complete, would have likely challenged that 7.33. So as it stands, she needs a 7.43. Vahiti priority with Caitlin, and 14 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Online, looking at over the shoulder of members of the Air Force, I believe, right there. We're in Oceanside, really close to the Marine headquarters, training grounds of Camp Pendleton. A lot of military presence here, as we just had ourselves Captain Kimberly Otten with an interview about flying the B-1 bomber and F-16, all at the ripe age of 29, showing her experience. Let's talk surfing now, though. This is VT. In zone, she's racing down the line, gaining that speed, looking for the open face, says, nah, ain't gonna work. Boy, that wasn't for a lack of effort, though.
Yeah, well, she's looking for a big score of 7.43 and not able to get around the section, so she knows that, okay, no point hanging out on this wave. It's not going to give me what I need. 13 minutes and 20 seconds. Caitlin obviously with priority out the back by herself. Incredible conditions here this morning at Oceanside. Sheet glass, not a breath of wind. And we may get some more texture on the water as the day progresses, but this is the best day that we have had so far with conditions. And movement in the lineup, Katie Simmons, you see her paddling south. She has seen something. It looks like a left-hander. She's going to take this up and riding. Huge turn. Her board was completely out of the wave and completes the maneuver. Let's see what the judges thought about that. And looking forward to also seeing that in a replay. It looked like her board was completely out of the water on that turn. So it's a one-turn wave. Will it be better? 6 knot. Look at this. Fully, the board was out of the wave. Wow. Okay. Huge turn. That might well be the maneuver of the contest so far, and she gets an 8.17. An 8.17. Wow, I would have wanted a 10. 8.17. If she had, if the wave had then given her more and ridden that all the way through like some of the other waves, that could have been a 10-point ride as a result of that. That was just incredible surfing. Her board completely out of the wave, landing it, coming out clean. An 8.17. Now Vahiti needs an 8.7. An 8.7. Remember, this is the battle for the semi-final. One of these surfers will go up against Keely Andrew of Australia.
typical. I just took the headset off, walked away, and you got to talk and see it. I missed the whole thing, but it was that good, huh?
It was insane. I'm not going to
Awesome.
tell you how good it was.
Okay, good. So Katie, local gal, just putting the hammer down, the white claw. Love it.
Yeah, definitely the single maneuver of the contest so far.
Awesome. Well, look at the sunshine striking down. Red has priority. Red with priority, and she'll take this. Vahidi Enzo needing an 8.7. Lots to work with here. Boom! She puts a nice float, stalls it, and brings it back down, and she's going to see if the foam will bring her inside. No, so a nice one-hit wonder out the back. What do you see, Mark?
Here's Katie Simmers again. What has she got for us now? Nice first turn. Huge second turn, not able to hang on there. So we can see there with two big scores, the 8.17 and the 7.33. She can now throw complete caution to the wind. Not that she hasn't been doing that anyway. But now she can let loose as wildly as she likes because her low score is a 7.33. Vahiti, that score came in at a 4.9. So it was a better wave, but you still need an 8.7. Her high score, a 6.8 with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's coming alive out here. Maybe the sunshine opened up an opportunity for these waves to develop. There's a peek back at Vahiti's Enzo's one hit and then not able to do much more on the inside.
Yeah, and it was a great turn. It was fantastic. But when you compare that to Caitlin Simmers, 8.17, that's what she's up against.
That's it.
Simmers, the local girl, she's actually the defending U.S. Open Junior champion because that competition wasn't held in 2020. So
also the youngest to win this event, whether she considers it was a win. It was a
Yeah.
victory. Here's a peek back at Caitlin Simmers.
That's her last wave, and so the second turn there, really great positioning, but not able to pull it off. Wow, this heat has plenty of waves. There's a shift in the tide. It's dropping, but it's staying really clean.
It is. No wind to speak of, knock on wood. And these ladies are enjoying the south side of Oceanside Pier for all it's worth. Your own playground. No one else to interrupt you except for the person next to you that's trying to beat you. And that's what this is about. This is, again, heat number 2. 8.5 minutes left, ladies. For you folks that are watching online, this is Oceanside. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro. You folks that are on the pier and on the beach, welcome on in. This is our day 3 of 3. We're chopping it down from the round of 8 now to 4, and then finally round of 2. Before the finals, what will we have, Mark? Looks like an
we will have
event.
the adaptive surfing final. The heats were conducted north of the pier during the last 2 days, and so we'll get to see the adaptive surfers today, and some of the surfers that we're going to see. We have Alana Nichols competed last year, as did Quinn Waitley and Faith Lennox, and then also some new surfers that are going to make their appearance as well. So really looking forward to that. It is always inspiring, and we've seen some great surfing in the last couple of years. 7.5 minutes coming up. The sun is out. The fog's burned off. This is what happens in Southern California this time of the year.
Yep, surfing going down. Vahiti Enzo looking at that.
Yeah, Katie holding on to her priority.
Taking a peek at it.
Yeah.
We want to thank Nissan for their support. White Claw Hard Seltzer as well. We'd like to thank the little princess right in front of us with her little princess dress and her blonde hair, making sand pies for all of us. The youngsters having a great time.
And for those of you on the beach who are here enjoying it, taking photos, sharing those photos, don't forget to tag us at Supergirl Pro or the hashtag Nissan Supergirl Pro.
Just beautiful thing to be able to be right down here at the beach. Hope you're enjoying this fantastic day. The last couple days of summer as we approach my favorite time of the year, the fall. It's when the swells continue to pump on through and the bits of moisture change. Lord knows California needs as much rain and snow as we can possibly get. Always hoping and praying for a big winter because, Lord, We know we all need it. Tahoe dodged a bullet. That was my old stomping grounds. Got married on the lake, and the South Lake just about caught the worst possible situation until the last day when the winds shifted and South Lake Tahoe was spared. 700 homes lost. The firefighters worked tirelessly. We want to thank all of the Forest Service crew all the way up and down the coast. It was the worst season. It progressively every year it gets worse and worse, and it's not going to get any better. Moisture will help, but thanks to the firefighters. You know who you are. Thank you for protecting what you can for us. 5.5 minutes on the clock. Also to the military, thank you for your support. We have great representation here in the name of the Marines and the Air Force. If you're just walking around, please swing by their booths, shake their hands, give them high fives, offer them up a hug for their service and commitment to our freedom, and an opportunity to watch great events like this on a beautiful Sunday here at Oceanside.
And for those of you who are here on hand, and I've noticed a few cave people running around, so anybody who has not had a post-COVID haircut will be happy to hear that Paul Mitchell's Cut-a-thon is happening all weekend down at their booth, and future professionals from Paul Mitchell's The School of San Diego will be cutting and braiding hair each day. So, you can pay via Venmo. So for a donation of $15, that 100% of the donations will go to boarding for breast cancer. So get yourself a haircut and contribute to an amazing cause. 4.5 minutes here, and Caitlin Simmers has this heat by the throat, looking for a semi-final berth. But Vahidi Inso needs an 8.7. Oh, I thought she was going to get that wave then. She needs an 8.7 with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Simmers with that 8.17 and 7.33 in the scoreline. Locals already celebrating. It was a wild celebration last year at the end of the Supergirl Pro as Katie Simmers and Lakey Peterson took out the win. Vahidi taking a look at this, needs a big score. She's going to take it. Up and riding. What's she got in hand? Wrapping cutback. There's a wall in front of her. Climbs up. Nice float. Pushing this through the next section. Still approaching the pier. Cutting back. Still going. And out of that wave. Will it be an 8.7? Katie Simmers now out the back by herself with 3 minutes 18. What kind of wild aerobatic antics does she have in store if she catches another wave?
Yeah, really impressive to see the poise and the control of Katie Simmers. And here's a peek at Vahidi Inso racing down the line, wrapping it around, looking to see where she needs to get back in the pocket. There's the float. Keeps generating that speed. Thought it might have a little bit more on the inside, and that was about it.
Yeah, and that didn't improve her situation, a 3.73. So still needing an 8.7, but there is still 2 minutes 40 remaining here. Still time.
It's a tall order when the 8.66 has been our highest wave of the competition. But you never know. One can deserve another. And I like to say that Caitlin Simmers might have an advantage from the experience of Supergirl. She was here last year, did earn the Cape. She does have the advantage, this being her home break. So as a youngster, she's gone up and down the San Diego coastline and has learned this, earned it, and she's respected for it. So the 16-year-old regular footer here in Oceanside, with 2 minutes left, she's inching that much closer towards an authentic individual Cape that she earned by herself, with understanding how this place breaks. And just with good energy, solid speed, power, flow, and that air that you all got to witness. I'll be on the highlight reel for sure.
Yeah, that was an incredible
This
turn.
is going to be put into a Fox Sport show.
Yep.
Also, in November, it's going to be released. I would check ASA Entertainment's site out for the information.
And the Supergirl Pro on Facebook or Twitch or Instagram, of course.
Coming up next, Chelsea Tuak from Barbados, Alyssa Spencer from San Clemente, or excuse me, Encinitas area will be coming down the pipe next, and a lot of experience. Those gals have almost 15 years of Supergirl experience combined between them. That's going to be a barn burner. Under a minute left. This one's going to stay probably where it's at, so good work by both of you ladies.
So the winner of this goes up against Keely Andrew, the Australian. The remaining competitor, she has even more World Tour experience than Caroline Marks. She's been on the World Tour longer. So it'll be the youngest up against the most experienced.
10 seconds left. Vahidi Enzo, we look forward to watching you throughout your young career. That smile will continue, we know that. Let's count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Caitlin Simmers, we are really enjoying what you're doing out here, so keep doing it. You're going to the semifinals. We'll slow this thing down and start the next one coming up. And the future is in front of us on that screen for you folks at home. Vahidi from Hawaii, Caitlin Simmers from Oceanside. We'll watch her when we come back in a little bit. Stand by. We're ready to rock and roll with the next team. Counting it down in 5.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I wanna spread that good love, 'cause love, 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 love is all we need. Yeah.
Every superhero has an origin story. We all got our start somewhere. For us, it was the U.S. Air Force.
Oceanside's a location, crowd gathering for the finals. Going to be coming up around 2:30. Welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Pro, brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup of cars ever. NissanUSA.com, and by United States Marine Corps. The battle to belong. The battle happens here. And by Blenders Eyewear, fresh from San Diego. Rocked with pride worldwide. Visit blenderseyewear.com and use coupon code Supergirl20 to save 20% now. Get your sunnies on because it's bright, and the future of this surfing is bright with the likes of who we just saw, Caitlin Simmers and Fahitehama Inzo. But we're shifting gears now to two very experienced Supergirls, the name of Chelsea Tuak in the red from Barbados and Alyssa Spencer from here in Encinitas. I'm Uncle Lee alongside Mark Fuel. Another one coming at us, buddy.
Yeah, another fantastic quarterfinal here. And this is another fantastic matchup. Both these surfers have been surfing really well through the heat, so their confidence is obviously high now that they've made it into the quarterfinal. And let's see who will get the first wave, who's in the best position here. They may have paddled them, both of themselves, out of position, so neither getting that wave. Chelsea Tuak from Barbados. So has competed in some CT World Tour events before from Soup Bowls. And Alyssa Spencer from Encinitas, who is currently number 4 on the National America regional rankings. And two very experienced. Both of these surfers have won junior titles to their name and have competed on the world stage at a junior level and then progressing into QS events, and obviously here multiple times. So 5 minutes almost into this heat and no waves have been ridden. It's almost like the heat before that just had so many waves. Has used up a lot of the energy. Tide is going out. We've got a dropping tide here, but zero wind. Incredible conditions for Southern California. It's a good time of year to be here, and the Supergirl Pro sandwiched between the world title decider that happened at Trestles a few days ago, just north of here, and the US Open of Surfing, which is happening in Huntington Beach in the coming days, which is now part of the Challenger Series. So that'll be the first competition from which a number of people will be selected from the World Tour, or for the World Tour. Some have already been selected based upon their performance on the World Tour in 2021.
It's probably the last time we're going to see all three of these events stacked up back to back, but you never know. All right, backhand, Chelsea Tuak from Barbados puts together a beauty, and how she maintained that as well. Her experience at a quarter of a century old and being here for the last 8 years helps as well.
Yeah, and we mentioned this the other day. She's got incredible strength. It's because she's also a professional Pilates instructor as well. So legs and core just incredibly strong. And you could see the speed that she was able to generate. And it was that closing maneuver. So the first turn here comes up. Nice turn, nice slash. And this one here, that takes real strength to pull the board down and then ride out of that with all the foam bouncing around you. So a good start for Chelsea Tuak from Barbados.
Barbados.
Yeah.
And she had a little opportunity in 2015 and 16 to travel the globe in the name of the World Championship Tour. Finished in the 13th position consistently. They take the top 17 and they get to go on which was once called the Dream Tour. It still is a Dream Tour because you're going to the best spots. You're treated like absolute royalty because you've earned the right to be on that. You really have. It's not a scratch a ticket and find it in a candy bar golden ticket. You earn it. And she had an opportunity to do that with her career and how strong she is. She could get back on to that tour, but it's the select few, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we just got a glimpse there of why she was on the World Tour. Really fast surfing, very, very strong. And the score is a 7 for Chelsea. And now Alyssa Spencer with priority, looking for her first scoring ride. Alyssa from Encinitas, just south of here. ISA under 16 World Junior Champion. And then she backed that up with a second place at the WSL World Juniors in, it was November 19 in Taiwan. It was one of the last international events before the COVID shutdown. And second at the last US Open Pro Junior, Caitlin Simmers just pipping her at the post in the dying moments of that final. So again, all she needs is the waves and another incredible surfer.
Yeah, Alyssa says she has photos from here from when she was 9 years of age, and she came down as a spectator, and she got autographs just like we're seeing right now. So moms and dads, file those under Supergirl, put them in a file, and see by chance if your daughter is going to be competing someday. That's what, whether Alyssa did it or her parents did it, that's it. That's inspiration. And we were talking about that with Captain Otten, that, you know, it wasn't one specific moment in time, but maybe it was a combination of a few things that inspired her to do something that she's passionate about. And you can safely say Chelsea and Alyssa have followed that passion and driven them out here where work doesn't feel like work. This is a blessed opportunity, and they recognize that. You can tell it when being interviewed, when you talk to them as just individuals. They're doing what they love, and there's nothing better than that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Fiercely competitive. 20 minutes, 35 seconds. Yeah, they're fiercely competitive, but they are appreciating what they get to do and having a good time doing it. But Alyssa Spencer has priority, but needs a wave. This heat definitely has been a little slower, certainly than the previous one, where we saw Katie Simmers take the win there. There's plenty of waves on offer. This one, it's gone the other way. Just one wave has been ridden in the first 10 minutes, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I want to thank everybody who's come down to support in person. And stick around all day and don't miss a special performance from the Plain White Tees today at 6 on the main stage. We've got music throughout the entire afternoon. It's a true festival and a celebration of women's empowerment, providing inspiration, and the entire event is centered around providing social, athletic, cultural, education, business and entertainment opportunities for young women. 19 minutes.
It's lunchtime.
Make sure you get down to the Sunbun booth and lather up. Here we go. This is Chelsea looking for a second scoring ride, up and riding. Oh, and just not able to get down it. And that wave just closing out. So it'll be a very small 0.5. So that does mean that Alyssa Spencer needs a 7.5 to move up into first position. But 18.5 minutes to go.
There's some food going down my gullet right now from Noodles & Company. This is pad thai. I've never had it. I'm devouring it. It's fantastic. I'm convinced it's great. I'm also starving. If you're hungry, cruise over to the vendor area. I know we have California Pizza Kitchen in the mix. They're one of our sponsors. They fed us yesterday. Go there, get a barbecue chicken pizza or a pepperoni, and fuel your fire. If you're in the mood for a White Claw seltzer, I think the beer garden's open. So go forth and have a seltzer. And a Celsius Live Fit energy drink. We can do that, but right now let's talk about surfing. Alyssa Spencer, right on down the line, being patient, gets up top, buckets of water. Lovely, lovely maneuver right there. 2 fat opportunities, and she delivered right in the critical part where she needed to, with some presence and state of mind to hold off and look up the wave and say, hey, that's gonna deliver a nice scoring opportunity. And feel that's what happened.
Yeah, that was strong, is how you would describe that finishing turn there. Put her entire body weight into that wave. Set it up really well on the takeoff. Look down, it's about a head-high wave. Hard off the bottom. Set the turn. Here she is. She's looking at the oncoming section. Wow. spray to the heavens, and that was a very strong turn. The judges will compare that against Chelsea 7.
Okay, we're looking for scores to come in from Melissa. We're going to let that come across here. We'll let you know what it is. I got a great interview lined up with Shannon. I can hear the giggles in my ear. 7.17, Alyssa Spencer, 7.17. Great first wave. You now need a .33 with a lot of time on the clock. Tuak in red, you have the priority. Alyssa Spencer in blue, again, 7.17 on that marvelous last ride. Let's throw it down to Miss Giggles, who's hanging out with Shannon. Take it away.
That's right. Tough heat. You made it to the quarterfinals, but you're up against the 2020 winner. What was it like out there today?
I knew it was going to be a hard heat. You know, I'm really glad I went down to Katie. She, you know, not only she's a homegirl, but she's just such an amazing surfer and such an amazing person. You know, she's all around just such a great person.
Well, it's unbelievable that this is your first QS contest. You made it all the way to the quarterfinals. How proud are you today of yourself?
I'm just so proud of myself. I definitely along the road to the quarters, I've had some rough heats, but luckily just getting by it by an inch. So I think I'm just so proud of myself and proud of my teams. I just really I'm so grateful and appreciative of everything.
Well, there's pink capes running around, little girls everywhere looking up to you and all of the girls here today. What was your experience like at the Supergirl Pro?
When I first came down, I was like, oh, I don't know who's gonna want my signature, but no, it was so cute. I definitely was one of those girls, you know, wanting a signature from all the best surfers. So definitely, it's so cool to be on the flip side of it.
For sure. And Supergirls like Coco Ho and Carissa Moore, you've been looking up to, born and raised in Honolulu. What's it like to be here competing against them?
It's crazy, and I never thought I would, you know, be here. And so I think just to, you know, inch myself closer to hopefully doing, you know, just surfing better in contests and even just hopefully making it to the CT, you know, I think that would just be super cool.
Well, we're going to be seeing much more of you. 13 going on 14 in a couple days. Happy birthday to Vi.
Thank you.
We'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Vi, if you get a chance, Vi, work your way up. Ask Shannon, Vi, ask Shannon where the announce booth is. I'd love to get you on the mic. So we want to see if we can get her up here. Just Miss Giggles. For you folks at home, that's Vi. Vahiti Enzo did not win the last heat. She was knocked out by local gal Caitlin Simmers in a nice, aggressive, mild wave battle. And here's the wave on the back for you folks at home. We're taking a peek at what just happened with Alyssa Spencer, earning a 3.83. So Alyssa, you are now in the lead. With those two waves, 7.17 and a 3.83, you have the lead. Chelsea Tuak in red, you have priority, and you need a 4.01 now with 13:45 on the clock. Vahiti Enzo, we'll see if we can't gather her up for some online and beach commentary. Always good to get the perspective from the athletes. They seem to be willing. And good to hear their take. When they're announcing, they see things differently. It's a kind of a second dimension of announcing. And we'll see if we can wrangle her. We'll talk to her agent. Hey, Spence. You can find VET. Did you ever get a chance? A lot of time left. These are 30-minute heats. Latest we've ever run this event. It's never in September. It's always in July or August, according to how the calendar falls. Suffice to say, COVID had a little something to do with that. So thank you to the WSL, the City of Oceanside, all the organizing bodies from the ASA to Echo Entertainment, to making sure that this event happened again for the 14th consecutive year. San Diego County, the City of Oceanside, really commendable and accommodating to this event. They know it brings in a massive amount of volume and tourist dollars and tourism to help boast what the City of Oceanside is about. a mecca of entertainment and activity, and that's what this event affords and offers. Again, the opportunity out in the water looks like this, the situation. Chelsea Tuak in red, you have the priority, and you need a 4.01. Alyssa Spencer, local gal, done good with 2 waves, a 7.17 and a 3.83. You are in the lead right now with 11 and a half minutes on the clock. We've done a few snow events in the Supergirl name. There's Supergirl Gaming as well. And we'll see what the winter looks like. We know that this will be on the calendar next year, barring a pandemic. But if it happened last year, boy, we could do it. We could do it in anything, right? To the parents down below, thanks for being supportive of your kids through the years and getting them to be Supergirls. We started on Friday with 88 competitors into the round of 64 yesterday. And now we are down in our heat of 3, round of 8, with Chelsea Tuak and Alyssa Spencer. The final heat coming up. These are 30-minute heats, by the way. It's going to be Mia Collins, Newport Beach gal, against Caroline Marks, San Clemente. Ripper, number 6 of the World Championship Tour and runner-up in 3rd place from this event. That's going to be in the future, but right now it's 4 waves caught. Alyssa Spencer's the recipient of the 2 higher of scores. Chelsea's sitting there being patient with priority.
Yeah, incredibly close though. It's just a 4.01 that Chelsea needs. And with that priority and 10 minutes and 10 seconds to go puts her in a great position. Fantastic surfing by both Alyssa and Chelsea. Alyssa taking a look at this wave. Up and riding on a forehand. First check turn. Big second turn. Can she ride out of it? Isn't able to. So again, total commitment and all power in those turns. Chelsea now needs a 4.01 up and riding. Big backhand re-entry and an in and out.
Well, her second wave is a 0.5. Her second scored wave is a 0.5. That's her 3rd ridden. That one maneuver may add a little something there to change the need to advance. We'll see what the judges do. If you're new to surfing and watching it for the first time, just happen to be strolling around and saying what's going on, Nissan Supergirl Pro, we're repetitive in our commentary because some people just show up, even online. This is a 14th annual event, started in Huntington Beach in 2008, where Coco Ho walked away with the trophy, which is a red Supergirl cape. They also walk away with some valuable points that help out with how they can better their career and move towards their goal of becoming a World Championship Tour competitor. Also, they win some money, and the support and the praise of their peers in this industry, which is valuable. They learn from one another. They compete against one another. One is not necessarily better than the other, but certainly it shows on the way that the waves come in each day. So we are now we started with 88 on Friday. We're now down to a round of 8, and after this heat and the following heat, we'll be down to our final 4. That's the semis. The winners of those 2 will meet in the finals. It starts around 2:45, and we have a specialty event known as our adaptive athletes. There'll be 6 of them out in the water right around the 2:20 hour if the clock ticks properly.
Yeah.
So lots yet to see and do out here, Mark.
There certainly is. And Chelsea, a 3.47 on her last ride, so that wasn't enough. You still need a 4.01, and Alyssa Spencer has a priority. Just under 8 minutes remaining in this heat.
At this time, it's important to acknowledge the lifeguards. Give it up for the lifeguards. That's right. Trained decades ago. That's right, with Hasselhoff.
He looks like David Hasselhoff.
He does. Got a little Hasselhoff strut right there. I'm envious of that hair.
He's got good hair.
Yeah,
good
go to
hair.
Paul Mitchell. See what they can do for you.
7.5 minutes. Alyssa Spencer with priority. Chelsea needing a 4.01. And they are on top of each other. Look at that. They are staying close to each other.
Yeah, cat and mouse game starting now. Oh my goodness. Dreams do come true. There's very few things that I get excited about, but one of them is getting to meet new young surfers with smiles for miles We don't know each other, but I'm giving her a hug. This is kind of awkward for her, I'm sure. This is Vihite Mahana Inso. Am I saying it right?
Yes,
Yes?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. My name is Chris.
Nice
pleasure.
to meet you.
Yeah. Such a pleasure to have you here. You're talking here. This is live to the World Wide Web, right? And we talk at the same time to the people out there.
Wow.
Yeah, so you were just talking to Shannon down there, and I said, I need you up here. We need your energy. So here, take a look here, paddling in. This is Chelsea Tuak. I'm going to have you call a wave because it's so cool to have ladies that have been in the ocean talking about what actually goes on. You give us a totally different perspective. We're stuck here all day while you get to have fun. So we just heard how your experience was. Keep talking to us about how much fun the Supergirl is.
The Supergirl is so fun. This is my second year doing it. I did it last year with the team event last year, and it was so fun. It was kind of my first, I guess, figure contest, and I definitely didn't. Oh, here's Chelsea to watch. She's dropping on a nice left. Wapa! Oh man, this is a really good wave. Oh, another slash right here. She's been on fire lately. I was on Instagram and saw something on the QS Instagram, and I saw a super nice wave of hers, and it was just great. And this is going to be a really fun heat to finish off with 5 minutes left.
So it's probably interesting for you because you were just out there and you see it differently. You got a different dimension than we ever get, right? So when you watch that, you know where she's at in that wave. And something I always want to ask, when you start pumping on the inside, how do you know that it's not going to come a little bit closer? Is that just intuition? You don't want to waste the energy? Like when you want to come to the inside, when do you know to stop?
I know when to stop when it doesn't allow me to.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. It's really challenging out there. With the tide and the different swells coming. It's really hard to tell what's gonna come to the inside or not. And none of my waves pretty much did, and I had a weird one, but it's I think it's really intuition too, and just feeling the power underneath your board and your feet, and to see if it will stand back up, but
yeah,
it's really just hard to tell.
Yeah,
for me.
Well, you get a feel for it.
Yeah.
I guess that's simply put. So this is our scoreboard for you folks at home on the beach. We're giving her a visual of what we see because she's always out there. Right now, red is paddling as blue has priority. So Chelsea Tuak right now, she's in the second position. She needs a 4.01 to advance. Alyssa Spencer has priority right now in blue, so she's going to play the cat and mouse game. Talk to us about your experience with priority and how that goes down out there.
With priority, I've really never really done too much contest with tons of priority. Especially for Oahu, we don't use priority at all, and so when we come out for youth champs, that's kind of more of a yearly thing. I really get to practice my priority game out there, but now with this with all these QSs, hopefully I can try kind of get a little snip into. It's very difficult, I feel like, definitely if you're on a weird rhythm and
Sure.
someone else has priority with 3 minutes 30 to left, and you need a manageable score. I feel like someone will start to shadow you over, but
So you're getting used to it still, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's great. I mean, remember, you're only 13. You turned 14 when?
in 2 days. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're always on the cusp of summer, fall, huh? You're on the
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
right on. Cool. So again, this is the voice of I call you Miss Giggles. I'm sure you have a bunch of nicknames and whatnot, but Vi, I really enjoyed the Kakaina from the Narnar Girls.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was watching
thank
several
you.
episodes. I got totally hooked on it because I got girls myself, and your energy is palpable.
Oh,
it really
thank
is.
you. I
So
appreciate
one
it.
thing I can say to you is don't lose that. I'm sure you're not. I've been in this business for some time. You carry yourself well. You surf great, and keep that energy going.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
by all means. Anything you want to say to folks at home that are watching? Before you do that, let me give an update, though. 2:35 on the clock. Alyssa Spencer, you are in the lead still with an 11. You, Chelsea Tuak in red, you need a 4.01, just under 2:30 on the clock. And for you folks that are watching online, this is heat number 3 of the quarterfinals. Next up is Mia Collins and Caroline Marks. You folks that are watching on the beach, we have say your name. Say the way you say it, the whole name.
Okay. Vahiti Mahana Inso.
Vihiti Mahana Inso.
Yeah.
A lot of vowels in there.
Oh, and Vahiti Mahana is only my first name.
Give us a whole name.
Okay, Vahiti Mohana, Ke Kamale, Kaumaka, Alohi Leni, Inso.
How many letters is that?
Oh, I kind of
All of
forget.
them?
Yeah.
More vowels and consonants, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. That is wonderful. What was your first competition? Do you remember it?
It was the Dukes Fest in Queens. It was like a little Menehune contest, and it's kind of classic because a lot of the girls I competed there, you know, we're all good friends and we all surf the same local break. So it's always just so classic to see, you know, where everyone is come.
Did you laugh the whole way through, like catching waves with your friends? Were you laughing?
Oh, for sure.
We're taking a selfie.
That was great.
I love it. Yeah, this is what it's about, this Supergirl. We were talking earlier, you weren't even born when this event series started. Coco Ho, who you competed against her, didn't you, earlier today?
Today,
Yeah,
yes.
you beat Coco in the first heat. She won this event before you were born.
That's
2008.
so funny.
I know. So it's so cool to have you up here and to be it's what this event is about. And Rick Bratman, who runs it, will tell you the same thing. You know, he gets inspired to do this event because of people like you. And so thank you for being here.
Thank you
Sincerely,
so much.
yeah, great energy. Okay, we're going to stay here, please. We're going to
Okay.
focus on just winding this thing down. Tuwak right now in red really needs to hammer down, and she's doing just that. She's taking now. Priority stays the same with Alyssa Spencer, so Tuwak needs a 4.01 in red with 30 seconds left. How nerve-wracking is this
Wow.
from your experience, Vi?
Man, I don't know how it is in the water, but from just watching it on the screen, this is scary.
Yeah, so Alyssa Spencer takes that priority. She gets it going, looks back, and she's going to get down on her belly and ride this thing in. Not a whole lot left. That was a look back that Alyssa was doing. 10 seconds left, and there is just not enough time on the ticker for Chelsea Tuwak. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 horns end it for Alyssa Spencer. Local girl, relatively speaking, is going to move on to the next round. We will stop the clock for a second and get the next heat going. And let's stand up real quick. Stand right here. And we'll be back with more fun in just a minute. We got a camera right there. Hello, folks. Vi, the future of surfing here, all the way from Oceanside. We'll be back with the next heat of the quarterfinals.
Every superhero has an origin story. We all got our start somewhere. For us, it was the U.S. Air Force.
When we founded Paul Mitchell nearly 40 years ago, people would ask, John Paul, why do you want to make hair care products? I tell them, I don't. I want to make super hair care products, but it's more than that. It's hair color that makes you feel like $1,000,000 and passionate people doing what they love. It's giving back, treating the planet kindly, and supporting the professional hairdresser. To me, it's not just about hair care. It's creating something beautiful for all of us.
We're for the trailblazers and the thrill seekers, the craftsmen and the tastemakers, those dedicated to country and community, family and friends, working to carve out a better life for themselves in a patch of California that's more focused on authenticity than image, more substance than show. We're Front Wave Credit Union for banking, lending, saving, planning. We're the place to get started and the place to kick it into high gear. So dream big. We got you.
Welcome back to Oceanside. We're here with Vi Inzo, and she's going to break us down and let us know where we are. The
Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is brought to you by Celsius, Essential Energy, the official energy drink of Supergirl Pro Series. To learn more, visit www.celsius.com. And by Front Wave Credit Union for banking, lending, saving, planning. Dream big, we got you. Visit frontwavecu.com to get started.
Boom! That just happened. Yeah. Adding that to your resume before your 14th birthday. Those are called billboards. This is called surfing. This is Mia Collins and Caroline Marks out in the water. And I'm sure you had the opportunity yesterday to witness that wave that Caroline caught at the tail end of the day, our last
Wow.
heat. She went from there to there in like 4 seconds.
It was
How crazy was that?
I was watching it from home eating my vegan cookies, but man, it was just as exciting sitting down as I bet it was up in the booth.
Okay, obviously born and raised on the island, living on the North Shore. Heroes galore. You get to surf with them all the time, but who are some of your modern-day surfer heroes?
My modern day surfing heroes, I love Wahine, surfer Wahine, especially coming out from Hawaii. You know, I like to really support as much people as I can coming out from home. I think that's really cool. We have our really own little surf community, and my biggest hero probably would be my parents, but for surfing, I love Yuko Hanamoku. You know, he's done so much for not only Hawaii but the whole world, and you know, he's just such a great human being. And I think it would have been so cool to be able to live in his presence at the same time. Yeah.
Oh, we were just talking about that. Like Duke had this vision in over 100 years ago to have surf in the Olympics, and it took that long to get into it. We're going to take a look back for you folks online as we're talking with Enzo. Walk us through this wave here. What do you see?
All I see is greatness, man. I wish I could surf like that. She's like one of the people when I see it on my little World Surf League app when the little tab comes up, be like, watch Caroline Marks. And I always like to watch her heat. She's always so exciting, and especially as a goofy foot, I love to watch Caroline and Tatiana. I think Tatiana and Caroline surfing is just super exciting to watch, and hopefully I can surf like them sometime.
And she's just peeling them off right now. She's on her backhand. She already has a 6.17 and a 4.83, and again, finding the critical moment and just not faltering, just solid. You know?
That was great. Holy cow.
She was your age when she was here the first time. She was 12 the first time she was on the championship tour as a wild card up at Trestles. You're on that same trajectory. What are you doing to train? Do you have a coach and a trainer right now? Are you to that level yet?
I've been working with Chris Gallagher a lot as a technical coach, and also we kind of ran some heats back at home before we left with Zeke Lau and Bear Mamiya. That was actually really scary. You have no idea how intimidating those guys are, and the waves were like 1 foot. It was really scary, but I've been working with Chris Gallagher for a little bit, and he's probably kind of like my main coach, but yeah, he's such a great guy, and he's very positive, and he's very spiritual-like, but
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. Put the spiritual angle. Caroline Marks, 3 waves. Last one, a 6.1. And your first wave was a 6.17. You are now currently in the lead. Mia Collins waiting to catch that first wave with 25 minutes on the clock. Talking with Enzo right next to us here. While we have this opportunity, let's toss it on down to Shannon, who I believe is with Alyssa Spencer.
That's right. Local favorite, Alyssa, your family's here. You must be really excited to put on quite the show for them.
Yeah, it's been fun competing so close to home and having all my family and friends come down and watch and cheer me on.
Well, what you're doing has been working. You found a 7.17 in order to pass through. How did you find that wave?
Yeah, that heat was definitely a little bit slow. I just got lucky that one ended up coming to me. Chelsea got the 1.7 off the takeoff of the heat, and I knew that I was going to have to put up another score similar to hers to make that one, and I was just happy that I was able to find that wave. And then, yeah, it was definitely a little bit of playing tactics at the end, but I was able to make it through.
Cool. Well, there's so many women down here at Supergirl Pro. Who have you been looking up to while you're growing up surfing?
Yeah, I used to come down here and watch this event as a little girl learning how to surf, and I remember I was one of those little girls running up and asking for autographs, and I would have my little book. I think I might even have it saved somewhere, so that would be cool to look back and see if those are the girls that I'm still competing against today. It's pretty cool for it to all come like full circle.
So what's your headspace going into this next round?
Yeah, I just hope that I can put on a good show and find a couple more waves and hopefully make the final.
Well, making San Diego proud, Alyssa Spencer is moving on. Back to you guys.
And that's the focus and determination that it takes. In 2015, she showed up. That's Alyssa Spencer for her first event. Got 25th. Has yet to even make it in past the round of 36, or 32, I should say. And she is now into the semifinals. I forecast that for you someday, Vi. Someday. That's it. Okay, let's talk autographs. You've given a few. Do you remember the first person you went up to get an autograph in the name of surf, or for any autograph?
It's actually a pretty classic story. So it was the Haleiwa Pro, I'm pretty sure, and we went down, and at this time I probably just had like a little. I probably had my surfboard sponsor. That was probably my only thing, and I was just starting to surfing, and we took off of school because we were sick, our whole family. Quoted sick, and so we showed up to the Haleiwa Pro, and I wanted to take a picture with John, so I took a selfie with him, and the next day on a newspaper, my teacher comes out to me and goes, "Oh, this is cool. I thought you guys were sick." And no, I was at the Haleiwa Pro getting a selfie with John. Until till this day, I still skip school for great events.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a piece of a great line to use on a teacher or a boss. This works for anybody and everybody. But you can use it and say you got it from me. You can say, "Hey, listen, I just went to the eye doctor. They said I got a serious eye problem." And they'll be, "Oh God, are you okay? Is it? Yeah, they just said I just can't see myself making it to work today."
That's a good one.
That's it. If they'll get a laugh out of it, they'll probably let you go.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're having a great time. This is easy, fun to be with. This Vahite Mehana. Vahiti, like Tahiti.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. I'm still getting used to it. It's a lot. It's a tongue tire. Enzo from Hawaii, all of 13. She was eliminated in the competition, but put on a great show. She's in the booth for you folks that are down below and out in the World Wide Web. And we're watching two surfers. Who's out in the water, Vi?
We have Caroline Marks and Maya Collins. These two have put up some great numbers. Caroline, her heat yesterday afternoon, that was really amazing to watch. And Maya Collins, 8, she dropped earlier. That was such a great wave. So I think, it's going to be a tough heat against these two.
Yeah, Mia Collins from Newport Beach went to Newport Harbor High for a spell. She started here when she was 12. She is now 22. Here goes Caroline Marks on her 4th wave, and she's sticking with that backhand. It's worked for her. She's finding areas just to excel on such a short avenue to roll down, and that's that's experience. And I bet you have. What's your home break? Where do you go?
Well, my home break is Kaiser Bowl. That's where I started surfing and where my parents met. But I also like to surf Kiwalas a lot. I guess that's more like the Groms. But here comes Mia Collins. Oh, that was a nice snap. I don't know. I sound so weird.
Hey, it's you. You sound great with the giggles. And this is Mia Collins finally getting one on the scoreboard. When you're out there and you haven't had a wave for say 5, 6, 7 minutes, do you start to feel a little anxious? You ever get anxious?
I definitely get anxious, especially if I'm in a combo situation. That's definitely scary, but oh man.
All right, next question. The Narnar girls, okay? Kaikaina, am I saying it right?
Yes.
Okay, that means sisters. There's 5 of you in that show, is that right? Was there 4 or 5?
If my memory's not fuzzy, 5, yes.
I think there was 5, and I really like the way that you guys are positioning up. You're not just talking about surfing and girl empowerment. You're talking about like the island and the roots, and really getting back to what the island, the Royal Kingdom once was.
Mm-hmm.
And that's getting to the roots. I really like that. We'll watch Caroline Marks for you folks at home as we're talking with Vi Enzo. And again, taking a peek here of live in our face.
Oh
wow,
my God.
That went from slow motion to like,
holy
wow,
cow.
Caroline Marks on fire. Give it up for her.
Chee-hoo.
Yeah, Marks just leaving her mark on it. Mia Collins, a 5 on that only wave ridden, and we'll see what Caroline Marks's marks are coming in. So how do those guys, the production crew, how did that develop? Are there more series being developed? You know?
So far, it's only this one season, but they were, I think just due to COVID, I think definitely it's hard, but the people we worked with were really cool. It was an all-woman film and director crew, and it was just such a cool experience to be part of. But wow, looking at Caroline's wave, wow, that's Wow, that's really good.
That's speed, man. That's really good. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, speed, power, flow. I refer to it as the SPF. Like those are the three requirements. And so the SPF on that wave we'll see come through. We align it with a score, you know, with the diversity of her maneuvers, how she can redirect, all the things that we're looking for judging. What's the score on that last wave by Caroline Marks?
6.87, Caroline. Oh, and she's up on another one.
Just picking them apart right now. Backhand now going the other direction.
Holy cow. Surprised she's not going for backflips, but no, I'm joking. She's surfing so good. Holy cow.
Yeah, you get into that rhythm. I'm sure you've had the experience where you just right place, right time, you get into a good rhythm and you feel unstoppable.
Oh, man, I think I've only had a couple of those, but, man, it would be cool to just get more of those for sure. But I feel like Caroline, I feel like she's had a ton, especially growing up in her Grom years. I mean, she's still pretty much like a Grom. I went on a trip with her recently, and she's always so happy and genuinely positive. So it's always so cool to, you know, see her in the water and just it's always amazing.
Yeah, her family's remarkable too. You know, her dad, had a good chat with him. Six brothers, family of 6, and she's been pushed time and time again, and she's witty. She's, you know, you can tell she's been around a lot of testosterone. Here we go. Mia Collins looking to do the answer to Caroline Marks' onslaught, and this is what's going on here. Talks to us about Mia.
Wow, man. I recently just saw her at Kewalo's. It was a small day, and I was like, oh, my God, what are you doing here? She's like, oh, I'm here visiting. And she's so cool, you know, in the water. We were talking about short haircuts and, you know, the old girly things. But, man, to see her in a heat just, you know, trying to answer back, it's just so cool. Like, that second turn was super cool. Oh.
It was super cool.
It was super.
We were talking to Rick Bratman from ASA, who puts on this event, and for all the years we've done it, he's never had a toothpaste sponsor. I would say to you, if you don't have an agent now, I'll work for you to get you. Like, they pay huge dollars because it's like Procter & Gamble and Johnson & Johnson, but a toothpaste sponsor, I only know one athlete that actually had one. His name was David Wise. He was a skier, and they pay good dollars. So look towards that because you're always smiling. And you have a great smile, right? Why would you want to promote it?
Oh, man, I know, right? I don't know. It's really funny. Somehow, I don't know if this is genuinely, like, relative somehow, but I never used to take good hygiene, like, at all, and now I'm just, like, obsessed with it.
That's great. We'll get back to the obsession of hygiene in a minute. Mia Collins has 2 waves. Her last one was a 5.73. The situation is this. Caroline Marks, your second to last wave was a 6.87. You've just been lighting up the Richter scale here. Caroline Marks in blue with priority. You have a 13.04. 6.87 and 6.17 are your 2 highest. Mia Collins in red, you're in second. You need a 7.31. Your low score is a 5. You know what teeth you're supposed to floss? Just
all of them?
Just the ones you want to keep. That's it. Simple as that. Back to the hygiene.
I've never heard of people having a toothpaste sponsor, which is classic. I've never thought of that.
Yes. things will inject into you to further your career. All right. Our WSL staff and the judges doing a great job. Our cameramen, again, we can't thank them enough for standing up and staying in focus all day long, from the pier to up here on the scaffolding to down on the beach, making these images happen around the world. I bet, Vi, you've watched a few webcasts in your time. Is this the first time you've had a chance to talk to the world on a micro?
This is the first time I've ever been able to do anything close to this. I think the closest thing to this was probably getting interviewed by Shannon down there.
Yeah, people get fearful of it, but all we're doing is talking. And I can just tell right away you're natural at communicating what you love about the sport, and that's all you're doing. You're the best advocate for your sport. You are.
Thank you.
Anything you want to say to the folks over on Island Time is about, what, 3 hours behind?
3 hours
yeah,
behind.
So it's 10:15. Anything you want to say to the folks over in Hawaii?
Aloha. I just wanted to say I wanted to have a big shout out to my dad and my sister back at home. We'll see you soon, but I just want to say thank you to everyone at home as well. The rest of my family and all the uncles who I get to share the lineup with, and it's always so special. You really feel the aloha spirit when, you know, not only in Hawaii but also around the world.
Oh, that is wonderful. Well done. Again, that's Vi Enzo. She has been in the water the last 3 days, knocked out of the competition, but here as a guest voice to talk about the sport that makes our world go around, surfing. If you folks on the beach or up on the pier, welcome in. Happy Sunday. We're getting down to the last 12 minutes of our quarterfinal heat number 4. From here, we will shift it over to the semifinals where Keely Andrews will go against Caitlin Simmers and Alyssa Spencer will go against the winner of this heat here. And when those 2 heats are done, in over an hour's time, we'll have our finals set. Before the finals, we do this adaptive athlete program out in the water. Very inspirational, very cool. I know you'll be here for it, Vi.
Oh, I'm hoping. I actually have a really good friend who's in here.
Yeah.
But she's such a great person. She's such a great human being. I actually got to do a little camp with her. Here's Caroline. Wow, she's just going to town here. She's just looking like she's just having fun.
Yeah.
For sure.
Just her own little fun park,
right,
huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. You've probably surfed bigger waves. I know you've surfed bigger waves than this, but when you're in a playground type environment, which this is compared to something like, let's say, Pipe or Sunset when it's big and surging, obviously.
Yeah.
This is definitely more fun, right?
Oh, I would like to think because I like to think that definitely the smaller conditions are more fun, unless it's just, here's Caroline's replay. This was a really great turn. Wow.
Yeah, just if you're going to do one thing, do it right.
Right,
You're good, yeah?
Right, I know.
That's
It was on the swell. I surfed here one day, and man, this pier scares me so much. I've just been getting somehow just sucked into it, and I see people just an inch away from me that can just get out so easily, and I'm here just stuck by the pier. So the only thing that scares me about Oceanside is not only the pier but also the stingrays. Is that it?
Yeah.
Stingrays?
Yep.
Yeah. The first time we came, it was with Bella Kenworthy and Jason Kenworthy.
Oh,
and,
sure.
Oh my God, we were in Huntington. And man, it's kind of it's just when they said that there were stingrays, I was like, okay, stingrays. I think we have those, but I was thinking manta rays, and I was like, they were like, you have to shuffle your feet. I was like, why?
You got to shuffle the feet, man. Yeah. You never forget your first thwarting by the stingray. It's just
The stab,
it's usually on the bottom of the foot or around the ankle area. It's only happened once, but don't want it to happen. The barnacles are the scary thing on those pylons. Those are razors.
That's one thing I can add to my bucket and my scare list too.
Yeah,
That's cool. Okay.
Yeah, so you folks stand on the pier. Those are pylons that hold that thing together. That pier's been rebuilt 5 times since 1880 when it was knocked down in 86, I think. 1886.
Can I ask why?
Storms. Well, they didn't have
okay.
the technology back then that they do now. I mean, it took them 5 times to build something that would last, withstand something. It's about 1,950 feet long. It will withstand hurricane force winds and waves. They say we've seen waves hit that thing and they have to close the pier because we've had 20 footers plus hit that and roll on through, and it's maintained it. But anyway, those pylons down there have barnacles attached to them. If you look over, you can see them. Those are razor sharp. You do not want to get thrown up against those. They will cut you.
Wow, that's crazy.
Doesn't feel good.
I know. Talking about the 20-footers that would come in, man, I usually don't get to travel much, especially out of the islands, but usually when I come here, it's mostly for the NSSAs or US Champs, the really fun contests. And I haven't really done it too many times. I want to say maybe 2 years. This year was my 3rd, and this year at Lowers, I didn't know California can get pretty big, decently big, and I would like to say that we had a bigger swell when we surfed, and I wasn't prepared for it. I had a normal board. I was like, oh shoot, maybe I need to bust out my Sunset board.
I guess that's part of the experience. That's the research and development of you.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's the Pacific Ocean still. There are big waves. Because what happens 3 or 4 days later, when you get the waves, we get them typically.
Oh yeah.
Depending on the swell direction, you guys are a great indicator of us as to what we're gonna get.
Oh, see, that's Tahiti for us. I know. We see Vahine just charging Tahiti, and we're like, okay, we know it's gonna be a good swell coming to the, to the Hawaiian Islands.
Just like I call my friends in Hawaii after a killer sunset here, I'm like, it's coming in 3 hours. It's gonna be great. The sun is gonna go down today. It's gonna be good. Anyway, that's in the competition. We can do this all day. You've really made this a lot of fun. Quarterfinal heat number 4, 8 minutes left. Nothing has changed. except for Caroline Marks, you got one more wave with a 5.77. That doesn't change your line. So for you folks at home, Caroline Marks is in control of this heat with a lot of waves ridden, total of 13.04. Mia Collins in red has priority, needing a 7.31. Again, Mia Collins in red, priority, you're in second. You need a 7.31. Okay, Vi, do you have brothers and sisters?
I have a younger brother. Oh, sorry, I have a younger sister and younger brother. My brother's here on this trip with us. He's been trying to find all of his little friends, all of his age, and just run around this whole park. Cool. Yep, it's been pretty crazy, but luckily he has some friends to just hang out with and just go crazy on the ping pong table down in the Sunbum tent, which is pretty cool.
Sweet. Okay, so when I go to Hawaii when I was young, I remember bringing things back like, let's just say macadamia nuts for the lack of something more elaborate. What is asked of people in Hawaii, like your friends, that they want something from California? Like Mickey Mouse ears or something?
A stingray I think is pretty cool. No, I'm joking.
I don't think you can bring that on your carry-on.
I don't know, but we usually get tons of Trader Joe's. We don't have a Trader Joe's in Hawaii, so
best store.
Yeah. Oh my God, they have some of the best stuff.
That's good.
Yeah, that's probably the closest thing. Probably not as like cultural, but it's something close enough. And
Awesome. So there's short-term goals and there's long-term goals. Again, ladies in the water, nothing's changed since our last announcement. Folks on the screen, if you're just joining us, this is the Nissan Supergirl Pro Heat 4. In its last 6 minutes, Caroline Marks has the lead. Mia Collins has priority. That means she can take the wave at any point, any time before Caroline Marks. And Mia needs a 7.31. So short-term, long-term goals, you can't get to be a championship tour without going through the process. What are some short-term goals you may have set for yourself?
For this year, it's been really hard, but I think a lot of the short-term goals I've really wanted to kind of focus on myself is just really being positive and kind of, no matter what the result is in a contest, is to always just, be really appreciative and grateful for the opportunities I get. And especially for this, I was talking with Chris Gallagher at home, and he was like, I think the main thing you really want to do is just remember how grateful you are. At this point in time, not many people get the opportunity to compete or even, get to travel, especially due to COVID this year. And, that's what I really feel, right now. And hopefully short term, just, I know the challengers are going on, but we have some contests at home. So maybe just, I think we have maybe like a sunset challenge or a Haleiwa challenger. I'm not sure, but maybe just whatever I can kind of get into and just get more practice and just more practice for sure.
Yeah, are people knocking on your door? Not like, can we stay at your house, knock on your door type thing. Like, are they knocking? I actually know the answer to this already, but I'm asking you. Are you getting all sorts of, hey, we see potential in you, we would like to endorse you? Are you getting that level of this and that yet?
I'm getting a little bit.
Okay,
I think so.
All right, we'll keep it at that for right now, right? Okay. Don't want to inflate the ego too much. Doesn't look like you're going to have that problem, And you mentioned gratitude. Gratitude is an action word, and you have that. Like, you acknowledge the fact by talking to Gallagher. He knows it. Yeah. Because not everyone has the opportunity that you do. They really don't. So to stay in gratitude and be of service and in action is key. Okay, we're out into the water. I want to thank you all for checking this out, you folks at home. Blue is Caroline Marks in the lead. She is to the south. She's dropping in right now on her backhand. What do you see, Vi?
Oh, that looked like it was going to be a great turn-in section, but it looked like it just kind of closed out.
Yeah, one of the bigger waves of this set. Over on the right now, it looks like nothing doing for Mia Collins. And our next heat is semi number 1, Keely Andrew and Caitlin Simmers. Keely Andrew and Caitlin Simmers talk about one really seasoned veteran, Keely Andrew, who's been doing this a long time, our eldest competitor in the competition, and Caitlin Simmers, young gun from around these parts. If you're a betting person, where would you go with this one?
Man, it'll be really hard. Keely, she has lots of experience on the CT, QS, and just, she's been doing contests for, long time. I want to say she's she's much older than Katie, I want to say. And but Caitlin, you know, she was last year's Supergirl champion, so you know, and local girl, so you know, she really knows the spot. You know, in my heat, I feel like the waves totally changed, and she knew exactly where to go and where the waves were, and she has I feel like she has a really strong connection with this wave, and so you know, I don't know where I'm tipping towards, but I think both semis are going to be really tricky.
That was very politically well done right there. You did not go out on a limb at all, but you covered both bases perfectly. Nice job. That's being what's it called? Using great diplomacy. Nice. All right, 2.5 minutes left. We got 2 ladies in the water. This is Caroline Marks looking for her 9th wave so far. Here she goes. Talking through us, Vi.
Wow, that was a really good turn. Man, I don't know what to say except for just a round of applause for sure.
That's it. Yeah, and Mia Collins just, you know, she's had 2 waves that yesterday around this time, people were looking for 5s and 5.73s is almost the highest scores. We don't have the wind. We see a little wind line out the back, but it's not supposed to be like it was yesterday. Here's a look back right now online for you folks at home. That's Caroline Marks.
The setup and everything was great. Wow.
Yeah, that's her 9th wave caught. And Mia, great effort on the 2 that you've caught. We're down to minute 40. Again, Mia, you need a 7.31 to advance.
Is there a wave total that
So 15,
okay.
According to what I read, it's 15 waves scored. Oh, and look at that.
The scores, oh, wow. 7.83, Caroline.
7.33.
Oh, sorry.
It looks like
I read that wrong.
Right? Yeah, it's okay. That's why there's 2 of us. 7.33, extending her lead. And now, Mia, you need a 8.47 to advance. I always ask this. Do you even listen to us out there besides what you need to hear?
I try not to, especially
of course,
when
I wouldn't either.
if I see someone catch a really good wave, I was just like, oh my God, just zone it out. But I like to say, definitely my hearing isn't the best.
What's that?
My hearing isn't the best.
What's that?
And so definitely, I don't know, sometimes I'll hear it, and sometimes I'll can't even hear it, and sometimes I'll try to block it out, so it switches between them.
That's cute. Yes, we block each other out all the time. Like, so sick of hearing ourselves. We get paid by the word, though, so that's nice.
Oh, that's cool.
That's why I keep doing it. All right, 20 seconds on the ticker. This one's just about done. Caroline Marks, you started strong, you finished strong. A whole bunch of 6s and a 7.33 to wrap it up. That is why she's marching towards the semifinals here at the Supergirl Pro. Count this down with me right now.
Oh, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it looked like Mia Collins just got up in the nick of time. It's going to help her score line in some capacity. She's comboed anyhow, so it's not going to matter. And that is awesome. Anyway, shape
Look,
it up.
That's Faith. That's the girl I was talking about.
Awesome. Hey, we're going to go to break. We'll be back in just a little bit. We want to thank Vi Enzo. High five. Woo! That was a lot of fun. We'll be back with the semifinals of the Nissan Supergirl Pro here in Oceanside. That's the Cape.
Oh, wow.
Return to Rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Paul went on a surfing vacation in Costa Rica.
And so it started with a very small artisan program of 2 guys, and then it got to be 10, and then it got to be 20. And then we're like, why don't we take the same model of giving back and apply it to more countries? So now we're in 4 countries, and we have almost 650 artisans.
It's more than just a bracelet that you're wearing. It's a job for someone in a third world country.
Our retailers feel good about bringing the product in because they know that what they're doing is going back and helping people.
Welcome back to Oceanside. Uncle Lee alongside Vi Enzo. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro, brought to you by
The Jolene, for women who inspire us, the official swimwear sponsor of the Supergirl Pro and the unofficial sponsor of Active Girls Everywhere.
And by
White Claw Hard Seltzer, your open invitation to escape to pure enjoyment, whatever that means for you. Made simple because fun always is.
You are the Supergirl of fun, that's for sure. You made it through without laughing. Out of the water right away on the heat. Keely Andrew, we almost timed that perfectly. Keely Andrew from Australia with number 11 on the CT, lighten things up as we saw Caroline Marks on the last one. Vi, just a pleasure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good luck with the rest of your career,
Thank you.
all the way around.
Thank
So we're going to
you.
shift gears now, get off headset, and let Fuley take it over with a special guest as well.
Hey, you're good at it. A replay of the first wave there for Keely Andrew. And you can see why she's ranked number 11 in the world right now. And she is up against local youngster and star Katie Simmers, who took home a Supergirl Cape last year in the specialty event, which featured a number of World Tour and qualifying series and junior surfers, just a number of invited surfers, and then also winning the teams competition with Lakey Peterson. So 30-minute heats, first 2 progress through from this into the final. This is semi-final, heat number 1, getting down to the business end of this, and at the end of today there will be a new Supergirl. And the first score on the board for Keely Andrew is a 4. Caitlin Simmers has priority, which means she can take whichever way she wants. And we'll just have a look in the lineup here to see Katie Simmers up and riding on a backhand with priority. First big turn and a second. Free fall down from the lip and looking to improve on a 4 of Keely Andrews, so this heat is well underway. Dropping tide, still ideal conditions, very, very light wind. And in between all of the action, we have a very special guest, and that is Faith Lennox. And Faith, you are going to be competing this afternoon in between the semi and the final in the adaptive surfing, and you were here last year as well. So welcome to you.
Thank you so much.
So tell us about adaptive surfing and how you got into it.
Well, there was a contest on Oahu, and someone came up to me and they're like, "There's this contest on Oahu, you should go to it." So then my family went, and I think I placed, I don't remember what I placed. I think I got like 3rd, but ever since then I just loved it so much. I just kept doing more and more.
And how was it, the experience for you last year here at the Supergirl Pro?
It was so fun. I placed first in it, and I'm so glad I'm here again.
Yeah. And can you explain to people at home that, and we will get to see this in between the semi and the final, but there are different divisions. Those who are fans like me of the Paralympics, you got to see that there were a lot of different divisions in surfing. How do they separate the different divisions in adaptive?
Yeah, so there's prone, that's like laying on your board and like and then there's a wave ski, and there's also below knee amputee, and what am I? There's like, I don't know all of them.
There's something for everybody, right?
Yeah, there's one for everybody. It's so fun.
Yeah, and then there's one of the ones is prone assist as well.
Yes, that one, that's when you lay on your board and they like push you into waves, and yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, well, you put on a fantastic performance last year, as you
Thank
said,
you so
that you took that out just to give surfers in the water 23 minutes and 20 seconds. And Faith, we're just going to have a look at the replay here of the last wave of Katie Simmers. Katie, a 5.67, and this is what happened. 2 good turns, very solid finishing ride there for Katie Simmers. And you were here last year. You got to see Katie.
Yeah, she's ripping.
Yeah.
She's doing so good.
Yeah. And it looked like you know a lot of the surfers, obviously from Hawaii, Vahiti and the other girls.
I know Vahiti really well. She's so nice.
Yeah, no, there's such a good energy here for you, being able to come and compete in this contest and show everybody your level of surfing. What does it mean to you to be able to participate in this?
It's so great. I love being out in the water here and meeting new people. It's so nice.
Well, we're glad to have you. Stay with us. I'm going to ask you a little bit about the other competitors. Just to give an update, in the water, 22 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in this first semi-final. Caitlin Simmers from Oceanside in California, which is exactly where we are right now, is up against Keely Andrew from Australia, from the Sunshine Coast. And opposite ends of the spectrum here, Keely Andrew, her first rookie year on the World Tour was in 2016. And Caitlin Simmers having a look at this one. Priority is with Keely Andrew. Big re-entry there for Caitlin Simmers, and a big turn also for Keely Andrew. Synchronised surfing yet again here at Oceanside, keeping our cameraman very busy. So the nice thing about Oceanside is that one wave can provide multiple opportunities up and down the beach. So Katie Simmers and Keely Andrew both together on that ride. We'll wait for the scores to come in. And let's take a look here. So you can see both surfers up and riding. Katie Simmers, big forehand re-entry. And equally, further down south, we had Keely Andrew. So we're going to have to wait for scores to come in to see where they're positioned. For Caitlin Simmers with a 5.67 already in her scoreline, and a 4 in the scoreline of Keely Andrew. And we're waiting on 2 more scores to drop with 20 minutes and 55 seconds remaining here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro for 2021, the 14th year that this incredible surfing contest and festival, a celebration of female empowerment, has occurred here. And the scores are in. Keely Andrew, a 6.07, and Caitlin Simmers, a 7.5. A 7.5. Priority with Caitlin in the blue. You are in the lead. Keely, you need a 7.11. So just to repeat, Caitlin Simmers with priority. Her low score is a 5.67. Keely Andrew, you need a 7.11 following that 6.07 on the last ride. 20 minutes remaining in this heat. And Faith, can you tell us a little bit about the some of the other surfers today that are competing here in the adaptive heat?
Yeah, so there's Elena Nichols, and she's like a Paralympian, and she does wave ski. She rips, and it's amazing watching her. And there's Liv Stone was supposed to be here, but she didn't make it. But yeah, she's super good. She's definitely one of my biggest competitors. And there's Darian
Quinn
Haynes.
Waitley?
Oh, yes, Quinn
Quinn
Whaley.
surfing?
She's super good. She rides prone, and she's such an amazing person. And, yeah, there's a bunch of people. And Darian Haynes, I surfed against her a few days ago. That was really fun. And, yeah.
And then Ling Pei and Victoria Fage.
Ling Pei, she's visually impaired, and I surfed against her too. She's amazing. And Victoria, she's so nice. She's from Canada. Oh.
And Caitlin Simmers there, another wave on the board. She's looking to drop a 5.67. You can see the speed off that bottom turn. Caitlin Simmons, just 15 years of age, and is the current US Open Junior Champion, and also finished 5th at the WSL World Championships. Let's take a look here. Gets a lot of speed off the bottom and hits the lip and rides down really smoothly. So in the judges' hands, it's a 4.33, so that doesn't change the scoreline. Keely Andrew, you have priority, and you need a 7.11. I'm here with Faith Lennox, who is making her appearance in between the semis and the finals in the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro Adaptive Final. And any strategy that you're going to take out there into the lineup?
I'm not sure. Just catch as many waves as possible, do a few turns, and try to put up big scores.
That's a damn fine strategy. Well done. Put in some big turns, get some good scores. Well, Faith, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so
we'll
much.
let you go and go get ready, because these semi-finals will be over before you know it. So
Yes.
thank you. Thank you for coming all the way from Hawaii to join us here, and we look forward to seeing you in action.
Thank you so much.
Faith Lennox, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for her, and she will be performing for us in between the semis and the finals. And we'll get Uncle E, Christopher, Uncle E, back shortly. 17 minutes remaining in this heat. Caitlin Simmers is in the front, and Keely Andrew has a 6.07 in her scoreline, but a 7.5 for Caitlin Simmers, and a 5.67 gives her a decent lead. Keely Andrew, no stranger to the pressures of competition. Has been competing on the World Tour since 2016. Started surfing at the age of 5 with her 2 brothers, and was also on the path to a professional tennis career when a parent said, hey, you better decide what you want to do. Up and riding, Caitlin Simmers, the local girl from Oceanside, gets radical, tail out the back. She is having fun, but a right-hander coming through for Keely, and not able to get down the face of that wave. So we saw Caitlin Simmers in the quarterfinal pull off an 8.17 on the replay now, taking the left, and this is where she really pushes it hard and pushes the fins completely out of the back of the wave. And then just rides down like, yeah, that was nothing.
Yeah, I got this.
Yeah, you got this. Welcome back.
Hey, thank you. Boy, what a great...
Uncle E, it's been a fantastic early afternoon here.
Great exchange of conversation with some ladies of skill and talent.
Yep.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing... That was, you were talking with...
Faith Lennox.
Yes, Lennox.
Who is competing here. She won her upper limb division in the adaptive last year. Caitlin, your score just came in, a 6.67.
Ooh.
A 6.67 for that last ride. You now extend your lead. Keely, you need an 8.1. An 8.10. There's 15 minutes remaining. So, Chris, once again, we see Caitlin Simmers gets 2 decent scores on the board, one of which is a 7.5, and then starts getting loose, getting radical, starting to push that turn, and we saw that last. The 6.67 had all of her fins completely out the back of that wave, and then just very casually rides back down and completes the manoeuvre. So the youngster here looking
Yeah, this is similar as to what we just saw with Carolyn Marks and Mia Collins. Just first thing I saw from Carolyn in the first minute, right down the line, nailed it. Same thing with Caitlin here. And that's the benefit of knowing the place, but also timing with waves. Here goes Keely Andrew for her third wave. Got an open face to work with. She throws heaps up top. Looking to get a little critical maneuver there. Oh! That would have been spectacular score if she was able to muscle that out, but down she goes.
And it looks like maybe the back foot slipped off and she ended up sitting on the board, but two incredibly radical turns. That would have been a big score. She'll still get the score for the first turn. Yep. Anyway, even though the second one was incomplete, but that series of turns, being able to put together two big turns in a very short span of the wave is what the judges have definitely been giving good scores for. Priority now with Caitlin Simmers, 13.5 minutes remaining.
Score in, Keely Andrew 4.6 to add to your 6.07. So yeah, you need an 8.1 now.
Yeah, still needing an 8.1 now. That wave, very radical surfing, and you saw the power there of Keely Andrew in those two turns. Caitlin Simmers, being lighter weight, will be relying on her fluidity and her speed.
Here's a
whereas
peek back
Keely,
as
as we
you
see
folks
here,
at home.
she's able to really push the power. Hard bottom turn, first turn, beautiful, and this one just screaming down the line. Solid wave floating up and over the section. It looked like her back foot maybe just slipped off the back, and she had control of the turn, but unable to ride out, so gets a 4.6. 12.5 minutes.
A lot of time on the clock. These are 30-minute heats, changing from 25 earlier in the day, and our finals coming up in about an hour's time will be 35 minutes. That's going to start right around close to 3 at this point. Specialty event after the next semifinal heat, which will feature Caroline Marks and Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, that's going to be a fantastic battle.
Yeah, and a new Supergirl will be crowned.
Yeah,
that's for certain, and that's the beauty of this event. We welcome you up on the boardwalk, down on the beach, and on the webcast from around the globe. Nice to have you out and about in Oceanside. Approximately 1:50 is the Oceanside time, Pacific Standard Time, and we're getting down to it towards the end of day 3 of 3.
Yeah, and for the surfers to make it through, hold that. So Keely Andrew taking a look, but for the surfers that are in the final, that'll be the 4th time that they have surfed today. So fitness will also come to the fore by the end of the day. And if you look at that matchup, Alyssa Spencer and Caroline Marks, Alyssa has already taken out world number 2 today in Tatiana Weston Webb. So it's going to be 2 goofy footers on that side. So we're guaranteed to have a goofy foot regular final. So we have 2 regular foot surfers in the water right now.
Yeah, and both of them have been here several times. We'll talk about them when we get there. But right now, Keely Andrew, the veteran who's been here since 2013, only missed the COVID year because they were not traveling from Australia to come to the specialty event. So her best finish, dual 5ths in 2014 and 2017. This is her best finish so far, regardless of how she does in this heat. And then Caitlin Simmers, local girl, was at the CT this year at the Surf Ranch, finished in the top 17, and what an experience for that young gun. Won the event last year with the team, Lakey Peterson, and she is up in, this is Keely Andrew in red having a go at it.
Oh, what a fantastic turn there. That was really well executed in the critical part of the wave. And beautiful motion on the wave there that we'll get to see in the replays. It was almost like it was like half a circle, really using the lip of that wave and using the momentum and the power of the wave to create that beautiful flow. Here's Caitlin Simmers in and out. That wave closing out. Just under 10 minutes remaining here, even though 30-minute heats, but the time is going very fast. It's almost like Katie Simmers seems to be able to summon the waves here at Oceanside.
Yeah, similar to how Caroline did previously. It was amazing. I haven't talked with Vi. the time was not moving any faster than normal, but you look and Caroline just picking them off one at a time. And that definitely helps when you're able to paddle strong, but in wave selection and opportunities pushing forth. This is definitely a little more consistent than it was earlier and even yesterday at this time with less wind. You can see the sparkles on the horizon out there. That means the wind looks like it's pushing in from the northwest of sorts, swirling around, but it's not really playing a factor, and it's not supposed to today. The tide, just so you're aware for you folks at home in here, is pushing out still. Low tide is at 2:54 today. So right around the time we start the finals, that is when the pool will be the emptiest of the day.
Yeah, so as long as the wind stays light, we'll still get the waves running along the bank here. It's definitely lighter breeze than it has been the last 2 days. But it will be the more challenging of the conditions. With 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, Keely Andrews still needing that 8.1 in the scoreline, or to get rid of both her rides. A 6.07 is the high, a 5.1 of the low. Katie Simmers looking to drop a 6.67 is her low score, holding that 7.5 in the top of the scoreline. So strong surfing by both our competitors here with 8 minutes remaining. And Oceanside really turning on a wonderful weekend of weather and action throughout this entire 3 days of competition and festival.
I'm taking a sip right now. Celsius Live Fit. I'm having a grape rush. Essential energy, accelerates the metabolism, and it burns body fat. 3 things that I need. I just don't have enough energy, so it's good I'm having an energy drink.
And burn body fat at the same time.
Yeah, thanks Celsius for helping us live fit at this event. Relatively new product on the market, and no sugar, no preservatives. Thanks for the love. Fuely, I know your lovely bride enjoys bikinis, and we have a swimsuit sponsor in the name of Jolyn. They have a huge booth presence here, and you can find them online as well, Jolyn. For you folks online, you can see it on your screen. For you folks down there on the beach, go check it out. See what they have to offer in the name of Swim Attire. Thank you for their support for our event.
Yeah, and also if you're coming down to Oceanside, make sure you come and stay at the Mission Pacific Hotel. It's been built in the 1 year period between the specialty event last year and the event this year, and it's a magnificent location. It's a sanctuary by the beach, so next time you're coming down to Oceanside, make sure you check that out. Thank you for your support. This is the scene on the beach here. It's not bad. It's not a bad lifestyle.
Yeah, you can't say that hotel, that whole property there, the Mission Pacific, didn't add to just the allure of this place. I was on the boardwalk today, and I've got pictures from the last 8 of the last 14 years here. It looks it's a different place.
Yeah.
You know, same place, different genetic makeup. Yeah, there's going to be more tourism here, but that is a major part of the economy for around these parts.
Yeah, and there's some incredible new restaurants both in and around the hotel, and they have been feeding us throughout the entire weekend, including California Pizza Kitchen, just up the road here on Mission. So that was Keely Andrew taking a look at that wave, and she needs an 8.1 with 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Time is ticking down. Keely very capable of an 8+ point ride. In fact, we have seen it a number of times throughout. I think an 8.33, maybe an 8.57 as well, I believe, in earlier rounds. So definitely capable of it. Just needs to find the wave, and also needs to overcome the priority of Caitlin Simmers. So Caitlin Simmers with priority means she can take whichever wave she wants. And,
Fuely, you know what's going to happen at the 5 minute mark. We're doing the crowd check, because as we lead into the finals, we're going to need to do something for the webcast for you folks on the pier. We have cameras down here. We're going to shoot this. We're doing a staging right now. So I'm going to say hip hip. You folks on the pier are going to say hooray and throw your hands in the air. We're going to document this so it goes onto the webcast for around the world. So we're doing a little Hollywood production in an area where they filmed Top Gun some years ago. All right? On the pier, we're good to go. We'll do that in a minute. It's all about the surfing. That's why we're here. Let's see what we got. In the blue, what do you see, Fuely?
Katie Simmers, huge backhand turn, takes to the air. Wow.
Talk about Top Gun.
Wow,
She just set her
that
sights.
was a solid overhead wave and threw everything at it. And,
Spectacular aerial
wow.
assault.
Let's take another look here. And overhead wave went up and out. The board again was out of the wave, and she was on the way down, and the foam just sucked her under the wave there. But a great attempt with 4 minutes.
Yeah, that horn right there is for the other event on the far side. That is not for this event. Just giving you guys a heads up. Okay, the cameras are ready. You folks on the pier, get ready. When I say hip, hip, you guys have to then say hooray, but raise your hands all up in the air. We'll try this thing in unison. Here we go. Hip, hip. Okay, good. Half of you did it. I guess the sound only reaches to about that point where it says no anything. Try it one more time. Hip, hip. All right, we now know where to set the cameras for the presentation of the finals. One more time. Hip, hip. All right, we're going to keep working on that. Thank you for your cooperation. If you have a SAG after card, your check is in the mail.
Well, 3 minutes and 10 seconds here, Chris. And an 8.1 is what Keely Andrew needs. And she has performed at on the biggest stage, the WSL World Tour. Katie Simmers deciding to pick that one up under priority on her backhand again. Big vertical re-entry. And again, getting radical. Katie Simmers, her low score is a 6.67. Just toying with that wave. A full tail slide. Coming down almost horizontally on that wave and able to ride out.
Here's another look at it. Simmers just simmering down below, gets up top, throwing it vert, sets her sights down the line again. One more opportunity to let those fins loose, and that's what she's doing right now. Her Supergirl skills, her senses are on fire right now.
And waiting on that score. 2 minutes remaining.
What's that, Mark? You want to know the score of the Raiders game? I know that they won. 26-17 over the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that's always a good thing.
That makes you a happy supporter.
That's it. All right, we are all about the surfing now. Under 2 minutes. Red is Keely Andrew with priority. We're still waiting for a score for Caitlin Simmers, looking to improve upon the 6.67 to distance herself from Keely. 1:30 left. Mark, what do you see on the scoreboard?
Yeah, it is a 7.47. And so now Keely Andrew needs an 8.9. An 8.9 with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. So Caitlin Simmers with 7 waves in total. A 7.5 and that last ride a 7.47. She just kept chipping away at it. 1 minute to go. An 8.9 is what Keely Andrew needs to make it into the final.
That's a tall order for sure, but Keely's got the veteran experience out here. 45 seconds left. We need an active Mother Nature to help you with this one, but Caitlin Simmers took a cape with some help with Lakey Peterson and team last year and looking for her first individual cape. If it stays as such, she'll be set up as half of the equation for our final, which will be starting right around 2:50. Local time is just at 2 o'clock.
Wow.
Next up is next up is our semifinal heat number 2, Alyssa Spencer and Carolyn Marks.
Whatever happens here, Caitlin Simmers is sure to be on the front cover of the Coast News. The local from Oceanside to Del Mar as we count down 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful work, Caitlin Simmers. You have made it to the finals of the 2021 Nissan Supergirl Pro. Half of the equation is set. We'll have a little bit more action coming up in a second with the next two, Alyssa Spencer, Carolyn Marks. Great camaraderie out in the water. Those two are going to be battling it out for years to come, and we're ready to go for the next heat. Let's count it down in 5, 4, 3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you folks at home, we'll be back in just a few minutes after some plugs from our sponsors with semifinal number 2. Marks and Spencer up next.
They try and break me down, but I know I am Supergirl, strong, fun, and free. Yes.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
Every superhero has an origin story. We all got our start somewhere. For us, it was the U.S. Air Force.
Zimmers coming on back, getting ready for the finals. And welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Pro, brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Paul Mitchell, professional salon products, cruelty-free since 1980, and on board with the Supergirl Pro since year 1, and so much to do with the ASA Entertainment. Our crew, headed by Rick Bratman, that's been doing an action sport event since 1994. This event started in 2008. We thank Paul Mitchell and, of course, all the affiliated sponsors this year. Welcome back to the online world. Nice to have you from wherever you are in the globe. This is semifinal number 2. Who do we have, Mark Buell?
We have in the red Alyssa Spencer of the USA, and also Caroline Marks, the Olympian, USA Olympian, but it is Alyssa Spencer who is in the lead right now, and this is how she did it. Good turn off the bottom, drive into the pocket, and it's this turn. Big hit. And using all of her power to complete that, and so a 6.93 for Alyssa Spencer puts her in front of Caroline Marks with a 5.83. But we have 26 minutes remaining in this heat, so plenty of time. But the winner of this semi-final will go up against the local wonder kid, Caitlin Simmers. She made her first appearance here in the specialty event, and now she is into the final. Last year it was invite only. Now she has earned her way all the way through to the final, and she will come up against the winner of this heat.
Yeah, hold on to those autographs. Here we go. This is Caroline Marks on her backhand. We saw so much explosiveness in the previous couple heats, and one shot right there, delivering a powerful punch. That's going to add to her line as that's her second wave caught. Red taking a gander. Is Spencer out there.
Yeah, and that's why Caroline Marks second in the world last year, 6th this year. And just the precision and the power off the bottom, completely vertically, and just driving the board back down to the bottom of the wave. And so that's a one-turn wave, but a very powerful, very dynamic turn. And Caroline Marks, amazingly, is yet to win a Supergirl Cape. However, she is only 19 years of age. So she qualified for the World Tour at the age of 15. So it seems like she's been around forever.
Yeah, she's been patient, just patient here and patient on the World Championship. She has obstacles like, well, Carissa Moore and Tatiana Weston-Webb, Coco Ho, Stephanie Gilmore, Tyler Wright, the best of the best that she looked up to for years. And now she's competing against them. So her time is coming. And speaking of coming on in, her score is 7.33 for her second wave ridden. She's already at a combined wave total of 13.16. So Alyssa Spencer in red with priority. You need a 6.24 now with a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, so you can see the big score can come from a huge turn like that, but there was so much speed in it. It was in the critical part of the wave, and incredibly well executed backhand re-entry. And up and riding was Caroline, under the priority of Alyssa Spencer. So sort of take a look at that, but deciding it wasn't going to give her much. Her low score right now is a 5.83. Tactically, both of these surfers are very smart. They exhibit patience when they need to. Caroline Marks, of course, is coached by Mike Parsons.
Snips.
Long time, one of the world's best big wave surfers and a former World Tour competitor himself. Has worked and continues to work with some of the best in the world, and Caroline Marks is one of those. Lakey Peterson also part of that, and Caroline was saying that Lakey's back, and so they've been having some fun surfing together as well. So Lakey back in the water, not fully able yet to compete here, but she is back in the water, which we're stoked to hear.
Yeah, on the mending, a little low flyer right there, getting close to FAA trouble. But who's going to chase him? Not I. Sailboats, planes, seagulls, drones, and surfers. Saw some pelicans diving, looking for some feasts out there in the water earlier. We are pushing around the low tide at 2:54. That's about a little more than a half an hour from now. This is all brought to you by Nissan. This is the Supergirl Pro 2021. Great surfing happening with Caroline Marks in the lead. Alyssa Spencer out in the water. This is Marks on her next wave. Going towards you folks on the pier. Wrapping it together. And look at the speed. Keeping that flow going. The power. Still a little bit more to work with right there. And this wave is just working for her all the way throughout. Give it up for Caroline Marks. The furthest we've seen a wave taken to the pier thus far today, if not the competition.
Yeah, looking to replace a 5.83, but here goes Alyssa Spencer. No, that decided. Good move there by her. That wave just closing out. She needs a 6.24, although we are waiting for that last wave of Caroline Marks. So we see on the replay, solid first turn. Sets up the next one, and this wave kept giving. Nice wrapping cut back. And it lined up again. It kept getting steeper and giving her more to work with. A little drop wallet turn, and then one more. So 4 solid turns and a bounce off the white water. For good measure. Waiting for those scores to come in. Alyssa Spencer holds priority. 20 minutes and a half. Alyssa taking a look at that one. That one's just going to close out, as opposed to Caroline Marks' wave really opened up and just kept opening up all the way to right underneath the pier. And the score has come in. It's a 7.43. A 7.43 for Caroline Marks, and then a 7.33, which means, Alyssa, you now need a 7.83. A 7.83 to move into the lead with 20 minutes.
Just consistent, Mark. It's been that way since yesterday when we saw her, and she's been in the water a couple times today. It's just consistent.
Yeah.
That's the best way to put it. She knows where to be, when to strike, and she's doing it often.
Yeah, well, I got to say, there's something about her wave sense, or some sort of device that is willing these waves to her that just kind of come out of nowhere and hold up. And we saw that yesterday in the last heat of yesterday. This wave just emerged. Nothing, that hadn't been a wave that was rideable all the way through the inside. And this chunk of a wave just came to her and was able to maintain the speed all the way through. There again, obviously you make your own luck, but she picked a wave that kept opening up and gave her a clean face to work with. And so that gives her the 7.43 with 19 minutes remaining. Still a lot of time here, and Alyssa Spencer, we have seen her put up the 8s, and so we know that 7.83 is in reach. But pressure is on. Caroline Marks staying very busy.
Now, we've talked about it before, but if you're just tuning in and just showing up, this is Alyssa Spencer, who's in the red from Encinitas. She's caught one wave thus far with a 6.93, needing a 7.83. All of 18 years of age, and she's been doing this event since 2015, 3 times finishing in the top 25. Yet to break in to the semifinals. This is going to be her best finish for sure in the semifinals, up against a very formidable competitor living just north of here in San Clemente, originally from Melbourne, Florida, one of 6 family members. Her rookie year, 2018. And she's competed at this event since 2014. When I say rookie year, that's the championship tour. And she qualified for it, as Mark mentioned, when she was 15. Showed up at Trestles in 2015 as a wild card and finished that event in 17th place, but showed up at 12 years of age, one of the youngest competitors ever to compete on the CT for men and women.
Yeah, and incredible to think that already at her age she has represented her country at the Olympic Games, just narrowly being edged into 4th spot in the semi-final there.
And in this year, this CT year, she won the Narrabeen Rip Curl event. And here we go. This is Alyssa Spencer racing down the line.
Lots of speed. Huge turn. Oh, that was a big score. Waiting on the other side. Had she been able to complete that maneuver, and quite sure what happened there, but unable to complete it. But she was predominantly all the way through. And let's take a look here, Shannon. Shannon joining me now. This is Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, local girl took a nice bottom turn and was able to get tons of spray, but just came unstuck at that final moment. But, I mean, that is a critical mistake for Alyssa Spencer. She needs a 7.83 in order to take down Caroline Marks, who not only has been on fire this entire event, but now she has priority. She's also been super busy with competition and just came back from Tokyo, so the girl's really on fire. It's going to be tough to beat Caroline Marks today.
Yeah, came in as the number 2 seed overall. Tatiana Weston-Webb finishing 2nd in the world, was on top. But Alyssa Spencer has been so consistent throughout this entire competition and surfed here many times. And if she'd been able to pull off that turn right there, and it was very, very close, that would have been a big score. So Caroline Marks, though, using her priority on her backhand. Big first turn up and over the lip. And again, combination of turns. And has looked dangerous throughout this entire competition.
Oh, yeah, she probably has the wave count on any of the competitors. She has been so busy when, her competitors often will get a couple waves, and she's staying super busy to try to impress the judges. We'll watch the replay here on her backhand, and you can see that technique working out for her, using her hands to lead, throwing the fins. I mean, the wave wasn't even that big, but she was able to really milk it through.
Yeah, and the throwing of the fins out the back, that is exactly what gave Katie Simmers her entrance into the final, and Katie Simmers will come up against the winner of this. So, Shannon, you've been down at the beach. You've spoken to all of the competitors. You've got some great insights for us across the last 3 days. What has been the most outstanding thing in your mind in what you've heard or you've seen?
I think the best thing about Supergirl Pro is there's up-and-comers and younger girls that, they've been watching these women compete their entire lives on screen and on the WSL, and then here they are with their chance to be in the water with them. It really pushes them to that next level to surf their best if you're coming up against your idol, So it's so awesome, and just the girl power, having all the females down here and from all over the world. So that's what Supergirl is so amazing to do. It really draws in a huge crowd, and it's not just surfing. There's music, there's all sorts of awesome events. There was longboarding on the north side of the pier, and so it really pulls in just an all superpower Supergirl. So, everyone's a Supergirl in their own right, but all of these girls in a lineup on a typical free surf day, it's very likely they're the only girl in the water, especially at really critical, dangerous waves. So it's nice to have this environment where, it's all women. The pressure is really just amongst each other, and there's no comparison. We've been talking a lot about how this platform is important to make the girls shine, and it's just so cool and all fun.
Yeah, it's definitely one of, if not the best atmosphere at any surf event around the world. And since 2007, the Supergirl Pro of Surf has been a mouthpiece for the world for female empowerment, and the level of surfing that we've seen. Just incredible performances across every age. We've got just under 13 minutes remaining. And an update in the water, Caroline Marks is in the lead, a low score of 7.33. Alyssa Spencer, with priority, needs a 7.83, 12 and a half minutes remaining. The other thing that we've seen, Shannon, is there's a lot of youngsters on the beach, boys and girls, but so many young girls here being inspired and also getting to meet their heroes.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see, and the future of women's surfing is so bright. We are at a pinnacle, or a peak moment of women's surfing where we have equal prize money with the WSL, and thanks to all the work of women like Jessie Miley Dyer and all the women before her that have created that platform, pushed for women's surfing, raised their hand, and now it's time to give back and make sure that these women here today are empowered to chase their dream and not let anything stop them.
Yeah, very well said, and encourage everybody here on the beach and at home to make sure you continue to follow at Supergirl Pro, and you can also download the app Supergirl Series, and that way you'll get to see all of the Supergirl events wherever they are. The next one actually is in November. Another Supergirl of Surf event is in November over there in South or North Carolina. So that'll be the next one coming up. And then also snow. So we're hoping to see the snow come back and more snow events as well. We had Lindsay Jacobellis here yesterday. It's fantastic to have her again. And inspiration all around. And if you are on the beach, make sure you go and check out the entire festival. And the music is going to be pumping on the main stage all the way through to Austin Mahoney and the Plain White Tees this afternoon after the awards ceremony. So we've got 10 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Caroline Marks maintains her lead, but priority is with Alyssa, and she needs a 7.83. She does have a 6.93 in her scoreline already and a 1.6, so it's not like she didn't start strongly. She absolutely did, but Caroline Marks has those two, 7.43 and a 7.33. That's the difference.
Well, Alyssa is very capable of throwing away the 1.6 and replacing that with the high score. She's looking at these bumps on the horizon, wondering which wave in these 10 minutes should she take. As you see, both Caroline Marks and Alyssa, very strong competitors. Caroline definitely has the wave count. She's been busy all event, but it looks like there is a wave on the horizon. Let's see if Caroline or Alyssa will get into this one.
Unfortunately, that wave just closing out. It's very straight. It's a slight increase in the wind, not significant, but we are coming up to a dead low tide. It'll be around about the time the final starts. Any insight, Shannon? I think you were down on the beach. Anything you observed of Katie Simmers when she came out, knowing that she was going into that final?
Yeah, she buzzed right past all of us. I mean, she's getting ready. You know, a girl, a few words, but she lets the surfing do the talking. This chick is ripping. Like, I'm talking progression and aerial maneuvers, things that women's surfing is just beginning to really see. Sometimes you can see the girls taking it a little bit safe, like playing it safe just to make sure they finish their waves. But this is a kind of contest where you're up against women that are on CT, like Caroline Marks. She's an Olympian. Like, Alyssa has to give it to her all, make sure she can compete against this girl. And that's what Supergirl is all about, is just lifting the entire tide so that all the ladies feel comfortable here. They're surrounded by people that are just so stoked to push women surfing. And thanks to all the volunteers here at Supergirl Pro who are spending the day and the whole weekend, if not the whole week, setting up and breaking down, making sure this is possible. And you see it here with the crowd. Everyone up on the pier, give a big aloha. What's up, guys?
Yeah. Woo. Great to have everybody here, and they're stoked to see some of the world's best and some of the world's best up-and-comers in action here. 8 minutes remaining, 8 minutes. There has not been a wave ridden for it's over 5 minutes now. As the tide drops out, Alyssa Spencer needing that 7.83. And as you say, Shannon, it takes hundreds of people to put on an event like this, and they're year-on-year planning. And all of our sponsors, thank you for being able to make this event happen. Nissan, of course, Paul Mitchell, who have been part of this since the beginning, Celsius, Live Fit, Lenovo, Legion by Lenovo, and White Claw. Just a few of our sponsors.
Yeah, this event is such a big deal for all the women, especially if they're trying to make the CT. This is a QS 3000, and then you lead into the Vans US Open. So this entire week being really important for the girls to get the competition strategy down, make sure their gear is up to speed, and they have the right equipment to take on these waves. You're seeing a bit of lingering southwest swell. There's a bit of northwest combination, but it's not giving the girls as consistent as it was. So they're gonna have to stay busy. You see Caroline has been paddling all day long. Here she is on her feet. Boom, on her backhand, Caroline Marks, Olympian surfer, putting some more points on the board. Give her a round of applause.
So her low score is a 7.33. Leave it to the judges to decide if that was a better wave. But Shannon, sometimes just staying active is important, keeping moving.
Yeah, it's tricky if you're looking for that, the next set wave. It's hard to decipher really which peak to stay on. We've seen, all sorts of waves coming through Oceanside, but every tide very different. As we watch the replay of Caroline Marks from Florida on her backhand, solid first turn, and nice finishing maneuver in order to get the scores. She is holding on to a 7.43 and a 7.33, staying super active today, but it's really Alyssa that needs to find that wave. Local Encinitas girl, she needs a 7.83 to advance. This is an important heat for her. Her entire family is on the beach today. Local San Diego girl holding it down.
Yeah, well, we've seen her in the 8s already, but to put to put that 7.83 in perspective, that is a better wave than Caroline Marks' 2 waves, a 7.43 and a 7.33. Alyssa could also, with 5 minutes and 5 seconds remaining, could replace all of her waves. So drop that 6.93, and if she can get 2 in the mid-7s, then that puts her back in the game. So that's the other way, is you get rid of both your scores, start again, but there is just 5 minutes remaining here.
Well, Alyssa does have priority in red. She's going to be paddling around trying to find that wave, and it's just really going to be, it's going to be hard, but she can do it. 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Again, Alyssa with priority from Encinitas. She needs a 7.83 in order to beat Caroline Marks, who has been on fire all event.
Yeah, and all year. Incredible surfer. You can see there the glare on the water. That also means that the surfers in the water are looking at the same glare, so it gets harder to also see the sets coming when it's like this. There is that slight chop, so there's a bump on the surface, whereas this morning, when it was so glassy, if there's anything happening, any bump on the wave, you're going to notice it. So really tricky conditions here this afternoon.
Definitely, the girls are going to have to find that wave, and it is counting down with 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Caroline Marks in blue holding that top spot with a 14.76 heat total. Alyssa Spencer with an 8.53. She needs a 7.83 to advance. Looks like Caroline taking a look. Going to opt out of that, but there is a set on the horizon. As Alyssa Spencer in priority, moving around on the peak. Red, up and riding. Alyssa Spencer, San Diego local. It's not going to give her the points she needs, so she's out of that one.
Yeah, now with 3 minutes remaining, priority now switches to Caroline Marks. That was a takeoff. So that will not be a 7.83 that is required for Alyssa Spencer. There is still time on the clock. 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. And next heat in the water, we're going to take a break between the two semis.
Say hi.
And it will be
Or both of you?
our adaptive surfers, our adaptive athletes that will be coming up between the semis and the finals.
So
this, of course, is the second semi-final. The winner of this will move through to go up against Caitlin Simmers in the final. The local youngster who has been charging. 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go. And thank you very much to Shannon. She's going to now head back down to the beach. Make sure that she is ready for that action. Chris, welcome back.
Hey, buddy.
2 minutes remaining here. Caroline Marks is in control of this heat and has priority.
Yeah, it's another case in point to Caroline Marks's just tenacity. That's a great word. She's a tenacious one. She knows the zone. She's able to find opportunity where most wouldn't be able to. And, of course, waves coming in at the right time. That helps. So she's in the lead with a minute and a half left. Alyssa Spencer, again, you're going to need a 7.83. And we have an adaptive situation happening right after this. You can see the posse out there getting ready to come on in. And I see we have some celebrity announcers going to be sliding into place here and talking about what they know. Give us some insight. Here we go. This is Blue getting after it. Caroline Marks still on her march towards that cape. Up, slash, the power, the speed, the consistency. Yeah, put your hands together. Caroline Marks doing wonders. And then out the back, Red Spencer providing opportunity where she sees it.
A big turn there for Alyssa Spencer. 45 seconds remaining. 45 seconds, and it looks like Alyssa is going to let that wave speak for her last one. 35 seconds remaining. Scores yet to come in for both Caroline Marks and also Alyssa. Caroline Marks a 4.33. That won't change the situation. Alyssa Spencer needing a 7.83. And the score comes in, it's a 5.8, and with 15 seconds remaining, and Alyssa Spencer is not going to be able to get back out the back. It is going to be Caroline Marks in the final up against Caitlin Simmers.
Let's count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that will pause the competition right now until the finals, but we have an adaptive situation that is going to be happening momentarily. All right, for you folks at home, we're getting ready for an adaptive situation, and we're getting things situated for our adaptive thing. And on the screen, adaptive session, Alana Nichols, Jimena Ruiz Roja, Victoria Fej, Quinn Watley, Ling Pai, Faith Lennox. So that is about 25 minutes. We're getting them into the lineup. We're getting seats all situated. Everything dialed in. We're going to get headsets on everybody, and we'll let Fuely take this adaptive with some special co-hosts.
You guys got a list for her?
Okay.
And as we get set up here in the water, in the red is going to be Alana Nichols. It's going to be a 30-minute adaptive final. And just get everybody's levels up here. And joining me in the booth, once again, I think this is the third year in the row, Charles Shucker-Webb, welcome to you.
How you guys doing out there?
And just if you put your microphone just close to your mouth there.
Okay.
And also Bethany Hamilton, welcome to you. Great to see you again. Thanks for being here. And we are getting ready. And 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And we are underway. But before
Caroline,
we go there, Shannon,
amazing
on the
job.
beach, you are with Caroline Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, Caroline, that was incredible. You've been so busy on your feet. What was the strategy out there?
Yeah, the waves are super fun, and it got really nice with the tide, so I was just trying to get the best waves as possible out there and give myself a lot of opportunity, and thankfully it all worked out.
You've been so busy as an Olympian. I mean, you've obviously got the competitive spirit and the drive. Are you feeling on top of the world?
Yeah, for sure. I'm feeling super good, and I'm stoked to be in the final, and I've gotten second here, and I've gotten third here a lot, so hopefully I can take it out.
Well, good luck to you. Moving on, Caroline Marks, you're going to see her, the Olympic surfer representing Team USA, here today at Oceanside.
All right, thank you, Shannon, and thank you to Caroline Marks, just taking a quick break. Obviously very relaxed going into the final up against Katie Simmers. So, Shaka, welcome back to you, and also Bethany Hamilton. Great to have you both here in the booth for the adaptive final.
Aloha, glad to be here. Beautiful day here in Oceanside.
Doesn't get much better than this, and we have some inspiration that is ahead here. So, Charles, can you tell us what's been happening in the world of adaptive surfing and who we have in the water today?
Well, we just did the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships last weekend here at Oceanside Pier on the north side. So all of these ladies competed. A lot of them won paychecks. Faith actually won the Upper Limb Women's Championship. So Faith is on a real terror spree right now. She's the USA National Adaptive Surfing Champion in the Upper Limb Women's Division. And now she just won her first U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championship in that same division. We got Elena Nichols out there, who, of course, needs no introduction. She's a 3-time Paralympic gold medalist She has won the U.S. Open in the wave ski division. She's a world champion at the ISA level. We got Victoria Feige. She is from Canada. She's another Paralympian. She'll be in the kneel position. She's wearing blue. We got Quinn Waitley, who's the only prone assisted surfer out there right now, and she is your current national champion in that division. We also have in black Ling Pai. She's sight impaired. You'll see that Ling actually has a guide that's not able to physically help her, but they're able to verbally guide her into waves. And then in white, you have your champion, Faith Lennox.
So a great lineup there. And Bethany, you've been an incredible champion for adaptive surfing for many years. So you know a lot of the surfers competing here today. And year after year, we get to see them perform.
Yeah, I think there's something so special about anyone getting in the ocean, and these amazing humans here today are people that grasped on to that love for being in the ocean and riding waves, and I'm just so glad that I had the willingness to try, like after I lost my arm, and I think that's what it takes for anyone, whether you have a difference or not, like just being willing to give it a go, and even if you fail or wipe out or get like tossed around, like just getting out there and giving it your best shot.
But that is part of it, right? Is that we see, and there's different types of adaptive surfing. Some are assisted, some are not. But generally, if you do take a wipeout, it is more challenging. So the fact of that perseverance, there's such strength in it.
Yeah, 100%. I would say sometimes I get so pounded and I'm duck diving wave after wave after wave, and you start to get the burn and the one arm's just doing all the work, and it can be really challenging at times. But then it's like those sweet moments where you have the reward of an awesome ride or that rush that you're kind of looking for, and that ultimate like moment of being present in the ocean and the thrill of just riding waves.
Yeah, I remember it, and obviously you would, and many people would. Number of years ago in Fiji, your third place there at the World Tour event, and that was in solid overhead waves, some big barrels there. So explain for the people at home, how did you adapt your surfing and to even be able to get through and into waves like that?
Yeah, well, I guess growing up in Hawaii, I surfed a lot of reef breaks, and Fiji in particular is an amazing left-hander reef break, and it's definitely my sweet spot. Like, that's what I love to surf in, and it's just always inspired me so much, and so it's kind of what I grew up in, and I've always just thrived in that sort of environment. So when I got offered to surf in Fiji, it was just a dream come true, and I was just in tune with the ocean and didn't have fears getting the best of me. I didn't have nerves taking over my confidence, and everything just flowed in the right direction for my success at that event. So that was really cool, and it was kind of something I knew I could do. To actually do it. Here goes, who's this?
Oh, and
Ling Pai.
Shaka, that first wave.
Yeah, it would look like Ling Pai taking off there. She wasn't able to quite make it work for her. She's sight impaired, so she's got somebody calling her into the wave, kind of counting down. They'll count down when the wave comes, 3, 2, 1, and tell her how to paddle fast, paddle slow. We also, in yellow, have Jimena Ruiz from Costa Rica. And here comes Elena Nichols dropping that paddle. Getting up high on it and digging that outside rail. Elena doing a El Rolo, trying to pull that through.
And Elena, of course, is extremely accomplished in sport.
Yeah, she's a 3-time Paralympic gold medalist. She's been to 5 Paralympics in 3 different sports. She's a sprint kayak Paralympian. She's won gold in basketball. She's won 2 golds in basketball and 1 gold in Alpine, or I have it backwards, 2 golds in Alpine and 1 in basketball. So she's well-versed. That Alpine skiing crosses over. The mono skiing crosses over into wave ski perfectly. She adapted to crossing over really quick.
Yeah, one of my favorite sports was at the Paralympics was basketball. Did you watch it, Bethany? I mean, talk about tough. If you can play at the Paralympics, represent your country in basketball, getting hit by a 10-foot wave is nothing.
That's incredible. It sounds like, is it Alana? She sounds like she's just a super athlete.
Yeah, no,
like
I know.
she's probably good at everything she does.
Yeah.
So before her
super
accident,
rad.
she was a softball player. She was a multi-athlete star. And she commonly says that she's grateful for the Paralympics to give her another platform to actually reach her,
in the heat,
her objective of as an athlete. And this is Jimena. She's a below-the-knee amputee from Costa Rica. Can't make that one work for her. She got 3rd place in her division at the U.S. Open last weekend.
I just think of like all these amazing women out there today are, I think one thing we could take away from them is like their mindset. And like, I think all of us can struggle with our mindset at times and kind of let our fears get the best of us. But like, I hope everyone here today can be inspired by these amazing women who are pushing past their fears and doubts and giving life their best shot. And I think we can all do the same, you know, whatever it is that's our passion, like not letting fears and doubts hold us back from trying and just having fun and making the most of each day.
Yeah, and living your best life. Great words there from Bethany Hamilton. See, that's why you've been able to write 8 books among the many other things you've been able to do, inspiring people around the world. Up and riding.
Whoa.
Wow, pulling in there. Was that
Victoria Feige from Canada on the Neil division.
Wow.
She's supercharging. So she's won the wave ski division at the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships the last 2 years in a row, going up against Elena. She's also in the Neil division. She placed 2nd in that division.
pulling into that wave? 21 minutes remaining in this heat. And inspiration here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro for 2021, the 14th edition of it. And if you have just joined me here with Charles Chucker-Webb and Bethany Hamilton, and we are being inspired and learning words to live by. Now, who was that, Charles? That
Ling Pai, she's visually impaired, so she's legally blind, basically. She can't really see real good. She can see shapes and a little bit of movement, so that's why she's able to have a verbal guide call her into waves. But if you want to talk about crazy, you know, them paddling out without being able to see anything at all, and having somebody like basically count you down into a wave and be like, paddle slower, paddle faster. Like, you're basically tied to your guide and what they're able to do for you verbally. And she's just been crushing it at the U.S. Open and at other events. She's represented Canada at the ISA Parasurfing World Championships, and she'll be going to Pismo Beach to represent Canada in December at that event as well.
Wow, that is fantastic. And as you said, Bethany, you know, overcome the fears. Talk about overcoming the fears. Like, don't worry, it's just a 2-foot wave as you paddle into a 5-foot wave.
You have to imagine all her other senses are really keen and on point. Like her hearing, her just sense of her environment is probably like even better than ours.
There was a quick in and out there. I think that was...
I will say this.
Faith Lennox as well. She is in the next heat.
Faith is in white.
She's in white. So Faith is in white. But you're right, Bethany. It's an increase of senses, but it's a good message for everybody. It doesn't matter about anything, but just fear can stop us from living our best life and from trying things. And here is you see an example of overcoming and adaptive athletes around the world. The Paralympics was fantastic recently, and just seeing the performances, some of which are you know, we've seen particularly in the track and field, the speed that those athletes are running and heights that they're jumping. Look at this wave right now. So Alana Nichols on the ski, paddling for
She's
a bomb, takes the drop. Oh!
Detonation. She comes out of it, side slipping sideways, loses her paddle. You can see she grabs her paddle.
That
would be an anchor if she let it go. So she lost control of her paddle, grabs it.
Did you
Still
see
struggling with it a little bit. But Elena just able to hold on, gets her paddle on the inside. She's going to try to make the most of this one.
Throwing
She's
chocolate.
claiming that. She's like, yes. She's claiming it.
Are you kidding, Bethany? That was commitment.
Yeah, talk about commitment. That was insane.
That was incredible. Just taking the drop there on a solid wave. And that is why Alana Nichols has represented the country at 5 Olympic Games.
So these ladies out here, I'll say that they got the biggest hearts out of any adaptive athletes. Adaptive athletes charge commonly, and they're a little psycho. But you can see Elena taking that one right close to the head. Coming out, slip sliding sideways. She loses her paddle. It's kind of an anchor for a wave ski if the paddle's drifting out there. So she's trying to really get control of the paddle so she can get back on the reform and try to get some more scoring. But you can see she's just drawing a line, just kind of leaning forward.
And the
gets her paddle, drops it behind her, tries to pull back into it, makes the claim with a big shaka. She's so stoked to be out here.
Alana Nichols got to be out in front after that. Incredible. That was a solid wave. Paddling.
Faith still trying to find her groove right here, right now, but she's got plenty of time. Still got 16 minutes, 25 seconds in the heat. Faith actually has been winning pretty much everything she's been in. She won the U.S. Nationals. She won that division at the U.S. Open last weekend, and she surfed at the Supergirl Pro Adaptive Saturday. She surfed 100 minutes, so she surfed 4 heats of 25 minutes. She won every single heat that she surfed in.
Wow.
So she's just lighting it up. She's found her groove here in Oceanside. A couple years ago, she was not digging the beach break. She's from Maui, so she likes to surf the reef breaks, and she came out here for a couple years and really paid her dues in 2018 and 2019 at the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships here at the pier was 4 to 6 foot. So they were paying their dues the whole time. And so this year she came out, she surfed the harbor, won the Nationals. She came out here and surfed the pier for the U.S. Open last weekend and this weekend and just crushed it the whole time. So she's really setting the standard for the above the limb women's stand division right now, and everybody's kind of looking up at her.
Incredible performance there. Halfway through this heat, 15 minutes remaining. And it's, I'm sure, like in every sport, it's been, the last 18 months has been challenging and strange. As we see up and riding, that's Victoria Fage. On the right, Bethany, good ride here.
Yoo-hoo! Go Victoria!
Getting a good ride under her belt. So during this strange period of COVID, Bethany, what were you and your family up to?
Well, we added an addition to our family. So we have little Micah now. He's 7 months. So that's been such a joy, and lots of surfing at home except for a short window there. But yeah, it's been a beautiful season for our family. Now my husband and I have 3 little beautiful healthy boys, and they're kind of coming along for the ride with us, traveling this summer and fall. And yeah, it's been definitely challenging times, I think, for everyone, but we have a lot to be thankful for.
Yeah, and it's been I'm one of your 2.1 million fans that follow you in the family on Instagram, and it's been great to see the continued joy despite the challenges that you've been living.
So it looks like Victoria. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Victoria. She started out in the prone division a few years ago, and she lives in Canada. She doesn't live near much water, so she went to Maui for a year and just surfed her face off, and she got real versed in the Neil division and in the wave ski division. She's been challenging that as well, so big ups to her for just going outside of herself, learning some new disciplines, learning the Neil division outside the prone division. Here you got Jimena Ruiz from
That was awesome.
Costa Rica.
Nice wave.
She's a below-the-knee amputee. She
Wow,
showed really
she
well
looks
at the U.S.
amazing.
Open. She's making the most of this one on the inside, trying to catch that reform.
A good ride there.
So what you have here is you have 6 different disciplines in adaptive surfing. So you have the wave ski division, you have Jimena, which is below the knee amputee, you have Victoria, which is in the kneel division, you have Quinn Waitley, which is in the prone assist division, you have Ling Pai, which is in the sight impaired division, and you have Faith Lennox in the upper limb division. So what they wanted to do is give you guys a real good view of the whole scope of adaptive surfing in the women's on the women's side of it, and these women are all representing very well.
12 minutes remaining here before we have the final of the Supergirl Pro in the water. Alana Nichols, Jimena Ruiz Roja, Victoria Fage, Quinn Waitley, and also Alana Nichols, also Faith Lennox in the white out there in the water. And Alana Nichols with the bomb on the ski. One of the highlights already today.
She almost pulled that Aurora too, so she's...
What does the next year look like for adaptive surfing, Charles?
So this year, there was a lot of events that weren't able to run. Our event was the first international event that was able to run. We had 70 athletes from 12 different countries come out, which was amazing. So next year is really the adaptive community, surf community from around the world is frothing to get out and surf contests. So I would predict that it's going to be the biggest year for our contest, for Hawaii, and for the ISA. I'm pretty sure they're going to get record-breaking numbers at each event. So a lot of the countries weren't able to travel: Australia, France, Japan, South Africa, some of the European countries, Spain. So there was a lot of countries that were missing that we normally get at the U.S. Open. So hopefully those countries will be able to travel come December for the ISA event, the Parasurfing World Championships in Pismo Beach. And hopefully that, will start fixing itself towards the end of the year, because Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championships is in June in Oahu. So they haven't been able to run their event for 2 years because of COVID, but we're really hoping that they can go in 2022. They're the longest running professional adaptive surf event. I think this will be their 15th year. So Access Surf puts that on. Big ups to Richard Julian and Kara Short. They've really carried the professional platform of adaptive surfing for quite a while.
Yeah, fantastic. Looking out in the lineup now, solid wave, or a solid series of waves, Bethany. Some size in this one.
It's a crunchy one.
Yeah, it's a crunchy one. That's quite. You were out here surfing this the other day. And
yeah.
In fact, just edged out, in your heat on this. Look at this. Is that Nichols paddling for that wave? Crunchy. That's great. I'm going to steal that for later.
So as I was announcing on the right side of the pier yesterday, I saw you getting out of the water, just getting bobbed by so many people.
It was crazy, but really awesome, and it's so cool just to have everyone down here on the beach getting some sunshine and cheering on their favorite surfers. And
it was
yeah,
quite amazing to watch all those fans.
I think now that I've had 3 children, I get way more emotional when stuff like that happens. So I've usually have a tear or 2 running down my face.
Well,
it's pretty special just to see the positive energy, and I think a lot of my life has emulated for people just hope and overcoming, and that brings up just a lot of emotion for people. So now being a mom of 3 boys, I'm all the emotions are coming up for me too.
Well, you're reflected in the young kids that come to see you. You see your own children. So it was one of a fantastic moment down here, and there were a lot of people looking to get close to you, which is fantastic to see.
I saw a picture of you and Faith on the pier. So you've known Faith since she was 2 years old, and now she's almost as tall as you, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I met Faith when she was a mini Grom, and I think she got pumped to try surfing because of me, which was really cool. And yeah, I'm hoping to do some surfing with her this winter. She was trying to come out to Kauai this last year, but it was too hard. So yeah,
well, I can tell you from my experience with Faith and her family, They absolutely credit you for a ton of things that you've inspired her to do, and she looks up to you tremendously. So, you know.
Yeah, and I'm really excited. I've been working with a foundation for with a foundation called Beautifully Flawed now for the last 10 years. My family and I helped start the foundation, and Faith is coming to our retreat this October. So that's going to be really exciting. We do a retreat for women with limb difference. Usually most of the girls are from around the U.S., but sometimes we get some international women, and it's a pretty cool time. But my good friend Liv Stone, she got hooked on surfing at that retreat. And so it's cool to just see the ripple effects of something of that sort, and like a place of healing, empowerment, encouragement for these young women to just believe that they can. And it's really cool because I've been noticing a lot of the girls are super athletes that come. Like they're just charging at their different sports. We've had a lot of runners, people just in CrossFit realm, surfers now, and it's just been really fun to see all these young ladies taking up sport in their own amazing way and charging.
Yeah, not just taking it up, excelling in the sport and providing inspiration to others as well. So opening the door, just as you open the door, they're doing the same, encouraging others to come and join.
So speaking of Liv Stone, she actually was supposed to be here this weekend, but she got really sick. So she's super bummed, but we want to throw a shout out to Liv. We hope you get better soon, and we'll see you at the next event. Liv actually won the Paralympic, the ISA Parasurfing World Championship last year in 2020. And of course she accredits a bunch of that to Bethany as well, inspiring her to get hooked on surfing. And she came all the way from Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania to move here. And so once she got the bug, she told her parents, like, we're going to Cali and I want to surf and that's what I want to do. And her parents were super stoked on it. And here goes Quinn Waitley, prone assist surfer in the green. And Quinn drawing that little line and digging the outside rail and going over. Quinn trying to make the most of that one, surfing on her twin fin.
Quinn was born with cerebral palsy, but super athletic family, right, that she grew up in?
Quinn's got, I think, 5 sisters, and they're all super athletes. And she's got a whole crew of people that help her. She's got a nonprofit as well. So she gets all kinds of people in the water. She does surf therapy as well. She puts on surf camps out in Coronado. So she's doing a bunch of great work. She's just a super hard charger. Quinn doesn't care how big the waves are. She just wants to charge and surf, and she's always got a smile on her face. Even after she's taken a beating for 20, 25 minutes, she still is like so stoked to be out there. You can see Quinn right there in the green. She's got a pusher and a catcher. They're helping her get through the impact zone. So that is her dad, David Waitley, and that is Kevin Olenek. Elena taking off on the right. Faith taking off on the left. Faith front side, drawing a nice line, getting a nice little cut back. Faith with her first real ride. Elena taking that one into the inside.
That was a great ride. Another ride there for Alana Nichols as well. With 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this adaptive final. Seen some impressive rides. And here's a paddle in down the beach.
Ling Pai backside.
We're getting radical on the takeoff.
Ling Pai charged with that one late. I just want to say thank you to the Supergirl Pro and everybody that puts on this event, and for including these women and giving them the opportunity to showcase what the sport is doing on the women's side. Some of these women are the best at what they do in their division, so we want to just thank you guys for including the women, giving them a platform and elevating them to this level. We really appreciate it.
It's always great to have everybody here at this time of the year. It's one of the highlights of the Supergirl Pro. There's a push, and that is Waitley got out the back pretty quickly. Now, if you're looking on the screen there, you see the assist.
Yeah, you can see going towards the pier, the current's pushing pretty hard, so it can be kind of tricky in that area. You feel like you're kind of getting sucked into the pier, and actually you could potentially get sucked into the pier. I've had to dodge it a few times.
Yeah, the low tide really plays havoc with the prone assist division. So when it is low tide, it's a little bit harder for them to get into the waves and to kind of navigate it because of the texture on the water and sometimes that little suck out zone that's kind of standing up a little bit higher, straighter up than the other spots of the wave right now.
Yeah, I think that is that Alana Nichols who's over, yeah, it looks like over by the pier. So negotiating that current, as Bethany mentioned. And paddling out alongside the pier. There's a set in front of her. So let's just, oh, look at that. That's good paddling, just got over the top.
Victoria trying to get into that one. It looks like Quinn's going to get into this one before the heat ends.
Another solid wave, and there's the drop.
Quinn just digging that rail. So that's a new board for Quinn. She's trying it out. It's not quite working out with the ripples right here. So
I'm guessing she has a really good breath hold because she's been underwater for a good 15 seconds there.
That's incredible. There's the replay there. And this is why, everybody, this is so inspiring. These athletes are overcoming and talk about an impressive breath hold. Yeah, that's incredible. So overcoming fears and excelling at what they're doing. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
See Ling's guide out there, Mike Spikerman, trying to talk her into this one before the heat ends.
Looks like all of the athletes have got back out into the lineup following that set. On the ski, Lana Nichols. Victoria Fay, she's got a great wave before. Nice long right-hander. Waitley.
All these ladies looking to scramble into one with the clock ticking down to about 45 seconds, ladies. Ling Pai getting scratched into this one a little bit late. Looks like Jimena gave that one a good try.
35 seconds remaining in this heat. Goes Nichols again. Up and riding, Bethany.
Woohoo!
Dropping the paddle, making a nice turn.
Party wave and everyone's ripping.
Faith on the right, trying to milk it on the inside, catch that reform. She says, I'm not done with this. I want a little bit of open face to work with, but it's not going to work for her.
That was Faith Lennox in the white, getting herself a good ride at the end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I want to send out a big thank you. Let's hear it for all our adaptive surfers on the beach today.
Woohoo! Let's give them a round of applause.
Give these ladies a big round of applause. How hard they charge it. Want to thank everybody for coming out and supporting these ladies and supporting the adaptive surf movement. We need all the help we can get, so we thank you guys for including us.
Yeah, Charles, how do people get involved and support? Because obviously you need people in the water, you need people on the beach and on the sand. How do you get involved in this movement?
You can go to stokeforlife.org or US Open Adaptive Surfing Championships.com. There's a lot of information there of the schedules that are happening, and there's also volunteer opportunities for surf camps and for more surf contests coming up. So feel free to reach out to us.
Yeah, well, thanks again for being here. We love seeing this action each year, and we're going to get ready for the finals that are ahead of us. Bethany Hamilton, thank you to you.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly designed 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. we offer another path where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for, no one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
We're for the trailblazers and the thrill seekers, the craftsmen and the tastemakers, those dedicated to country and community, family and friends, working to carve out a better life for themselves in a patch of California that's more focused on authenticity than image, more substance than show. We're Front Wave Credit Union for banking, lending, saving, planning. We're the place to get started and the place to kick it into high gear. So dream big. We got you.
Welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Pro webcast, folks. We're getting ready for the finals. Here it is. Nissan Supergirl Pro is brought to you by California Pizza Kitchen. Keep the delicious vibes going. Enjoy your favorite pizzas, pastas, and, of course, butter cake at a CPK near you. And by Craft Coast. Inspired by the coast, crafted for enjoyment. Locally brewed in Oceanside, California. Thanks to all our sponsors. That was spectacular activity going on out there in the ocean with the adaptive world. So inspiring. And right now I see Caroline Marks charging out there with Caitlin Simmers. They're paddling out. That's the final on your screen for you folks that are at home. For you folks that are listening in on the beach and on the pier, it's time for the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro Final featuring Caitlin Simmers and Caroline Marks.
Yeah, what a final it's going to be. But what an incredibly entertaining adaptive surfing display that we saw there. And for those of you who may have missed it, there was a lot of great surfing, but Lana Nichols took off on a bomb on her ski. And really impressive stuff. So, and thank you to Charles Shucker-Webb and also, of course, Bethany Hamilton for joining us here and their inspiration. And for anybody who was here yesterday and saw how many people turned out to greet Bethany Hamilton on the beach, just the inspiration that that young lady brings to the world. Now mother of 3 kids and still absolutely charges. So thank you very much. And on the beach now, still see our adaptive surfers coming in. Thank you very much for performing today. And we are getting ready for the final. Caitlin Simmers, the youngster, the local girl, 15 years of age. The US Open Junior Champion, the reigning US Open Junior Champion. Oh, she's 16 now.
She had a birthday.
Right. She had a birthday. Funny that. And then we then have Caroline Marks.
1 minute, ladies. 60 seconds till we get this show on the road. 35-minute heats. Sorry to interrupt you there,
That's
Mark.
all right.
Want to make sure
so, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe Caroline Marks is still a teenager.
19.
19. So this is an all-teenage final. Incredible stuff.
Yes, it is. And on your screen, you see the blue of Caroline Marks to the left. On the right, that is Caitlin Simmers. For you folks that are on the beach, we are doing dual duty. We speak to you. We primarily speak to the surfers to give them information. For you folks at home, we're talking to you online as well. You get the luxury of replay, so we'll hit those when we get the chance. So a lot of action to unfold, lots of things to talk about, and we're 15 seconds away from the start. And we're ready to rock, roll, and rumble in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this is where it all happens. We've been waiting 3 days for this. Welcome on in. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro Surf Pro Finals. Long time in the making, and we have 2 ladies ready to rock, roll, and rumble out there. Caitlin Simmers 16 years young, out of Oceanside, California. Chopped her way through the field, set the sensation on fire, and she is in the red next to her. Hailing from San Clemente, originally from Melbourne Beach, Florida. 19 years young, the 2018 Rookie of the Year in the Championship Tour. Yet to earn a cape here, but she's in the finals. She'll be one of two that might walk away with the cape. Her name is Caroline Marks. And they're both up and riding. Mark Fuel, what do you see?
Yeah, in the blue, it's Caitlin Simmers on her backhand. Huge turn, and again, are you kidding? Caitlin Simmers up against one of the best in the world, comes out blazing. It was a split peak. Caroline Marks went for the right, so both going on their backhand. And Caitlin Simmers, she gets more fired up the more that she surfs against the world's best. Here, Caroline Marks, she's an Olympian this year, 6th in the world. No fear. Caitlin Simmers, the speed that she generated off that turn. Wow.
35 minutes on the clock. Welcome in one more time for the people that are looking from around the world. This is the Nissan Supergirl Final. In the first minute, here is Caitlin Simmers, local gal at 16, just knows this wave so well. Gets Bert and finds another opportunity. Third snap, and what a great way to start it off.
Wow, 3 big blasts, especially that second and third turn. Incredible combination of maneuvers there. Caroline Marks also went on a backhand on the right, but the wave shut down, so scores are going to come in. The local girl, not afraid. Caroline Marks now hunting in the lineup.
Caitlin Simmers score in 7.17. Saw several of those yesterday in the afternoon by Caroline Marks. And both of these ladies, they posted consistently the highest marks. That's why they're in the finals. And Caroline Marks, 0.83 in your first wave.
So that's really interesting because the first wave yesterday afternoon in the last heat was an 8.5 by Caroline Marks. And then her next two waves were 7.17. Caitlin Simmers, a 7.17. A 0.83 for Caroline Marks. So the first time this entire competition we have seen another surfer get the better of the first exchange. And it's the local girl, Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah.
She just seems fired up here.
Yeah, I think she is. I think she is fired up. She earned the cape last year along with Lakey Peterson in a unique specialty event due to COVID. Great that it happened. But Caitlin said in an interview, it was not like winning it individually. So she's on that march towards greatness to Supergirl status. And look at that, the diamond's on the horizon. Caroline Marks knows this wave. She's on her forehand, headed towards the pier. She's reaching down low, smacking it off the top, getting right back in the pocket. The pistons are firing one more time. And yet another.
Wow.
And she, too, is finding opportunity wherever it might be. 3 good smacks on that wave on her forehand.
Yeah, so once again, she's able to put herself in the right position. And throughout the entire competition, she's been manufacturing these waves. Partly it's the speed that she generates, but her ability to pick a wave that's going to be open on the face. And that wave was a great example of that, able to fit in 4 turns. She's now paddling right out beside the pier. Great to see the waves are still staying solid, up and riding. Caitlin Simmers, nice first turn. Up into the lip. And again, such precision and such power for a 16-year-old. That board under her feet just looks so solid. So she will now have 2 solid scores. We'll wait for both Caroline Marks and Caitlin Simmers' scores to come in. But
yeah,
both these women are able to generate speed from themselves just off that first bottom turn. They've obviously got great equipment underneath their feet. But that was incredibly precise surfing there by Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah, it's that speed and that power and that flow you talked about. When we take a look at Caitlin's wave, the way she's able to bring those knees to the chest and generate power. We'll talk about that in a minute. 6.5, Caroline Marks, 6.5 with your 0.83 puts you in the lead just by a hair. Caitlin, your next score is going to come in. That's going to change the situation, so we'll give you that in a moment. So Marks putting down a beauty, and Caitlin answering with a couple of nice snaps. This is the 8th time that Caroline has been at this event looking for her first cape, and here's a look back at home. Caroline.
Yeah, good first turn. Another one in the pocket. Look at this wave. It just kept reforming, and again, up, foam climb. Incredibly powerful, and then one more foam climb there. So 3 really solid turns, and a 4th perhaps not counted as riding out of, but a 6.5 for that ride. A 7.17 for Caitlin Simmers' first ride. We're waiting on the scores for the second. So judges deliberating, taking a look at all the waves, how to get the scoreline. Both surfers now paddling. Priority is with Simmers. Red, you have priority. It's a solid looking set here.
Something producing there. Will blue take a peek? Caroline is. She's looking both ways. She decides to go to the north. Got something solid to work with. We've seen it before. We're seeing it again. Up top. And off she comes.
That is a very rare stumble. You very rarely see Caroline Marks fall. This is the ride on the replay. Katie Simmers, big wrapping cutback in the first. Then up here, gets right up into the lip and flowing over the top of it. And then just cutting out of that. So that the second turn, a very critical part of the wave, and literally riding the lip down, using the power of the wave and projecting out from the face of the wave. This is Caroline Marks looking at the replay, up and riding. It's all set up by this first bottom turn. Speed up into the lip. Beautiful cutback, and again, so very similar.
And Caitlin Simmers simmering it, just boiling point. Oh, she snakes out of that. Where most mortals would take a digger and get crunched up, Caitlin Simmers finds that opportunity. You will be rewarded kindly with that. It's Caitlin Simmers, your second wave score, 7.1. You are currently out in the lead with a 14.27 with another score to drop. Caroline Marks, you have another one coming in as well. And here's a look back at that one, Mark.
Yeah, takes off on the backhand again. Good steep face, up into the lip, vertical. Gets the tail out, and again, able to recover from that first turn somehow and fit in one more. And so her tail, using that tail slide on the first turn. So once again, what we saw in the previous heat, she gets 2 good scores on the board and then starts getting very loose with the surfing. 27 minutes remaining. Caitlin Simmers waiting for her third scoring ride to come in. Will it be better than a 7.1? Caroline Marks got a 3.33. And Caitlin Simmers, another 7.1. So check this out, 7.17, 7.1 and 7.1. She is in the lead. Caroline Marks has priority, needing a 7.77.
Absolutely manageable with the way these two are surfing here. So consistency is the name of the game. Each lady's dropped down 3 in less than 10 minutes. Mother Nature providing some goodness for us out here, just past the low tide time of 2:54, and good energy with light wind out there. Good to see it. Nice to have you all here for the finals of our Nissan Supergirl Pro, supported by Paul Mitchell and of course the Marines and the Air Force. Thank you to all of the military that is out here today, past and of course present. Big round of applause for all the military folks. What do you say? Affording us the opportunity to be here and enjoy this, enjoy our freedom out here. They got great activations. You folks at home are looking at the live beach activity. Local times 3:20. It's about 72 degrees on the second to last day of summer, and we're watching 2 of the best in the world. Caitlin Simmers with very consistent scores. She surfed this wave at a very young age, and she knows it better than anybody that we know in the pro ranks, and she's going up against a wily veteran, Caroline Marks, who knows trestles and San Clemente real well, and this is a battle of someone who's been in the competition a lot versus someone who's been out here in all kinds of conditions a lot and really playing to her advantage right now.
And funny that we could call a 19-year-old a veteran, but that is how long
of this particular Marks, event anyway.
Yeah, has been around. Well, she does have her best result is a second in 2018, so that was the other final that she made, and then before that 2 semi-finals. But now with 25 minutes remaining, she is sitting behind Caitlin Simmers, needing a 7.77, and Caitlin's low score a 7.1. So this is an incredible exchange, and you're seeing exactly why these two young ladies are in this final here. Just looking at some of the accolades over the last couple of years, it's been obviously a strange year for all sports, including surfing. But Caitlin Simmers is the reigning U.S. Open Junior champion, because the last time that was held was in 2019. It's now happening again this coming week. And Caroline Marks, she finished 6th this year and 2nd overall back in 2018 was her rookie year, when she finished 7th. So 2019 was 2nd place, and that's what gave her her spot in the Olympic Games alongside the gold medalist Carissa Moore. And it was a hard-fought battle all year for Caroline Marks to get into that 2nd spot. Came right down to the last event. So both these surfers have come into this event with significant results, and also we've seen Caroline Marks working incredibly hard on her fitness. During the break, when there was a break from the World Tour. And Caitlin Simmers has the benefit of just pure youth on her side and just surfing constantly.
Yeah, pure youth. They're both sub 20, but 3 years can make a difference. Surf Ranch Pro for Caitlin Simmers. She was there earlier this season up at Slater's Ranch for her first CT experience. She won the Jax Pro at Huntington Beach, 3rd at the Janet's Pier Outer Banks event just a few weeks ago, right before Labor Day. So she's got a whole bunch of props and accolades in the competition world, but she's really just applying what she knows locally here and doing what she's done aggressively. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, because I'm watching Caitlin Simmers here paddling around, and she looks like a shark. She's just prowling, just casually paddled past Caroline Marks there, deciding to move further south.
On the screen there, we got Caitlin's father for you folks at home, with some big lenses capturing this opportunity. Caitlin, again, took a victory last year in the specialty event with Lakey Peterson, so she has a cape, but she really wants one earned on her own in the traditional Supergirl fashion. For those of you that are new to surfing, this is a 14th annual event known as the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro. You can actually send the link to this event, or people at home can watch it, text it, email it, social media it. It's supergirlpro.com, available on Twitch, WSL, Surfline, anywhere you type it in right now, it's live to the world. And we're talking to you folks at home right now that are watching it live. This is Mark Fuel, the Aussie. My name's Uncle E, and we got Shannon Quirk down below. We'll be getting some interviews in just a bit. And we've been here since Friday, and we're wrapping things up. We'll do the awards. And what's after the awards, Mark?
After the awards, we have more festivities and entertainment. So we'll have Austin Mahoney in concert, and that'll be followed by Plain White Tees, as we see Caroline Marks taking a left-hander, lots of speed. Takes to the air, an air reverse, and she rides out. Caroline Marks. Oh my God. Wow.
Fireworks in the ocean.
So we saw Caroline practicing that maneuver at the Surf Ranch and at other wave pools. I have no idea how the judges are going to score that. We have not seen a maneuver like that all contest. In fact, there was a turn like that Carissa Moore did in one of the World Tour events.
Here it is
and
again.
It was called the greatest maneuver ever by a female surfer. Let's see here. This one may even be higher. In the air, rotation, comes around in the foam, landed it well.
Yeah. Maintains the composure and rides it out. You can do the sickest trick, but if you don't land it and ride it out, it does not count nearly as much as it should. So based on experience from airs in competitions, landed and ridden out with poise and execution, that will score way better than a 3.33. So yeah.
Is it a 7.77?
Yeah, that's what she really needs in the scheme of things, something greater than that.
we have seen, and it is an 8.33, an 8.33. Caroline Marks is now in the lead, and Caitlin Simmers with priority now needs a 7.67. Talk about performance under pressure.
A beautiful little exchange between two really solid, aggressive surfers. And Caroline sitting out there watching the consistency of Caitlin says, okay, I think this might be the time for me to unleash. And that was done in the middle of the heat. She didn't have to wait till the end. So if this is, a sign of things to come, we're up for some more greatness in the next 19 minutes.
Oh, just fantastic. And Caroline now, her low score is a 6.5. Caitlin's low score is 7.1, but she needs a 7.67. And you're right, Chris. Now, both surfers, their only option is to go big. It's the only option here. Wow, that was an amazing turn.
They're the only two. There's 3 surfers that have had 8s. We've yet to see a full-out 9 or greater. In that scoreline for Caroline, we have 2 9s and 3 8s. So it's throw out the high and the low and average the rest. That's what happens with the 5 judges and their scores. And we have got what a beautiful afternoon.
Oh,
look at this.
Does not get much better than this.
Ocean
light breeze.
Oceanside Chamber of Commerce type of day. Again, we usually run this event either July and August. This is the latest it's ever ran. So huge props and accolades goes to ASA Entertainment along with the WSL support in the city of Oceanside for making this whole thing come together. It happened last year. It happened this year. We hope to see it next year. What do you see, Mark?
Well, I see Caroline Marks now go big on a backhand. She does straight up and in. And the wave's not going to do much else. So cutting out of that, she's looking to drop a 6.5. Katie Simmers had a brief look at that wave. So Caroline Marks now with the big front side maneuver likely now will go to her backhand. And we've seen some big scores coming from a huge backhand attack. An 8.5 was one of those waves yesterday by Caroline Marks. Let's take a look here. Caroline Marks. It sets this up really well. This is what she's known for. And but that wave was just a one hit and not as vertical as we know that she's capable of. 3.73 for that ride.
And that goes to, if you're to look at the competitive advantage, obviously more years of experience go to Caroline. So what has she learned throughout the course of the years with opportunity like that? Does she do it in the beginning or wait to the end? Who knows what's going to happen with the way these waves are coming in? So that was probably gained a few years ago in a heat saying, God, I wish I would have done that earlier. I know I'm capable of it, but that risk reward, she was rewarded right there for throwing it on the line, knowing she can land it thanks to a place like the Surf Ranch. That's what the wave pool's affording these athletes, is that you got the consistency to understand how to land it in perfect conditions, and then how do you transfer that over into natural conditions.
Yeah. And I do believe that's what we're seeing is we are seeing that it's a repetition that allows the mind and the body to get used to doing this stuff. And in nature, you just don't get the opportunity. Great crowd on hand. Thanks everybody for coming down. Great to see everybody come down here to Oceanside. Obviously, there is a lot of local support here for Katie Simmers, but also we know a lot of people have come down from San Clemente, where the Marks family now resides, originally from Florida, but last several years have been residing in San Clemente. So it's almost an all local final here.
Yeah, it's been a minute since we've had that. As a matter of fact, I don't recall that we've had 2 Southern California competitors, especially close to here, one definitive local in the finals. And my memory does not work like it once did, but I don't think we've had this before. We either have or we haven't.
It's 50-50.
Yeah, way to go on a limb, huh?
50-50 chance. And we're almost at 50-50 mark here, almost halfway through this heat. 15 minutes and 20 seconds is remaining. But a flurry of incredible surfing at the start. Look at the scoreline, 8.33 and a 6.5 for Marks, a 7.1 and a 7.17 for Simmers.
I can actually tell you that this has not happened. The closest we've had is Courtney Conalog and Sage Erickson in 2017. The rest of the times, it's been a Hawaiian in the mix. at some capacity. So no, this is the closest we've had to hometown heroes doing it. And why don't you all on the beach and the on the pier make a little noise for all the lady surfers, all the Supergirls. There you go. No matter who walks away here, everyone that's competed, everyone involved with this event is just unbelievable. The power that is gathered, the strength in the women's movement here. And again, it started 14 years ago. It's only grown with strength, made it through COVID. Anything's possible. And to see errors like that, Caroline Marks, we've seen it progress, and it's going to continue on, Fuely.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see the future of the sport is just so strong. And not just because of the performances, but also the attitude and the professionalism. We've had the good fortune to be able to interview so many of the surfers this weekend, also have them come into the booth, and it's just, I've got to say, an inspiring and delightful experience to be able to engage with these incredible champions.
Agreed.
13 and a half minutes, or 13, as we say. We get rid of the T's in Australia.
Yeah, again to the cameramen who are keeping it in focus, standing, looking through the lens all day long. From the surf events where it's warm, they prefer this over the snow events where it's cold. I'll tell you that for sure. So it's easier on them. It's easier on the eyes, a lot of the imagery they capture. And Echo Entertainment, our spiritual advisor today, Phil Smith, who loved the surf world. He is looking from above. And Hugh Arian, our CEO and chief god of Echo Entertainment, and Spence Vola is producing it with the likes of a whole bunch of back-end crew. Thank you for making this look good and linking us up with the world. No matter where you are, you're watching it. Thanks to technology, you're getting to take a look at Caitlin Simmers, the 16-year-old from Oceanside, who has priority with needing a 7.67, being outdone momentarily just by a little bit by Carolyn Marks out of Melbourne, Florida, but now living in San Clemente. She's all of 19. Spent some time on the championship tour the last few years, was at the Olympics, and now she's here looking for her first ever Nissan Supergirl Pro Cape.
Yeah, she came in saying that she really wanted that cape, and she's grown up in a very competitive environment, the middle of 6 kids. Her brothers surf really well, and also a lot of other sports. You know, when they lived in Florida, they had a motocross track and just skateboarding, obviously, and just great family.
We're gonna do a selfie right now. That just happened.
Love a good selfie. And great to have Shannon Quirk on hand with us today. It's just been an incredible weekend of surfing and performance. 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Caroline Marks is in front, but if you look at the combined score, it does tell you how close it is. 14.83 versus 14.27. This is so close. 7.67 is what Caitlin Simmers needs, and she has priority. And more surf action coming up later in the week up in Huntington Beach. The US Open is happening up there, and a lot of the surfers will come from here up to compete, and including in the Challenger Series. One of our young fans, 2 of our young fans. Thank you for joining us down here at the beach today. Great crowd on hand. Give yourselves a round of applause for being great fans. Thank you. Yeah, they're not very happy with themselves.
But they're getting there, you know. We have to say, we got to leave a little gas in the tank for the tail end.
Final.
And after the heat is finished, we still have plenty of time for changes to happen, and I just have that sense of urgency that's going to happen. We have the awards, and then a couple of bands will light it up, including the plain white tees over the Nissan stage.
And of course, presentation ceremony.
And awards presentation right before that.
So we will be putting on the Supergirl Cape. Set in the lineup, both surfers paddling towards this.
Priority.
Caitlin has priority.
Red.
Went over the top of that one. So probably a good move. And there's more water moving around now. It's low tide starting to push up. We saw this yesterday afternoon as the starts to become a current that drags towards the pier. And you can see that there, the surfers paddling to stay in position. 9.5 minutes in this final to decide the champion.
Yeah, we saw Caroline Marks. It was a little later in the day. I think she started around 4 yesterday. We'll talk about that in a minute. We keep an eye on the wave out there. But Caroline Marks, where no one was southbound, she started way in the south in her first wave and rode it almost all the way to the pier, it seemed like, in 4 seconds. And she found something where nothing was, and that's been the case for her throughout this competition. And then you've got the pinball wizard, I like to call her, Caitlin Simmers, man. She's just, you're like, where does that come from? And it's just that youthful energy, also local knowledge of how it all comes together out here, knowing the high tide, the low tide, and understanding what it means to be a local.
Yeah, knows when to move around the lineup and knows how the currents work here, having grown up here and spending so much time in the water. And she is paddling. She's wearing the red, and you can see Caroline Marks probably saying, well, she probably knows something here. She lives here, and so, but at the very least, staying in position with this current that does drag towards the north. A lot of water moving around out there right now with just over 8 minutes.
Over 8 minutes left. At this time, folks, it's important to acknowledge the people that make this come together. We talked about Echo Entertainment. ASA Entertainment's been doing this for 14 years. In Action Sports since 1994. There's a gentleman, he's eating a banana right now. He's right next to us up here. You can't see him on TV, but most of you folks here can see him. He's having a banana. His name is Rick Bratman. On the count of 3, everyone yell, thanks, Rick. On the count of 3, here we go. 1, 2, 3. That's right. The only food he's had today is a banana because he's got to work like another 36 hours in the next 12 hours to make sure that this event finishes properly. So it is Rick, but he's got a team, an army, a militia of event gurus that make this come together. I know he would like us to thank them as well for their due diligence. So thank you for the whole ASA team and everybody making this event come to life.
And it does take an army, and it's not just, at the end of today after the concert everyone goes home and everybody who's working on it just spends the next 3 days tearing down. So much goes into this. There's a setup in the week before, and then there's the planning starts for next year. There's a huge amount that goes into any event, but particularly one of this scale and size. So thank you to ASA Entertainment. Thank you to the city of Oceanside for their support, and all of our sponsors. And of course to all of our athletes and their supporters.
And by the way, Fuelie, just to let you all know, this beach is going to be empty later on. It takes people to clean the beach up. So if everyone picks up a piece of trash that they see, whether it's yours or not, carry it off the beach, that would be very helpful. So please help Marguerite, who picks up trash every morning. Please help Marguerite and crew to clean this beautiful beach up, because I guarantee it was pristine way before we got here, before foot stepped on sand. So again, let's keep it clean.
6 minutes remaining, 6 minutes. Priority is with red, Simmers. And after that flurry of activity, I don't think there's been a wave ridden for about 10 minutes.
Yeah. That's good.
We'll
That's
see
a
what
good thing.
happens
They did what they did right away. They're
5:30 on the clock.
Yeah, 5:30 is on the clock. 5:30 remaining on the ticker. The ocean always delivers waves, something you just can't stop. The tides and the waves.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot more water moving around in the last 10 minutes and affecting the lineup. The start of it was really busy, and each of these surfers managed to pick up some incredible waves. And Chris, you made the comment before that for Caroline Marks, going for that big air reverse, with plenty of time remaining, that was effectively her last good scoring wave. So had she not gone for it then, there has not been a wave that would have given her the opportunity since. So that's where she took the lead, and she is holding the lead right now with 4.5 minutes to go. But Katie Simmers, we know how dangerous she is. We know how well she knows this break. We know she's got a huge legion of supporters on the beach here, willing her to victory. But she has one of the world's best ever, Caroline Marks, just sticking beside her.
And it helps. And look, we have people building human castles down there on the beach. Under 4 minutes left. Well, some of the titles Caroline Marks has already achieved before the age of 20. NSSA titles, 2 Vans US Open Junior titles, 2016, 2015, ISA World titles, competed at the championship tour level at Trestles as a wild card when she was 12, and the youngest to ever qualify for the championship tour at 15. 3 victories in the last couple years on the tour, one in Narbonne, Australia, the Gold Coast as well, and then Portugal in 2019. So she is one to watch out for, obviously. She's taken a 2nd and 2/3 here and a 5th, but yet to get the Cape, and she's close to it, but this is not over right till the last second.
Yeah, 7.67 is what Caitlin Simmers needs, and we have seen her already over an 8 during the competition. And of course, Caroline Marks, her low score is a 6.5. So if she can improve on that score, she makes it just that little bit harder for Caitlin Simmers. 2 minutes 40. Looks like the wind has just backed off a little bit. This may present an opportunity.
We saw Samantha Sibley a couple years back, the youngest at 17 to win it. Then last year with the specialty event with Lakey's help and team support, Caitlin Simmers at 15 was the youngest. And we've got priority to red. Little bumps on the horizon.
Yeah, paddled over that first one. 2 minutes 15. Let's see what happens here. Priority is with Simmers, and she is going to use it. Katie Simmers up and riding, the local girl. What can she do? Big score is needed. Big re-entry. Oh! And also goes for the air reverse. She had to go big because she needed a 7.67. There's still time for her to get back out and have another attempt.
Yeah, Caroline Marks will have the priority now, so the cat-mouse blocking game will come into play here. And here it is one more time, Marks. She had all the technique right here, but watch what happens on the tail end.
Yeah, and what it looks like happened there, the rotation had started, and maybe a little bit of wind got off the back, or her back foot touched the rail, and it just flipped the board over. But she was partway through the rotation. So she was on the right path, and that would have been a incredible scoring maneuver.
Yeah, you definitely don't land more than you land with no bindings on. That's for sure. Such an unbelievable feat. We're under a minute, folks. We're under a minute. Silhouetted for you folks at home on the webcast, and silhouetted and sparkly here for you folks on the pier and on the beach. Great shot of 2 superstars of surfing, both of them under 20, huge names already, and they're the future of what surfing will be. Supergirls made, not in the making, they are Supergirls. Regardless of the outcome here, they put on tremendous competition throughout the course of the weekend. A 7.67 is needed by surfer in red local girl Caitlin Simmers. Caroline Marks, 5 waves ridden, a 6.5 and an 8.33 with an air reverse that was just dynamite out of sight. Right in the middle of the heat, and our countdown is 10 seconds away. Is there anything out there? Is there a miracle? Is there a Hail Mary? She's got something. Here she goes. She's up. 3, 2, 1.
And tries again.
Looking for that buzzer beater, Fuely.
Caitlin Simmers threw everything into it. but did not complete that maneuver. And so Caroline Marks, taking off on the wave now, is your Supergirl for 2021. She finally gets herself that Supergirl cape, but what an incredible final it was. Katie Simmers, amazing surfing throughout the entire competition. Here we see our two surfers coming together. Great sportsmanship there, Katie Simmers and Caroline Marks. But Caroline Marks, she is going to take home the coveted Supergirl cape. And if you look at the overall year, it may be Carissa Moore who took home the gold medal of the Olympics. She took home the world title. But Caroline Marks takes home the Supergirl cape.
Yes. Well played, well done. What a great competition. We're going to ask you all to not necessarily clear the way, but as is customary with all surf events, nothing different here than the Supergirl Pro. We get Caroline up before she hits sand, and she is carried through the crowd. So get your cameras out. There will be no autograph signing at this moment. Please don't ask. That's right. We want to make sure that she gets in. We have awards, media, interviews to do, so we appreciate your respect.
And what a great crowd, Chris, on hand here. You can see Caroline and Katie are looking at themselves going, there's a lot of people on the beach. What do we do here? It's like Rio in Brazil.
Uh-oh. What do we do?
What do we do?
Yeah. Put your hands together for both of them, folks. Caitlin Simmers and our champion, Caroline Marks.
And such incredible surfing. And looking at the scoreline, big scores, an 8.33 and a 6.5 for Caroline, a 7.17 and a 7.10 for Caitlin Simmers. And the combined score, so close, 14.83 versus 14.27. Not even a point separating these two amazing champions. And these are two surfers who are you going to see on the world stage for many years to come.
Yeah, get those cameras loaded with your 800 speed film. She's going to come up fast and come through, and it's your opportunity to make it onto the webcast for all you folks that are here. There's a great shot of Caroline Marks. She took a third. She's had a second. She is now your Supergirl, your Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro. Fabulous.
Look at that big smile on her face. She said she would love to get the cape on, and now she will have that happening to her very soon. And a big crowd on hand here. This is fantastic to see.
Yeah, create the room. There you go. Create the room.
Magic moments in sport. And the traditional carry up
from the
Caroline
Olympics.
Marks.
Yeah, from the Olympics here to the Supergirl Pro, being carried on her shoulders. Yeah, big round of applause one more time. No matter where you are, she earned that one. The only air reverse in the competition landed, and that earned her the victory amongst excellent riding. And she is taken down. That's Coach Snips and company bringing her up.
And to Caitlin Simmers, what another amazing performance by the young local surfer. Just so impressive, so inspiring throughout this entire competition. And radical surfing, and gave it everything, less than a point separating these two finalists at the end of the day. Caroline Marks, a huge smile on her face there.
Yep, ear to ear grin, Fuely. Look at that. There's a shot for you folks at home of behind us, behind that where it says Legion to the right. That's our stage where we're gonna have the awards in just a little bit. We're gonna hear from Caroline shortly. I think Shannon is working her way towards Caroline or vice versa. And we can hear she's getting prepped right now. Great 3 days of competition, Fuely. And Mother Nature, again, providing great opportunity for these girls to showcase what they know best.
Yeah, it's been fantastic surfing, been great conditions. Today, arguably the best of the entire three with these lighter winds. And the surfers, you really had to deal with all types of conditions with the tide. And well done to Caroline.
You know what time it is, right? You know what time it is? Let's throw it on down for you folks on the webcast to hear from our Supergirl, Caroline Marks.
Congratulations, Caroline. You are buzzing. How's it feel to be the Supergirl Pro champion?
Yeah, I'm super pumped. I've gotten second here a couple times and third, so it feels really nice to take it out. And I have such an amazing support crew here with me today, so yeah, it feels really special, and I just have had so much fun the last couple days, so I'm really stoked.
Well, it was that 8.33 going to the air. Did you have that, you know, running up? You were thinking about doing an air to seal the deal?
Yeah, it's kind of, I guess, been on my mind, I don't know, I guess all day, but that heat was really tricky. You know, Katie had some amazing scores, and she's been surfing really well this whole event, so I knew I had to kind of bring my A game, and the waves got a little bit trickier in the final, so but yeah, I'm really stoked I pulled that off. That was definitely the highlight of my week for sure.
Well, for someone like Katie who surfs here every day at Oceanside Pier, you had your work cut out for you.
Yeah, definitely. She has all the local knowledge, so for sure had my work cut out for me. But yeah, that was a great battle, and I'm really stoked to come out on top. That was super fun.
Awesome. Well, Mike Parsons is here in your corner. Anyone else you'd like to thank for this win?
Yeah, thanks to my whole family back at home. They're all back in Florida watching, so I love you guys. It's my brother's birthday too, so happy birthday to my brother, and wish you guys were here. Love you guys.
All right, well, let's give it a big round of applause to the Olympian and now a Supergirl Pro champion, Caroline Marks. Congrats.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Shannon Quirk doing a fantastic job wrangling all of our surfers throughout the entire weekend and giving her insight as well, a charger herself, and fantastic journalist. So it's been great to have her on hand. You see Caroline Marks enjoying the accolades of the moment, and we are going to come up. We will have the awards ceremony coming up shortly, so stay with us. And of course, for those who are here after the awards, Austin Mahoney in concert, and then the plain white tees in concert after that. And so now Caroline Marks joins the likes of Coco Ho, Lakey Peterson, Sage Erickson, Malia Manuel, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Carissa Moore, Sam Sibley as the champion here at the Supergirl Pro. And as she said, 2 second places, a couple of thirds, and now finally gets that win. Incredible surfer, an incredible ambassador for the sport of surfing. But when we come back, we will be back. Stay with us. We'll be back with highlights and the award ceremony from the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
I'm taking it back, the right to be bold. It's funny they thought I'd be silenced and told. My body and mind, my heart and my soul. I'm riding and I am told.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. you did this and you could do more.
At Paul Mitchell, we believe in the beauty of giving back, protecting our forests and waterways, feeding families in need through sustainable community gardens, and ensuring that our products are always cruelty-free. Big or small, there's beauty in making a difference every single day. That's what connects all of us together in a deep, meaningful way. Join us. Live beautifully.
The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro is brought to you by Celsius Essential Energy, the official energy drink of the Supergirl Surf Pro series. To learn more, visit celsius.com. And by Adobe. Join us in the Create Waves Challenge to help protect our ocean. For more information, visit adobe.ly/createwaves. And we have been creating waves all through the last 3 days. And coming up shortly, we have the awards ceremony. Stay with us. And that'll be on the main stage, and that will be followed by Austin Mahoney in concert and the Plain White Tees in concert. And what an incredible 3 days of competition it has been. And once again, we have seen the rise of incredible talent, as well as the world's best female surfers coming, seeking that cape. And it was Caroline Marks finally taking home that Supergirl cape, but it was less than a point separating her and the local star Caitlin Simmers at just 16 years of age. And Oceanside has been a fantastic venue once again. And this year, just a year after our specialty event. Well, let's take a look at some of the action here. This was Caitlin Simmers. We're just looking at a replay of the final, and Caitlin Simmers opened up on fire with a 7.17, and that put her straight into the lead. And then Caroline Marks answering back. 6.5 on this wave, big slash in the pocket. And a second, and then this wave just kept delivering, and one more on the inside. So at that stage, Caitlin Simmers still had the lead, and then she backed it up by this wave here, a 7.1. Finishing maneuver, radical, poised, grace, and power. But Caroline Marks was not to be denied. And this maneuver, the maneuver of the contest, saving the best till last, hard off the bottom, slash in the pocket, and then that was actually her, that was a wave before. And here it is, Caitlin Simmers. Another 7.1 ride. And at this stage, it was looking like Caroline Marks was in deep trouble. 3 7-point rides for Katie Simmers. And then Caroline Marks had the speed, lined it up, and an air reverse underneath the pier, landing it and riding out clean and scoring an 8.33. And then it's looking to increase her lead, but the waves went quiet for a while. The current picked up. Katie Simmers threw everything at her final 2 waves. She knew she needed a big score, so she was going for the big maneuvers and went very close to getting her own air reverse. And then in the dying moments, this was the final ride for Katie Simmers. Lined it up well, took to the air, but just not able to get the board around. A great camaraderie between these two. They're going to be battling each other for many years to come. And then the next challenge was how to deal with the thousands of people on the beach. Incredible surfing by our champions here, and also congratulations to all of our surfers, our semi-finalists, our quarter-finalists, everybody who competed here today, and including surfers that we haven't seen surfing here before. We had surfers like San Clemente local Sawyer Lindblad put on a great performance. Keely Andrew of Australia making it through into the semi-final. Mia Collins of Newport Beach. Tia Blanco. Don't forget to see the final on ABC's The Ultimate Surfer. Getting to see Tia in action this week. Molly Picklum of Australia also looked really sharp. Tatiana Weston-Webb, who was taken out by Alyssa Spencer this morning. Chelsea Tuark and Sarah Baum, the internationals, field. Coco Ho, the young and smiling and happy Vahiti Inso, who joined us on the commentary. Thank you to you. And to, of course, Bethany Hamilton and Charles Shucker Webb, and to our adaptive surfers who entertained us during the break between the semi and the final. It makes up a lot of people, and thank you to everybody and anybody who has been part of this event. Of course, ASA Entertainment, and if everybody could clean up after themselves on the beach. Margaret cleans up the beach every morning, and so whatever you can do, if you can clean up after yourselves as you leave the beach today, that would be much appreciated. We are just waiting for the award ceremony to be ready. At this point in time, I want to thank Chris Ernst and Shannon Quirk, who are joining myself, Mark Fuel, in commentary over these 3 days. Echo Entertainment, of course, bringing you these pictures, and their entire crew. And I mentioned before, ASA Entertainment, who put on this event. And you can, if you've enjoyed this, then go to YouTube and look at the Supergirl Pro of Surf, or if you search for ASA Entertainment, you can see all of the events. Supergirl Pro of Snow, and you can go to Twitch to see all of their Supergirl Pro of Gaming. The awards are coming up. So we'll bring you. And for those who are staying on the beach, thank you. You can move back to the stage, the main stage behind you. I'm Mark Fuel for Chris Ernst, Shannon Quirk, and everybody here at the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro for 2021. Thank you. And I will see you next year. Stay with us. Awards ceremony coming up. Over to you.
Looks like this thing's working. Everyone have a nice day today? Yes. Right on. Greetings. My name's Uncle Lee, along with Mark Fuley and Shannon Quirk. We had ourselves a great time talking about the event, and now it's time for the awards for all that went on. Can I get a hell yeah? Can I get an amen? Good. We've covered that. So great day of surfing out there, great weekend of surfing. So much going on here. We were stuck looking at the ocean. It was fantastic. And I know you all got an opportunity to check out everything that was going on here. And that's all brought to you by ASA Entertainment, the city of Oceanside, and all of you for making this happen. It couldn't happen without this gentleman here. I'd like to introduce the guy, the kingpin, the Mac Daddy, the G Money from ASA Entertainment. Give it up for Rick Bratman.
Thank you, G Money, huh? That's sticking.
Yeah, I need that paycheck.
Yeah.
Paycheck.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Uncle Lee. What did you guys think of the event this weekend? Wasn't that surfing ridiculous? Yeah, I mean, watching Caroline do a reverse air, wow, it sends a little tingle up the spine there.
Yeah,
so.
she waited, she was patient, saved it to the end, did it. That was remarkable.
Yeah, and then just watching Katie, the local girl. You guys all know Katie is from Oceanside. Yeah? 2 seconds left. Caroline has priority, and Katie sneaks in there and goes for the reverse air, and unfortunately didn't land it, but Katie's got a long future ahead of her at the Supergirl Pros.
Yeah,
so.
that's the truth. Caitlin Simmers, remember the name.
Yep, absolutely. Well, first of all, I want to just thank the people that have really made this thing happen. This is our 15th year doing the event, our 14th year in Oceanside, and we're able to put this event together for free for all of you. For the surfing, the WSL surfing, the longboarding, the adaptive, the concerts, the classes, everything. And that doesn't happen without the love and support of some absolutely amazing sponsors. So I want to recognize a few of them. And honestly, I'm going to do them one at a time. And I would really appreciate you guys supporting them as well. Because again, without them, this doesn't happen. And first and foremost is our wonderful friends from Nissan. They have been supporting this event for the last 4 years. So please give it up for Nissan. We've had, hopefully, a bunch of you had a chance to go to the U.S. Air Force Echo booth down in just north of the pier. It was a really cool experience, and the U.S. Air Force has been with us for, I think about 7-8 years now as well, so please send your support for the U.S. Air Force. Joe Lynn Clothing. Who here had a chance to go buy the official merchandise from the event? Yeah. So Joe Lynn's a first-time partner of ours, so please thank Joe Lynn. Legion Lenovo. Lenovo Legion. Hopefully you had a chance to go into the esports area. We have the big Supergirl Gamer Pro competition going on all weekend long in competitive esports, and that's all brought to you by our friends with Lenovo. Listen to me, wow. How about Lenovo Legion? Shouldn't be a tongue twister, but I haven't slept in about a week, so. Venus is a first-time sponsor as well. We appreciate them being there. Our friends at Celsius. White Claw, who's right back there, and White Claw.
White Claw.
Yeah.
Thank
White
you.
Claw makes this whole weekend go a little bit faster for all of us. Paul Mitchell. Man, Paul Mitchell's been with us as an organization for 20 years and been with Supergirl all 15 years, so please, special love for Paul Mitchell. And then the city of Oceanside. You guys are our home away from home. We absolutely love coming here. We love being a part of this community. We absolutely could not do this event without the city and all of you. So give yourselves a giant round of applause.
Rick, also the Marines. We're here near Pendleton. Give it up for the Marines and all our armed forces, keeping it fun to be free, supporting our freedom.
Yep. And then last and without question, most, not least, but most. This event is a huge labor of love. It's a huge undertaking with all the different pieces and parts to the event. And you'll probably be amazed to tell you that we put this event together with a group of like 8 people. And those 8 people work literally round the clock, tirelessly. So, please, all the ASA people that are here, please, stand up and raise your hands, because giant applause for the whole ASA staff, because this event is amazing and they make this happen. So thank you, Jake and Brittany and Amanda and Yvette and everybody who's part of the ASA team.
It's remarkable you're able to do it with that few people, so good job. Thank you.
Yep. Absolutely. And then our volunteers. You know, I said we've got 8 people, but you've seen a lot more than 8 running around with staff shirts, and that's because we have a phenomenal group of people that have dedicated themselves to making this event a huge success, and that's our volunteers. So again, much, much love and appreciation for our volunteers. So, with that having been said, I am thanked out. And I'm going to turn it over to Uncle Lee to finish out on the awards.
All right, you're going to be involved with this as well because you're going to present the medals. I'm going to step over this way. We're going to have coming up here. Throughout the course of the weekend, if you're here, you saw it on Friday, we had an event called the More Aloha. And this is the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro teamed up with More Aloha Foundation to give 24 eligible girls a chance to spend an unforgettable day with Olympic gold medalist and 5-time world champion Carissa Moore. Kelly Slater showed up, Bethany was in the mix, and I'd like to introduce now the winning team from this mentorship program. They had a fantastic time. They're going to come up here. We'll introduce them one at a time. When they get here, your opportunity to make a lot of noise and acknowledge them. Without further ado, let's bring up the winning team. Haley Stevens, come on up. Yeah. Getting a gold medal. And Camille Cortazzo. Camille, come on up. Yeah. Reed Von Wagner. Reed, where are you? Roll on up. Look at these little surfer girls. Yeah, no, stay right there. We're going to fit you all in there. Kai Cora Nauenberg. Kai Cora. Yeah, Rick's doing double duty, getting the gold medals on there. Astrid Egan, where are you? And the 6th member of the team, Gianna Mickey. Yeah, Mickey. All right. Ladies, I know you can do this. Figure out how to everybody get up there. You're all champs. You're all gold medals. I don't think you all fit in first place, but you can all fit up there. Great photo opportunity. That's it. All right, folks. I'll say hip, hip. You all say hooray, hip, hip. Yeah. Gold medals all about. You never know who's going to be the next Supergirl. And the opportunity these ladies had with Carissa, the likes of Kelly Slater, let me just ask you, is that something you'll never forget?
Yeah.
Yes, that's obviously, yeah. Never ask a yes/no question. So, hey, great job. There's a photo opportunity. Ladies, step on down, and we look forward to seeing you in the future. Head off that direction. Yeah, you bet. They'll be signing autographs from 422 to 423. Okay. Flip script. All right. Oh, this is special because I think the air was cool. The air reverse we saw in the finals was cool, but what lightened my heart and really was cool to watch the adaptive folks. Raise your hand if you saw any of the adaptive surfing out there. That was spectacular, Rick. So, Rick, I think you're doing more medals, but the Nissan Supergirl Pro excited to expand to a full adaptive competition on Saturday with the special exhibition heat today. They've been working with Stoked for Life, the SLF Foundation, who has donated $1,800 for these amazing athletes. We're going to bring them up here, and we can't express enough how much it means to us, and I know it means to you as well. So let them know how much you love them. Let's bring up Jimena Ruiz Roja. Come on up. Right this way. I think, okay, just one medal. Right on. Come over this direction just a bit. We're going to slide everyone into position. Victoria Fage. Yeah, Victoria. And Quinn Waitley. Yeah, truly inspiring all the way around today. Really awesome to see them do what they do. Faith Lennox, where are you, Faith? When you say faith no more, I say faith some more. That's right. And then we go on to Ling Pai. Are you out there, Ling Pai? Darian Haynes, are you in the mix? Yes. And there's a gold medal going for this young lady who just threw it down and impressed the judges the most. Put your hands together for the gold medal going on to Alana Nichols. Yeah, and Gunner on her lap. Ladies and gentlemen, a whole lot of... We have more?
We have the stand division.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we continue on. In second place in the stand division, standing right next to me here, Jimena Ruiz Rojas. Right over here. Yeah. And in the stand division, Rick running back and forth, getting medals. Faith Lennox. Yeah, Faith. And regardless of the color of the medal, they're all true inspirations. They deserve a massive round of applause. Give it up for them. Supergirl Adaptive Surfing, something that's here to stay, and we are super appreciative of everything that you have done. Look at little Gunner. All right, get your photo opportunities here. Take a look out towards the cameras, ladies. Yeah, Supergirls in their own awesome right. Fantastic. All right, one big old hip, hip, hooray. Ready? Hip, hip. I love it. Yeah, you bet. Thank you, guys. Man, total inspiration. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Flip script. What do we got next, Rick? Let's see.
I think we got longboarding, and so
Longboard.
Yeah, I mean, this was exciting. I mean, there's so much longboarding culture in Oceanside through an amazing organization called the Oceanside Longboard Surf Club that hopefully you all know and support. And when we started this event back in 2008, they were our partners in it, and they helped this event to get going. And we were so thrilled to be able to work with them this year in doing our first ever Supergirl Longboarding Pro. And we had an amazing field. I don't know if Gretchen's out there, but Gretchen, thank you so much for all the work you did to make this happen, and Bing as well. All you guys, everybody with the Oceanside Longboard Club, amazing work. So we're going to bring the winners up right now. So in third place, we've got equal thirds for Avalon Gale. Come on, Avalon. And Summer Richley. Come on up, Summer. All right. Congratulations. An amazing final. And in second place, Summer Romero. And the winner of the first, and definitely not the last, we're going to do this year over year, of the Supergirl Longboard event, Kiara Seal. Take your place on the podium, ladies. And we have a special presentation, the legendary Supergirl cape that is been worn by the likes of Carissa Moore and Coco Ho and Sage Erickson and Lakey Peterson and basically all the top girls in the CT. So, Kiara, you get the first longboarding Supergirl cape. All right.
Yeah, that cape is earned. Yeah, turn around, give it. Yeah, there you go. And then look over your shoulder. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. Yeah, hold that. Wait a sec. Let's do this because this is important. So this way. This is all about the shot. Yeah. Hashtag that. All right. Yeah. At Supergirl Surf Pro. That's right. It was once a pound sign. Now it's a hashtag. Okay, there it is. Let's do a hip hip. Stay up there. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hip hip. Supergirls. Yeah. Awesome. Ladies, great energy out in the ocean from the energy provided by the ocean. Climb on down. And again, big round of applause for the longboard side of things. Rick, are we ready? We ready to do the finals?
Yeah, well, I think before we get to the finals,
yeah,
we got a special guest, way more important than you or I.
Who? Talk to me.
So I mentioned before that Nissan has been our title partner now and has been and the word partner, they take it really seriously. You know, it is an amazing relationship. We could not do this event without them. So we want to bring up here the guy that makes it all happen, Sean Mirabal, who's the regional VP from Nissan. We'd love to bring up Sean and have him say a few words to you guys.
Sean, take it away. Ladies and gentlemen from Nissan, give it up to Sean Mirabal.
How's everybody doing today? Wow, what an exciting weekend, a great competition, and some awesome performances by all of the athletes today. Please join me in giving everybody who competed a round of applause. For over 60 years, Nissan has been thrilling drivers with performance and incredible capability in our products. But that's not really why we're here. We're really here to encourage empowerment and inspire the next generation. That's why we sponsor this event. So to all the young girls out there that are dreaming, that want to be on this stage, that want to be in the water, I encourage you to keep dreaming, and we'll be here to support you. Hopefully you had a chance to see our legendary product, the all-new Pathfinder, the all-new Frontier, and the Rogue. Nissan continues to empower dreams through adventures behind the wheel. That's what we like to do, and that's why this event is a great partnership for us. We just want to say thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a big part of this event, and congratulations to all our athletes and everybody who has put this event together. It's a privilege and honor to be a sponsor, and it's a privilege and honor to be here. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean Maribal with Nissan. All right. Okay, we're doing this
I
thing,
think it's
right?
time. I think let's bring out the big guns now.
Okay, time for some checks and some props and some accolades and a cape and some medals. It was all down to the water, all down to the wire, really. Our Supergirl, WSL Supergirl Surf Pro results. And in third place, it's kind of a tie the way it goes in the surf world. They're both going to get equal bronze medals and equal checks and points for the WSL qualifying series. Please welcome Keely Andrew and Alyssa Spencer. Look at those smiles. Yeah, climb right up. Both of you get to be right here. Yeah, here's Keely. Yeah, let's get up there. All right, they get that. Keely, your experience out there, you've been here many times. Talk to us about this year's iteration of, or the edition of this great event. How much fun did you have?
I had a lot of fun. It's so great to come back, and it just gets bigger and bigger every year, so I guess I'll just keep coming back.
We keep chiseling away towards that red cape, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the goal.
That's the goal, exactly. Well done. Third place, and right next to her, Alyssa Spencer. You've been working hard for years on this as well. What valuable knowledge did you gain this year out there in this competition?
Yeah, this event was so much fun, and all the girls were surfing amazing. It really pushed me to show my best surfing, so yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Any of the girls out here that are looking up to you, any inspirational words you'd like to offer them?
Yeah, I think just go for your, chasing your goals and your dreams, and know that you're never too young to start, and yeah, just go for it.
Yeah, big round of applause. The top three, Keely Andrew from Australia and Alyssa Spencer from right here in the US of A. Second place, she did her darndest. Local girl, she did her darndest at the tail end to take the victory away from the champ, but a little too much, just a little too late, unfortunately. But what an unbelievable performance by second place. Local girl done good, big name for the future of surfing here present today, taking the runner-up here at the Supergirl Pro. Give it up for local girl Caitlin Simmers. Here she is. Yeah, this is classic. So she's done quite a few events. She's been on podiums. Hasn't done a ton of media today. She's like on the webcast. She's like, do I look here? Or do I look at the camera? And I'm not quite sure. And that's great. That's like getting used to what's going on. And this is going to be a familiar place for this lady. I'm going to go on record and say, in time, due time, she's going to stand solo up there in the top spot. So give it up for Caitlin Simmers. So how much, I don't know how to phrase this, but you've been out in this water so often. This is home turf. You're just incredibly comfortable out there, right?
Yeah, I surf here basically every day, and it kind of changes every day, so surf-wise, it's not really you can't really practice, but I'm definitely comfortable here, so it's cool to get second.
It shows, and also, so your air, you saw Caroline do that early on. Did you look at that and then sat there for a bit? You're like, I have to do that now because that's what the answer is, correct?
Yeah, I was kind of, after I got my 2.7s, I was just waiting for Caroline to get an 8 or above. I just knew she was going to get one, so I was trying to just think about what I was going to do on my wave to get an 8 too, but then it kind of just got bad, and then didn't really have any more waves, but congrats to Caroline. She freaking rips.
Well, Don't know what else we can say about that. Yeah, conceding to the champ. So, okay, good work all the way around the 16-year-old local. And then one remains.
One, and we've got to bring out another special guest here who's gonna present the legendary, iconic Supergirl cape. This is Captain Kimberly Otten from the United States Air Force, who is not only an F-16 pilot, but I believe you fly another jet that you might want to mention to people.
I used to be a weapons systems officer in the B-1 prior, but currently fly the F-16 fighter jet.
That's amazing. Yeah, wow. The B-1, huh? A little thing there. Just little project.
Honey, I'm just taking the B-1 out for a flight today. I'll be back for dinner.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here, Captain Otten, and you're going to get the privilege to put the cape around the 2021 Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro Champion, Caroline Marks.
There she is. All comfortable and relaxed. She's going to step up there. Caroline, here comes a gold medal presented by, once again, Mr. Sean Maribel from Nissan. And then the cape, I think we'll have you step down a bit. That might be helpful. Good photo opportunity. Again, thanks to the Air Force for being an integral part, as well as Nissan. That's Caroline Marks with a fabulous air reverse. Great competition throughout the course. Thank you. Yeah, you've earned it. Get up there. Caroline's earned a third, a second. She's had a fifth. Started in 2014, and she finally has, at the year 2021, the Nissan Supergirl Red Cape. Give it up for all of them, including our champion, Caroline Marks.
And some money to go with it as well.
You can walk right into a bank and cash that thing. There's no money on that, Rick.
I'm not dumb.
That's it. All right, Caroline, that's a big check. You got some points. You got your cape. You got your gold medal. That air out there, landing in air reverse, easier in a wave pool as you've been practicing. Talk us through what you were watching when 3 sevens were on the board by your competitor. You're like, I know I need to do something. What was going through your mind out there?
Yeah, for sure. Katie's been surfing so amazing all week, and so has all these girls. So I knew how to do something really cool, and I was stoked I got the opportunity and pulled it off.
Was there any training out here that we didn't see? Were you attempting that here, or you're doing it up at lowers? Like, you've been doing that, but have you done it a lot naturally opposed to the wave pool?
I think my ultimate goal just every day is to kind of really push myself and push the progression of like female surfing, and you know, I think aerial maneuvers are part of that. So I was really stoked I was able to pull it off in a contest, and that was a really big moment for me. So super stoked.
Well, I'm looking up at you right now as a Supergirl. I know a lot of these youngsters out here, and everyone's looking up to you. Any inspirational words you'd like to pass on to those that may be hesitant in a career goal or something that is keeping them kind of in fear?
Yeah, I just think do what makes you happy. You know, surfing makes me so happy, and that's like the reason why I'm here. And you know, give it your all and work your hardest and go for it. Yeah.
Do the action, the results will follow. Case in point right here, give it up. That's Caroline Marks taking the gold. Right next to her, Caitlin Simmers, and then Keely Andrew and Lisa Spencer. Go ahead and get the shots for all they're worth there. Hey, let's do... Yep, let's do the posing of the cape. All right, depending where you are, that should be the shot you're looking for. If it's not, you can Photoshop later. Thank you for editing. Oh, yeah. All right, how about a hip, hip, hooray, hip, hip? I say super, you say girl, super. Woo! Nice job, ladies. Nice job. Let's get a photo. Rick, get up there real quick, would you? Again, folks, Rick Bratman is tirelessly putting this whole entire event together with an army, not a huge army, but one that knows how to do what they do with the city of Oceanside and the WSL. Big round of applause for all of the surfers and all the entities associated with it. Great job.
And you know what, E? There's more. I mean, we finished the surfing, but I don't know. Anybody here interested in seeing a couple of more concerts today? All right. Thank you.
That's all right.
Music is up. The Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro has been brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers. And by White Claw Hard Seltzer, your open invitation to escape to pure enjoyment, whatever that means for you. Made simple, because fun is always fun.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I wanna spread that good love, 'cause love, 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 love is all we need. Yeah.
The Finn Hotel, a tapestry collection by Hilton.